What's good, neighborhood? It's your favorite neighbor, your man Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking Beats. Little late night pop up, man. I couldn't sleep. I was like, man, might as well go live, right? Talk to y'all for a little bit. For hopefully that'll get me going, so I can go to sleep, man. Couldn't sleep, man. So I figured I was like, man, go ahead. Click the button, talk to your family, talk to the neighbors, talk a little boxing. All right. So this was not on the docket for tonight. I thought this was going to be my topic for tomorrow. But, oh, well, I guess I have to come up with something else for tomorrow. That's just how it goes. All right, so let's talk about it. Will Charlo replace Terence Crawford as pound for pound #1 with Canelo win? If he beats Canelo, is he pound for pound #1? That's the topic. That's the question. Let's run the intro. Let's get into it.
This is my passion. This is what I love to do. But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job. From a good dream I awake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up. My boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes is so ratchet. These hoes is so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash. Take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shit, mother. Man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the speakers, commentators, experts, and or the host. They do not explicitly nor necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by the channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during the program. Basically, if I didn't say it, don't come for me. You come for the person who said it. And please don't sue me for somebody else's words. With that said, let's start the show, motherfucker.
This that squad sound. Check 1 2 1 2. Turn me up, bro.
Yeah, man. What up? 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 What up, though? What's popping? What's happening? What's going on? You're back in the lab with your favorite neighbor, your man Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another one. Another one, baby. Yeah, I was not. Yeah, man. I wasn't about to do it tonight. I was not about to go live tonight, but I couldn't sleep. I was sleepy as hell earlier, man. My daughter just been wearing me out. Man. But I love having a toddler. Love being a father, man. Love being a husband, man. And, you know, duty calls, family first, right? So but I'm back though. You know, can't let the personal stuff that you got going on in your life hold you down. But sometimes, yeah, that shit get to you, man. That shit get to you. I'm a human, man. I am a human first. But either way. It's all good. Let's do this neighbors only roll call. Let's get into this content, man. Let's cook this shit up, man. It's gonna be a good one. Somebody said a very good song. Yeah. I wrote that in college, man. I was actually interning. I was interning at the time. And yeah, it was kind of dope. It was a little joke. I was writing it at the job. I was interning and I was working 2 jobs at that time. You know what I'm saying? But nonetheless, though, I'm glad you like the record. All right, let me put a little music in the background. I always hate that little dead space. But the question of the night, as you can see in the topic, the title, the thumbnail. Will Charlo replace Terence Bud Crawford's pound for pound #1 fight in the world if he is successful against Saul Canelo Alvarez later on this month? What say you? You grab these glasses because I can chat. Oh well. All right, I guess I ain't in here. I guess I left him in the living room. All right, so I'm gonna be struggle reading this chat tonight. But yeah, man, will he be #1? Will he be pound for pound #1 if he defeats Canelo Alvarez? I've heard somebody say earlier today, said, nah, he ain't did enough. I was like, bro, he'll be undisputed 2 times. Well, Canelo declining. I was like, hold up, bro, that's a joke? Is this a joke? Are you serious? It was dead ass serious. All right, so we'll talk about it. Seems like Jamel is definitely getting overlooked discredited, and people are not rocking with Jermell Charlo. A lot of people aren't giving him a chance. They ain't giving him a shot at all. We'll talk about it on this episode. Let me take it from the top.
What do you mean by that?
What up?
Mike James 616 in the mix. What up, fam?
What up?
Johnny Goodman, what's up, man? Hey, Johnny Goodman, if you're watching the playback, Johnny Goodman, was that you that sent me that email? Because somebody hit me up named Johnny, told me about a story that they want me to cover that involved them personally. I don't know if that was you, so I won't discuss that until I get confirmation. But if that's you, let me know, and I'll definitely cover that story for you, bro. And I'm sorry about that incident. Let me know.
What up?
Stone Tangerine.
What up?
Big Hove, I thought I told you.
What up?
Kansas City Mac, where you at?
What up?
I am Cam Edwards,
What up?
DJ,
What up?
Megazar,
What up?
Ace Retro, let's go.
What up?
Ill Status Boxing,
What up?
Patricia Shelton,
What
that
up?
guy Clips 330,
What up?
Stephen Bateman all the way in Australia.
What up, gangsta?
I know boxing.
What up?
Ricardo Johnson,
What up?
Wanda Villa the Arilla, aka Epoxy Magic,
What up?
AJ,
What up?
Electro Jazz, stay getting his bread.
What
My
up?
boy TY Stay Fly,
What up?
Miguel Ramos
What up?
on the mic with Terrence Bailey Sr.,
What up?
the XO Factory,
What up?
Dub Right Side,
What up?
Golden,
What up?
aka the Back End King,
What up, gangsta?
Raheem the Dream Soto,
What up?
my boy LD, aka Like That,
What up?
girl behind the mic, Memo.
What up?
John Nori came to tell his story.
What up?
Major Key Boxing, what's popping?
What up?
Cooking with the champ, aka Champion Heart.
What up?
On the floor with Shelton Moore,
What up, gangsta?
SLG,
What up?
Sam F,
What up?
Kendall,
What up?
D-Lo 404 Boxing,
What up?
Karma Serene with the Serene Saturdays,
What up?
Nick Rich in this bitch. Shout out to Nikki in Central Florida. Shout out to that good sister Nikki.
What up?
Aaron Parker, the big talker.
What up?
Taylor Bell with TapTechUnlockSim.com. Unlock your next device today.
What up, gangsta?
Transcendent Sports Channel, my Filipino brother from another all the way in Canada.
What up, gangsta?
Transcendent Sports Channel.
What
I
up?
already said that. Fistiana Fights, she just might.
What up?
Jacob Sims, that's him.
What up?
Haplo, let's go.
What up?
DJ MFB, that's Mike from Boston.
What up?
Miss Queen Sunkissed.
What up?
Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel Donaire, 9-time champion Nonito on his way to the Hall of Fame.
What up?
We're gonna walk with him every step of the way.
What
True
up?
Media Today, USA Boxing. That's my guy, Coach Malachi Williams. Coach, what up?
What up, gangsta?
Porto,
What up?
Food Revolution, aka Foodie with the Beauty.
What up?
KP from KC5,
What up?
Matt Wade,
What up?
Beyond Above Media,
What up?
Pittsburgh T,
What up?
SF City Slicker,
What up?
Rider of the Storm,
What up?
Here to There,
What up?
Matty Yoel,
What up?
Cliff Bailey,
What up?
Con Shawnery,
What up?
Lisa Bell, She Never Fails,
What up?
Cooking with Sir Senior,
What up?
D Bevel the Champ,
What up?
and of course the big fish himself, my good brother Derek Lincoln.
What up, gangsta?
Yeah. All right. So make sure I gotta react to. Matter of fact, I'll do that reaction tomorrow. I'll do a reaction tomorrow. I gotta play the audio from it today though. Brian Custer, anybody see the Brian Custer interview? Y'all saw the Brian Custer interview? Make sure I grab that link out there early too. Anybody want to pull up, talk some shit with me? That's cool. Jermell Charlo did an interview with Brian Custer, and he had a couple things to say about pound for pound king, your boy Terence Bud Crawford. And it was interesting. I know he got to be tired of people always asking him about Bud Crawford, though. I mean, that got to be annoying to say the least. Like, yo, can I live, man? Can I promote my fight? Can I promote my fight, man? Can we talk about me? Can y'all ask me some Canelo questions? Like, all the questions are pretty much the same. They asking him, what's up with your brother? What's up with Terence Crawford? Nobody's really asking him about, hey, man, what's the keys to victory? What's your plan to get this job done? They ain't really asking him that. Got to be frustrating. Shout out to Voodoo. What'd he say? Man, I can't. Let me zoom in on this shit, man. I can't even see, bro. Let me see. There we go. He said, shit. I can't see, man. Hold on. Can I change this? There we go. Classic. There we go. Voodoo vibes. He said, Canelo is not. Bud was doubted. What is that? Canelo is not what? Canelo's not what? Bud is doubted much more than Charlo. Bud totally dominated both undisputed bouts. Charlo had to try twice. The first time, I can go on and on. He did have to try it twice, but regardless, though, he got it done. He didn't lose; he got a draw. Actually, he lost to Harrison. Got a rematch, won. Got a draw with Castaño. Got it done, though, right? Half the battle was getting it done. Somebody said, I got to talk about Tyson Fury and Ngannou. Y'all want to talk about that tonight too? We can do that. They had that kickoff for that press conference earlier today. Tyson Fury big as hell, bro. He built like a bag of milk. Oh man, Tyson Fury looked like if you put mayonnaise in a Ziploc bag. It's Tyson Fury. Damn. Somebody said no, he will not replace Bud. He did not beat as many champions or undefeated fighters. Bud swept 3 weight classes. Bud and Spence were the top pound for pound fighters. Bud was fighter of the year. Spence was undefeated. Okay. Haplo, what up? Question of the night. Will Charlo replace Terence Crawford as pound for pound number 1 if he beats Canelo Alvarez? I think he might on many people's lists. I don't even know what that fight looks like. I don't know what that fight will look like, but he would have to go there and put on the fight of his life to go in there and beat Canelo Alvarez. But certain things he's saying in these interviews give me cause to pause, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't sound too confident at times. And that's giving me cause to pause. Like, ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it, to say the least. He's definitely getting off of that fighting Terence Crawford at 168. That seems like that's out the picture now. So they asked him about going back down to 154, and he said, "Oh no, I might meet him in the middle." Now I don't know the release date on these interviews, because y'all know in media we'll do an interview and we'll hold on to that interview like it's the big joker in spades. We'll just hold on to it sometimes. So I don't know when that interview was recorded. Like, as we get closer to the fight, I'm gonna release some interviews I've done with people, and I got their Charlo and Canelo predictions. It wasn't time to release it yet. So no, but when he started talking, then I saw the thing online where he was talking about leave us alone. Like, bruh, you're a fighter. What you mean leave you alone? Okay. Come out talking about like you'll get knocked out and all of that stuff, and then say leave me alone. No. That's not how this works. Let me make sure I got the link pinned at the top so I don't have to keep dropping the link all night. Did I freeze up? All right, can y'all hear me now? Look like I froze up a little bit right there. I knew something was right when I didn't see Lisa Bell's avatar popping up. It was just had her in whiteface in the chat. I was like, something going on. I was like, what the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Yeah, threw me off for a second. All right, do I got to click the music again? Because the music stopped and everything. Where we at though? Let me see something. Boom, boom, boom. Can I click the chat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It's weird. Just stopped playing out of nowhere. Let me see if I can play a different song. I don't know what's up with StreamYard right here. I don't even hear the music playing. Can y'all hear me? Y'all hear me in the chat? Let me know something. Somebody said, okay, you did not freeze up. But shit, the music stopped playing. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't even hear the music no more in the background. All right, it's all good. We'll figure it out. It's a live show, baby. Got to continue. All right, let me play this clip first. I got a couple clips of Jermell Charlo. Want to play his audio from these interviews. The first clip is him on Fight Hype.
For taking the time out of your busy training schedule.
Wish they had the timestamp.
Potential ring rust.
They was clowning him in the comments on his Fight Hub, and I guess his eyes, he just keep blinking and blinking. It was like, Why is he blinking so much? I don't know.
Absolutely.
Let's
You're
play
still
this.
in the prime of your career. You're essentially both the same in age. And Canelo has, by the time you head into the fight night, it'll be over 14 months since you last had that impressive stoppage win against Brian Castano in that Fight of the Year contender. And that 14-month layoff is also the longest one of your career. What are you doing to prevent any potential ring rust?
Just staying sharp. Sometimes some people need that ring rust. I mean, they need the break.
Definitely true. Sometimes people definitely need a break. There we go. Can I hear it? Hold on 1 second. Let me click refresh. There we go. There we go. That's right there. That's. I'm gonna keep it down just a little bit. All right, let's play some more of this.
I was pushing it so hard, and I had an injury. There's nothing that I could do about it. But staying sharp, staying on top of my pointers, doing multiple things in the ring, and listening to Derrick James and Juan Guzman, and the rest of the team that they provide for us. Everything is great. It shouldn't be any ring rust.
That's okay. Now I don't believe that's true. I mean, it sounds good in theory in the interview, but bro, you're gonna have some ring rust, bro. You ain't fought in a year and a half. You're gonna have some ring rust, right? Do I gotta put a case on him? Like, you get ring rust. That's just something that happens.
Mentioned Derrick James,
it's gonna be an issue.
Trainer of the Year.
I'm telling you, that's like the main thing that's keeping me from like even giving Jamel too. I don't want to count him all the way out. I don't want to count nobody out. But the injury, coming off an injury, a year and a half layoff, and you going up to 2 divisions, that's a lot on your plate. And then you're fighting pound for pound one of the best guys in the world, Canelo Alvarez. A lot of championship experience. It's asking a lot. It's asking a lot anyway, but like I said, when you compound it with the injury and the year and a half ring rust, I'm just like, damn, bro, it's a lot.
Preceding Trainer of the Year on his side with Eddie Reynoso. And, Canelo has pretty much seen it and done it all over the last 10 years. Which one of Canelo's wins do you consider his best career victory at this point?
Kovalev was a really good win. He
said Kovalev. What is Canelo's best win to you in the audience? Let me know which one of y'all thought is Canelo's best win. Haplo said, what do you say? Not as pound for, what do you say? Not as pound for pound, but a cash earner maybe. What you mean? Who's not pound for pound? Canelo's not pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world? Or you saying Charlo won't be pound for pound? Got to give me more details, Hap, because when you just type it like that, it's like in Latin they call that in media res, in the middle of things. I don't know what you're talking about right there. Triple G is his best win, the second one, right? Okay.
He was much bigger than him. He was stronger, and he annihilated him. So Kovalev was a really, really good win, and that I consider Canelo having.
And you're looking to repeat the script and do the same that he did to Kovalev.
It's a possibility, Canelo and our styles are completely different. He's much shorter than me, but he's a little bit thicker than me, so it makes for a
pause
the fight.
There's a lot of discussions right now about fighters moving up and down in weight. Even Terence Crawford is now saying he'll fight you at 168. He wants to fight Canelo at 168. Canelo, he'll say,
man, his eyes when he said that, his face looked like, man, here we go.
He'll fight at cruiserweight and heavyweight. What is for fans who are listening, what is that like to go up and down weight divisions, and what's that body transformation like for you right now?
I mean, it's tough, but it's a task. It has to happen. sometimes you gotta to make the best fights in boxing. You have to take chances and risks, and you have to do some things, and that's just the nature of this game. And if we want to continue to put on for the sport, because fights like this make the sport of boxing very noticeable and a top-notch thing. And so we have to continue to do these things.
It's a very exciting time. All of a sudden, these dream fights, these super fights that might have been
Right.
Not even a possibility to consider years ago.
We are getting a lot of fights, a lot of good fights. Tell you, man, Derrick James still got a tough road ahead of him. We got this Canelo fight, Charlo versus Canelo, but man, oh man, Shakur versus Frank Martin. I like Frank Martin, but I got Shakur winning that one. I got Shakur beating Martin. I don't see him stopping Martin though. I think it's going to the cards. Martin's pretty tough. Got a lot of durability. I think that's going to the cards. But man, that'll be crazy to have to go from trainer of the year, then the very next year, two top guys lose, Charlo and Spence. That'll be crazy.
Is now moving forward. Are the days of like hiding behind a weight division over? Do fighters have to really step up, step down to make these fights happen? Do you think that's what needs to happen moving forward?
Yeah, that's what's happening. And so one day, boxing will be stuck where the O don't matter. You know, a lot of fighters protecting their O and that and the politics behind it. So, you know, it's no union in the sport, and it's causing people to forget about it.
Exciting times indeed. And
they losing all of the. They
see, because let me fast forward, because this guy brings up something interesting too. He says if you beat Canelo, you're probably going to have a rematch clause. So that'll mean you're going to be at 168 a little longer. Let me fast forward.
The one pound for pound fighter?
Yeah, for sure. I think
let me rewind.
You climb up 2 weight classes and beat.
Here's the question right here. He said, if you climb up 2 weight classes, beat Canelo, should you be pound for pound?
Canelo. Do you think that makes you pass Terence Crawford as the number 1 pound for pound fighter?
Yeah, for sure. I think it definitely does.
Okay, I got you.
I'm already undisputed. Go beat another undisputed.
The number 1 pound for pound fighter?
Yeah, for sure. I think it definitely does.
You know,
I'm already undisputed. Go beat another undisputed. It's the dream come true.
And let's talk about Terence really quickly. He's been enjoying his victory lap over the last.
As soon as he did that, his mouth got tight. Boy, his mouth get tight every time they mention Terence Crawford. It's like, look like he just ate a bowl of lemons, homie. Let's hear it though.
After he beat your stablemate Errol Spence, you had a front row seat to that fight, and you've been beefing with him for quite a while. Why do you still think Terence is beatable, considering his dominance?
He just gotta, I haven't been beefing, like truthfully. He just feel.
Nah, my boy. Nah, he's on some people's pound for pound list, man. Yeah, he's on some people's pound for pound list, especially after he got undisputed.
In this stuff right now, and he's a top dog. He's moving up in weight, and everybody want to fight the best.
And going back to your previous statement, I know Canelo, if you beat him, there might be a rematch. You might be at 168.
All right, listen to this.
Would you accommodate Terence Crawford at a smaller weight, or do you see yourself as a 168 fighter moving forward?
Man, I really don't know that just yet. 168 is.
Listen to him talking about 168. I don't think he's staying up there.
Considerably still kind of like not my weight division, because it's not as easy to make 168. I have to gain weight and gaining weight when you're working really hard is really tough. You can easily walk around at 168. So I'm definitely not the naturally bigger fighter. So 168 is not my weight division. I think I would have to see him in a different weight category.
You're at an interesting time in your career because you've been at 154 for over 10 years. You got all the titles. Unfortunately, the WBO had to, do some sanctioning body tricks and take your belt away. And 160 is arguably the weakest division in boxing, and one that your brother is in, and perhaps he might be moving on from either. It seems as if.
Damn, that was a sneak diss right there, wasn't it? He was like, so you leaving 68 to go to the weakest division in boxing.
You're kind of in this fork in the road in your career, where to take yourself forward. In a perfect world, what would 2024 look like for you?
Man, I don't know.
Hey, Voodoo, I totally disagree with you on that. I don't think after seeing that fight, I don't think, everybody's been calling out Spence since then. I don't think he's concerned with Spence after that.
Well, man, it's really, really hard to answer that one too. I could possibly be challenging Terence Crawford. I could possibly be back at 154 though, So I really, I can easily make 154. It's not hard. Well, it's not that it's not hard. It's probably going to be harder after this fight. For 2024, I should be definitely some type of way defending my world titles.
There you go. 2024, it sounds like he's going back to 54. He said, I'll be defending my world titles. Y'all heard it, right? Heard it here?
Really, I can easily make 154. It's not hard. Well, it's not that it's not hard. It's probably going to be harder after this fight. For 2024, I should be definitely some type of way defending my world titles. So the titles that I have at 54, I can't just hold them. I have to defend them or they'll strip me. So just fighting the best.
Well, you worked very hard to put yourself in this position.
Yeah,
You're at the stage of your career where you can reap the rewards. September 30.
Alden Johnson, I slightly disagree with you right there. I don't think he's trying to prove a point to the boxing world. Let me read your comment first. He said, Charlo moving up to prove a point to the boxing world. He walks already with the weight and he trains very hard and he adds more skill sets to his fighting. Castaño found out the hard way. Charlo, legit. Okay, let me unpack some of that. He's moving up. He's fighting Canelo for the check, bro. Let's just keep it a buck. That's my opinion. I would try to make 168 to fight Canelo, homie. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not even a pro. You would too. Big ass bad. Be able to take care of your family. Be able to take care of your family for a long time with a win over Canelo Alvarez. Let's just keep it a buck. Somebody said Charlo would fight Crawford. Bud gonna keep talking about him until he does fight him. Crawford wants Charlo. Charlo just focus before Crawford. After Crawford, Tim Tszyu would be up next. After maybe he would have to. Hey, look, maybe that's what he would have to do to get that Crawford fight. He would have to fight Tim Tszyu, get that WBO title back. Because Crawford already said he's not trying to fight him off a loss. Hold on 1 second. Excuse me. I'm back. Crawford said, I never fought anybody off a loss. So I don't think he's going to fight. He said, plus he don't think people will want to see him fight Charlo if he's coming off a loss. Somebody said the check and the clout. Yeah, yeah. It's respect, right? So I guess Alden Johnson, you halfway right, but it's not just for the just to show the boxing world what he's made of. It's definitely a big ass bag involved. Definitely a big ass bag involved. Where we at? Somebody said the check and the clout. Yeah. Shit, I wasn't gonna do it, but I'm here now. Let's do it. Let me go to this. Let's go to this interview right here. As you know, he recently did an interview with The Last Stand, Brian Custer, earlier today. Let me fast forward. All right, let's play it.
One of the best fighters in the world. He is the undisputed
And we'll
junior
react to it.
middleweight champion
We're gonna react to it in real time. Let's go.
of the world, the Iron Man, Jermell Charlo, back on The Last Stand.
Thank you.
My guy.
Always having me.
Man, so let's get into this. When you got the call from Al Hammond, he said, Canelo Alvarez, we got Canelo Alvarez back on the PBC. Don't think your brother's ready. I want you to, are you interested in that fight? Were you surprised?
I was a little surprised. You know, I knew that
He was surprised.
my brother should have been the main topic of this conversation, but
No, your brother shouldn't have been. David Benavidez should have been the main topic of this conversation. Can the church say amen?
These black men.
Yeah, wrong button. Yeah, man, the Mexican monster. That was the fight people was asking for. That was the fight people wanted to see.
it's just some type of way I always find myself in one of those wars, and if this is what it is, and it's with the best fighter in the world, I might as well go ahead and do that. So I think that I was surprised, man. I was really astounded.
And so how do you?
Yeah, but look, when he was calling Canelo out, they was closer in weight, Alden Johnson. Canelo wasn't 2 divisions higher and competing at as high as 175. You know, he was calling them out more when they was at 54 and they was more like 60.
Keep from, I think sometimes guys get in these kind of fights, and even though they say, hey, look, I'm ready for it, they look over across the ring and say, shoot, that's Floyd, that's Canelo. And
damn, Brian Custer trying to put that pressure on him. He said people say they ready till they get in there.
that kind of messes with them. How do you keep that from happening and say, that's just a regular fighter?
Right. I feel you on that. I'm just a huge competitor. Like I really strive to be one of the best, and always wanting to go through what it takes to become the best. And I knew fighting Canelo one day, it could be a possibility. But I kind of lost touch into even wanting to fight him. And I became like, hey man, I look up to him. He hella rich. He got everything in the world. He beating up some of the great.
Nah, it's gonna be a rematch, Alden. It's gonna be another rematch, and why would he move back? I'm saying if he beat Canelo, especially if he beat him in a dominant faction, excuse me, he'll have the undisputed at 68. Then he's gonna get another fight with Canelo because it's gonna be a rematch, right? Canelo want that lick back. I just don't see him moving back down to 54 unless he loses.
His fighters.
Golden, what up, man? Golden, man, pull up. I need your number too, bro. Put your number in the private chat, or I need your email or something. I saw you hit me up in the chat, told me you was in Atlanta. I mean, in the comment section on the video, told me you was in Atlanta, but I don't know how to reach you. But it's good to see you though, man. If you're still in the city, let me know. You still in Atlanta?
The best in his division, fought 18 world champions, and that's because I was at 54. You know, so he had to reach the best, and I knew fighting Canelo one day, it could be a possibility. But I kind of lost touch into even wanting to fight him, and I became like, hey man, I look up to him. He helped.
Wow, he said I look up to him. It was funny when we was talking about him fighting. He was doing an interview that we recapped on I Am Athlete. He didn't say that about Floyd, and he was still talking about I'll fight Floyd right now. It was still like, and it was like his brother was telling him, "Nah, man, Floyd cool, man. He retired. He got people. Let it go." He was like, "Man, I'll still fight him." But Canelo, he was like, "Shit, I gave up on it." And it was like I looked up to him. Congratulations to Jermell though for being open about it. Golden, what up, man?
What up, baby? Hold on, I'm putting my number in for you.
All right, put your number in the back chat, man. I'm gonna lock you in. You still in the city?
I just got home, man.
Oh, you okay? Cool. Let me copy and paste this so I can save it.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Shit, over here just talking a little boxing, man. Talking a little boxing, switching it up.
Yeah, man. Shit, man. I just walked in the door, man.
All right, well, I ain't gonna hold you, man. Get some rest.
No, I'm good, man. I'm good, man.
Okay.
Shit.
Okay,
I was at I was off of Jimmy Carter. I was on the Norcross.
Oh yeah, you was up north. That's why I be doing I be doing routes up there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
that's
what I
right.
was at. I was on the North. I was on the North. I got in there yesterday afternoon about 3 something yesterday.
Okay, so you was just here. You was here in and out the city. You wasn't here like for like a couple days
No,
and
no, no,
vacation
no.
or nothing like that. Just making
No,
a
no,
run.
no, no, no. No, I can't. Yeah, I came out on some
Next
business, and
time,
I stayed overnight.
next time you
I
coming, man,
stayed
give me a
overnight.
head. Next time you pulling up, man, and you know you're gonna be pulling up. Give me a heads up so I can
Yeah,
clear my schedule and make
right. So I didn't
arrangements.
find out. Right, I didn't find out till that night that I had to make a run out there,
It's
and
all good, man. It's
so
all good. It's all good.
yeah,
Just shoot. But
I
you got.
hit
I'm gonna give you my contact, man.
yeah,
Next time you up here, man, just give me a heads up, man. We'll link up something.
yeah, because I hit WCS while I was up there, and
Oh, y'all link
he
up?
was supposed
Did
to
you
hit.
see him?
No, we never did get a chance to link up. I hit him up while I was on the way there. I looked to the show. I hit him and let him know I was on my way to the city. Well, we was supposed to hook up, but that's when doing the live. That's when I got the message by Mike Carpenter died. So throw boomerang and everything. So so I just came in, man. I just So that was cool. I came and handled some business. I was supposed to actually I was going to spend a couple of hours up there and turn around and come right back. But shit, man, please. I ran into some some people I know out there, female friends I got out there. I ran a part of Fresh and shit. I talked to Fresh on the phone. We didn't get a chance to hook up. But I was up there. I left out of there this morning. I had some more stuff I had to take care of. Then, man, hit the road, came on back home, man, take care of business.
I ain't mad at you. All right, so look, we talking boxing tonight. Topic on the docket is will a Charlo win replace Terence if he defeats Canelo Alvarez? Would that replace Terence Crawford as pound for pound number one? What say you?
I don't think so. I don't see it.
You breaking
not
up.
get like even. Can you hear me now?
I was about to say, man, I was just about to say, man, we could hear you clear a while ago when you was telling me about your trip, and then you start talking about boxing and it start breaking up.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. He's not even top 5 pound for pound now, is he? No.
You breaking up, man. Beam out and beam. You bring it out. Hey, look, beam out and beam back in.
I'm gonna beam out and come back in.
All right. No, but he's not pound for pound, and I think that's why somebody said that in the chat. That's why Crawford became number one, because the guy he fought was a top 5 guy, undefeated 3-belt guy, top 5. I think a lot of people had Spence at number 4. Some people had him at 5, but Spence was definitely a top 5 pound for pound fighter in the world and number 1 welterweight. Okay, so I guess he's saying no, Jamel wouldn't be number 1. Somebody said, brother, don't have a good signal. Right, his signal was good when he was telling me about his road trip. Shit was fine right then. As soon as he started talking boxing, it was like, I just want to tell you like this. All kind of shit like that, It's like, yo, my man. But the link is pinned at the top, though. The link is pinned at the top. If you want to pull up, talk some boxing with me many times. Let me play the rest of this. Let me play some more of this.
The best, and I knew fighting Canelo one day,
Let me fast forward.
it could be a possibility.
The big fish. Now,
let's play to what he had to say about
1 year supply of vitamin D and 5 travel packs to go.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Golden. Go.
Yo, that's better now?
Hell yeah, perfect. Go ahead. Sound like
Okay,
you're standing right beside me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I switched phones, man. I left my laptop in the car. No, I don't think he's not even ranked in the top 5 right now, pound for pound. Shit.
No, sir, he's not.
So shit, I think he better break it in that. He better break it into 10, innit?
Wait, I think you don't think he's top 10?
I think they got him in the top 10, innit?
How about you? What? Boxing is subjective. Everybody got their own pound for pound list. I need to start making my.
I need to start making mine.
Yeah,
Shit.
man, we need to make one, man, as a collective over here, as a group. Matter of fact, I think I'll do that on my my show tomorrow, man. We're gonna put together our breaking beats pound for pound list, and we're gonna come up with it live.
Okay, I'm gonna give you my pound for pound right quick, my 10 right quick.
Go for it.
Number 1 is Bud. Number 2 is Bud. Number 3 is Bud. Number 4 is Bud.
see, and shit like that is why they call you Bud buddies and stuff like that. Like, yeah, he's like he Dylan.
Well, you know what? That's something I never did was go back and do it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. What you say?
No, I was about to say it reminds me of a KRS-One line. He said, "If I said I'm number 1, I'm sorry, I lied. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5."
Yeah. Shit. I mean, right now, I see Bud, Inyo. Shit, I don't know nobody. Shit, I would have to put Devin kind of up there. You know, only because of Charlo is undisputed, I would give him that much respect. Him and Devin both, because they've been shitting on the boys, man. You feel what I'm saying?
And Charlo been whooping ass for a minute.
Yeah,
man.
he been whooping ass, man. He been whooping ass. So I have to put it. I will put him. I'll put it in here. This will be mine because of what they've done.
Been fighting guys too. We asked them to fight
right
for a long time.
That's true.
For trial. I remember Lubin did all that talking. He went in there and smoked Lubin's boots.
Oh man, he fought Lubin ass. Oh, he fought Lubin ass.
And it won't no lucky punch.
Listen, I thought that was gonna be. I thought that was gonna be a hell of a fight. But that nigga caught Lubin ass and dropped Lubin like a sack of potatoes. I said, God, that be fought Lubin ass. Early.
I saw somebody today, man. I want to give him a shout out too, man. I just started following his channel, man. Dude did a breakdown for this, and I thought he did a hell of a breakdown. I'm gonna find his name in a second. I'm gonna go through my history real quick, try to find his name. But I thought he did a hell of a breakdown of Charlo and Canelo. But he was talking about, like, he showed how Charlo had set that shot up, like it wasn't just
right,
you know,
lucky punch.
It wasn't no lucky punch. He made Lubin do certain things. Then he saw what Lubin did when he made him do it. So this time he doubled the jab. Lubin bent down. Dude caught him with the shot. Like, I mean, he was setting that up.
I mean, he caught Lubin pretty, but you know, my thing is like for me to put him in that, I have to, because of what he accomplished. You feel what I'm saying? I got him and Devin both. I mean, I don't give a fuck. This shit on the boys, the disrespect of the boys, man. The boys are undisputed. You feel what I'm saying? So I think they should be in a pound for pound. You know,
so who you got top 5 right now? Just give me your top 5.
My top
Bud?
5?
Yeah.
Bud, Inyo. I'm gonna be a little biased. I'm gonna get Charlo. I'm gonna get Devin because of their undisputed champion. Shit. Who else I can put up in that motherfucker? Shit. God damn. Shit. I will give. I don't know. I'm kind of stuck on Alexander Usyk though. You feel what I'm saying?
That's not a bad choice.
Right. They're not bad. But I don't really like putting heavyweights in the pound for pound. You feel what I'm saying?
But he's not your average heavyweight though.
No,
he was undisputed at cruiser, then went up there, and he got every belt except one right now.
Yeah, for one. So you know, I'll put Usyk there. He's undefeated. I gained that. Let me see. Shit. I'm trying to think of some more motherfucker to put up that shit. I had the boy. I would have put the boy Fulton in. I could put I have to wait to see what Shakira do next. I'll put him right there.
Fulton, who just got his belt taken.
I'd put Fulton in there.
He wasn't even on the list. You put him on the list after losing?
No, I ain't said Fulton. I said I say I have to see what Shakira do.
You've been saying, bro. You said Fulton like 3 times, bro.
Oh shit, I man. You know, I'm out of it, man. I ain't gonna say Fulton. Nigga, Fulton lost his belt.
Yeah, that's okay. So Stevenson, 2 division champ, 1-time unified.
I put Shakira in there. That's number 6. I get Canelo. I get Canelo number 7.
Okay.
You know, I will get Canelo number 7. Only reason why I draw Canelo down number 6, he done lost 2 fights. I mean, he just lost a fight. You know, even though he went up. He went up some. You know, he's still undisputed at 168. But I'm not gonna give him that. He shouldn't, because the way he'd
Man.
be right there where he at. And shit. And who else can I put in that motherfucker? Shit. I wish your boy would have won. That sure would have put his ass up in there.
Who else you got? So is Errol still in your? Did Errol drop out your top 10?
No, I can put Errol at number what?
You on 8?
Yeah, I get Errol number 8. I won't drop him out of the top 10 because he lost. But a lot of people don't want to fight him because of the way he lost. But you got to fella realize who the fuck you're fighting. You know, you'll fight one of the best that ever did it. You know, which is Terence Crawford. I want to drop him out of the top 10. See, if they can keep Lomo ass in that motherfucker in.
Dropped off. Say that I said you got dropped off. Say that last part again.
I say if they could put Canelo and Lomo out there in the top 10 after both of their ass lost, they still kept them in the top 10. Hell yeah, Errol could stay there. You feel what I'm saying? That's not like he lost a song. No name motherfucker got a lucky shot to knock his ass out. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I ain't judging. Shit, who you got 9 and 10?
9 and 10? I don't know. That's kind of hard right there, shit.
Oh man,
9 and 10 kind of hard, shit. I mean, I don't know. I got to think about that one now, shit.
Man, I ain't never heard of a top 8 list in my life, man. You better give me 2 more names. Hell, you talking about, bro?
I got to think of 2 more, shit. Okay.
All that boxing you watch, you can't think of 2 more names?
Okay. Yeah. God dang. I'm put Wilder number 9.
Okay.
Yep. I'll put Wilder number 9. And I would like to say Anthony Joshua. Okay. You know.
My man hold up, yo, you went from saying I don't like to put heavyweights on the list to putting 3
I got 3 of them in there. I got 3 heavyweights on there. Yeah. I would have put Tank on there, but Tank ain't fight nobody.
Okay. Well, I want to hear the would-haves. Give me what you got. Pause.
I ain't putting goddamn Tank ass in that shit. Tank need to fight somebody to prove himself to me. That's it. That's
I want to know about who you. It's a whole bunch of people we can name that you. Hey, look, that you not gonna put up there.
Who is that?
I mean, I can name a whole bunch of people that's not on your list, but I want to know who you got on your list.
I told you my list. That's what my list was.
No, you missing number 2. You missing 9 and 10, bro.
I had to give you 9 and 10.
Okay. So you did. Oh, you said Wilder and Fury or Wilder and AJ?
I said Wilder and AJ.
Okay.
I said I wasn't putting Tank in my goddamn. I ain't even putting Tank in my top 10.
King Henry, talk to me.
What's up? How y'all doing?
What's up, Brian?
What's popping with you?
Not much, man. Chilling.
King Henry, you heard this list and said, I heard all I could stand. I can't stand no more, huh? He said, let me pull up and get my list.
I think I don't really do the pound for pound.
Mr. Golden, I'm just teasing you, man. You know,
I know it.
Let me talk to the King Henry. This your first time here, right?
Yeah.
Welcome. All right, what's on your mind, bro? Talk to me. The question of the night is: will Charlo replace Terence Crawford as pound for pound number 1 in the world if he is successful against Saul Canelo Alvarez? What say you?
I think he does. He would be 2-time disputed after that fight, right? So,
yeah,
you know, and he's arguably beating the more pound for pound proven guy. So, I would think so. Like, if he wins this fight, I think it just wouldn't be no question. I think, of course, there's going to be a lot of people, you know, of course, saving face, so to speak, because I don't think most people have him winning this fight. So of course, if he pulls off a miracle, that would be a lot of people just probably, you know, trying to. I think the excuses will come out with like Canelo was too old, or Viv will slowed him down, or something like that, or.
That's crazy, and he's fought 2 times and won twice since then. People will still bring up the Bivol fight.
Yeah, that's what people do. People like to make excuses. They do that. Sorry, my bad. They do it a lot. They did it after Errol Spence, and I knew that was going to happen too. Because I mean, people are like, I'm new. I'm not new to this. I know how a lot of fighters are. I mean, fans are. They make excuses when fights don't go their way. So,
right. All right, who you got? We're gonna do our pound for pound list tomorrow. But so you say Jamel won't be. You say he should be, but most people is probably not gonna.
yeah, he should be. You know, I don't. Yeah, I think honestly, he would have a way. He would have a better case than Crawford would have. But you know, if he does win, like off chance he does win, like a lot of people probably won't give it to him.
Y'all there?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Oh, okay, y'all went so damn quiet. I got damn, what the hell going on?
Yeah, man, I had a look. My shit just flipped over here. Pause. Like the whole lights just flicked and flicked off real quick.
Well, my fat ass need to go to goddamn bed.
Man, go ahead, Odie. Mr. Odin. I'm gonna start calling you Mr. Odin instead of Mr. Golden.
No. I'm saying my fat ass need to go to bed. I'm here grabbing food out of the refrigerator for the one put some shit in the microwave.
Oh man, I'm just all right, man. We'll handle that, bro. I'll talk to you.
No, I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, what nigga? What you talking about then? You just said you. I thought you said you should be going to bed.
I said I need to go to bed instead of being in the damn refrigerator.
Oh.
That's all I was saying.
All right, but let me play the rest of this, man. I want to see. Let me see what y'all got to say about what Jamel had to say right here when he was asked about Terence Crawford.
First purchase.
What do you think about Crawford, who put out on social media? I've caught the big fish, now hunting that little cub, Jamel Charlo.
I'm undisputed. I can't be a little cub. I'm the big lion. I'm the big king. He want to come see what it's about. Hey, you ever seen a lion kind of go back and forth in battle with another lion? They get war wounds, scratches, and scrapes, and they just go back to doing what they normally do. So I'm here for that. I'm here for all of that. And I don't know what fisherman he think he is. You know, he ain't gonna go and poach with me.
That's hilarious. So you got Canelo. You beat Canelo.
What you guys think of that? Go ahead, go to or King Henry. You go first. What you think of what he said right there?
I mean, I think he's just motivated for the most part. I think he has it in his head that this is something that he's gonna this is something that he's gonna succeed in. For like, this is like a jump for him that he's playing for and that he's ready for. At least that's what I think he's trying to convey to Brian Custer. Or I think he's trying his best to say, like, I'm scrappy. Like, the fight you think was going to happen is not going to happen.
Talk about with Crawford.
Oh, you talking about?
They asked him about Terence Crawford.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he's trying to imply that it's like levels to this. I know personally, every single time they ask him about it, because he's been asked about it like numerous times, and not just Brian Custer. I think he's trying to avoid answering it directly. Because he knows he has to focus on this fight in itself. I don't have any feelings on whether or not he's ducking or not. I don't think he is. I think he's just trying to focus on this fight.
All right, Mr. Golden, what you think of what he said?
He's scared. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. So I like the way every time you say something about Bud, that man just gets frigid, man. And like here, he don't want to fight Bud, like, you know, or whatever. He can come up with an excuse or whatever. But like he came at night, he trying to throw Bud the boots now. You feel me?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy.
I don't know, for some reason, even he just scared to fight Bud to me. You know, it's just I don't know. Like I told you know, like I'm thinking that's why Bud say he'll go to 168. Because he figured Charlo ain't coming back down to 154. Whether he win, lose, or draw, he's not coming back down. You feel me? So Bud really want him. He really didn't think about Canelo. He really want Charlo. We're gonna find out the outcome of Bud decision after this fight here, Canelo in the fight. How it go with him and Charlo. If Charlo beat him, well, like you said earlier, we're gonna have a rematch. You feel me? Between Canelo and them. So, but I don't see Charlo coming back down.
If he wins.
Right. If he loses, I don't think he's coming back down.
Well, he just, even though he just said that in the interview, he said, I gotta go back and defend my titles. If not, they're gonna strip me.
Mm-hmm. Well,
he already got stripped for one.
Yep.
Yeah. Unbiased fan, what up?
What it do, man?
Question of the night: would Charlo replace Terence Crawford as pound for pound number one if he is successful against Canelo? What say you?
I can't.
That's Stephen Brimley.
Yes, it is. I can't say that I would put him number one. If he beats Canelo, he has an argument for top three. He could possibly pass Usyk, but he can't pass Inoue and Bud. But both of them got a little too much capital and a little bit, and they're unblemished as well. So he's did some great.
Canelo has blemishes though.
Yeah, but Canelo's not number one either. Canelo's number 4 on most people's pound for pound list too.
He was number one with a blemish. He had draws and a loss.
But he had a long record of accomplishments as well. Now he does have a nice record of accomplishments, but once he lost to Floyd, right? But once he lost to Bivol, his number one status was no longer there. He can still be top 5 pound for pound, but he's no longer number one because of what the other guys that are above them has done. So
what about who? But Charlo would be a 2-time undisputed. But not only that, he would be going up 2 weight classes to challenge a top pound for pound guy, going up 2 divisions. Ain't that that to me that him beating Canelo, going up 2 weight classes negates that Tony Harrison loss. Not to mention he avenged his loss with a knockout. Canelo never avenged none of his losses.
I'll tell you this: your argument. First of all, he would be past Canelo if he beats Canelo for me on the pound for pound. The points that you're making are valid.
Of course, gonna be him.
Exactly, the points that you're making are very, very valid, and they're a good argument. So it's not something that I look at you and say, "Oh, you're tripping." No way. No, I think it's a good argument, but I just think that I could not put him up past Inoue and Bud based on their accomplishments and they're without blemishes. Now you can maybe make an argument for him because of the task that he's accomplishing.
Wait. I don't mean to cut you off. I got another argument for you.
Shoot.
Okay, they without blemishes, right? Mm-hmm. So basically, it sounds like you saying he can't be pound for pound number one because he got a loss early in his career. You know how many guys had losses early in their career and they still, like Manny Pacquiao was pound for pound. Like, Shane Mosley was a pound for pound, top pound for pound guy after that Margarito fight.
Let me put a little context on it.
Hopkins had a loss. Like, you get a loss in your career, and not only that, you avenge that loss by knockout. I mean, we can't. Is that a blemish still? Or we still like this boxing? We always tell people
it's not. It's a blemish.
And that blemish was years ago. He has
granted,
and when he took that blemish, oh boy, nobody even knew how to say Inoue or Inoue.
But this is what I have to say about that, though. Yes, he gets the points you're making are correct, but again, we're comparing this to another group of fighters. Now, again, if I'm comparing it to Bud and comparing it to Inoue, I can't put them past them because they did not have to avenge anything.
That was years ago, though.
It does not matter. It's a pound for pound is a combination of body of work, accomplishments, and based on your weight class.
So according to that, he could never be pound for pound number one because
that's not true. Because what if? Okay, so here's the deal. Let's say he does something else.
Fixed audio.
I don't think that's me.
That's
Let me mute somebody mic then. Somebody.
Yeah, that's not me.
That's King Henry. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not saying it never can happen.
My bad.
But the people him beating Canelo puts him in a really great spot to have the argument, and any other extra accomplishments after that, then and without a loss, we can really argue that point. But unless Bud or Inoue loses, they're going to only continue to win and get more accomplishments, which will make it difficult for Charlo to pass them. I'm not saying he couldn't be number one, but he can't be number one because of the people that's in front of him, because of what they're accomplishing as well, and they don't have any blemishes. So I'm not saying.
But look, nobody. But now one of them is two. Other than Bud, okay. And New Way's not 2-time undisputed.
But he's about to go for that. He's doing that.
No.
Hold on,
About to go. Hold on. He about to go for it. Ain't having it. Hey, look, I'm about to lose some weight and get my abs back, bro. I'm about to. I promise I am Stephen Brimley. I'm gonna get this 6-pack back. But I ain't got it back yet, man. But I did eat some hot wings today. Shout out to me, motherfucker. But about to ain't having it, my brother. We can't say that.
You can't say, but the problem is what you're saying right now. The
he
problem behind what
2-time undisputed.
But the problem with that is you can get that gives Charlo an advantage. But then you go by and look at but then you go by a New Way how many weight classes he's won in, and the fact that he has no losses. Those two things he's did better than Charlo.
Okay. Hold on. Now look, Charlo is skipping a weight class to get
skipping two.
Skipping two, right?
No.
Yeah, no, he's skipping one. He's going from 54, skipping 60.
No, he's skipping two, isn't he? He's going up to 168.
He's skipping one to go up.
He's skipping one to go up 2 divisions.
No, he said he's fighting at 168, didn't he?
Yeah, but he's at 154 now, so he's skipping 160 to go to 168. So he's skipping one weight class.
Right.
Okay. No, that's 2. If he's going,
he's going up 2, but he's skipping one weight.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were right. My bad.
Yeah. All right. So look, but my point is, and the guy he's about to get, if he wins, the guy he's getting undisputed from, we know his name. It's Saul Canelo Alvarez. He's a top 10 guy, future Hall of Famer. The guy Inouye's about to fight. You know what his name is? The guy Inouye's about to fight. That's what they call him, bro.
I mean, listen,
that's all they know, bro. They don't even know his name, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, your points have validity, but when I look at a pound for pound list, it's a complete body of work. Charlo will have an argument, but I could not put him above those two. Now, I would put him above Usyk based on the results of Usyk's last fight, even though Usyk did win. It depends on the fashion of how he won and what he went through to get the victory. So it's potentially I could put Charlo above Usyk depending on how he beats Canelo and the fact that he just beats Canelo, period. So I think if Charlo beats Canelo, I would put him in number 3 on my list for me. But I wouldn't beef with
that loss. He would be number 1.
Man, a hell of an argument, man. Hell of an argument. He would.
He got a loss and a draw.
Yeah, a loss and a draw. Yeah, you're right.
After he sort of had 2 losses, because he lost that damn fight.
Yeah, but he
rematched both guys
and knocked them both out. Like,
yeah, he rematched the guy he drew.
But again, did Bud have to do that?
No.
So
if Bud 2 times undisputed.
Yes.
So what does Charlo have over him that he has? Only thing Charlo will have to make his argument even with more validity is the fact that he would have moved up 2 weight classes.
Yeah, but
that's the one thing
he avenged his
not
loss.
Only that.
But Bud didn't have to avenge nothing.
I mean,
but that's no. But
the guy Bud fought for his undisputed the first time in Dongo. A lot of people didn't know him. Everybody know Canelo. People didn't know Castaño like that outside of hardcore fans. Like, they didn't know him like that. But damn sure didn't expect him to put on that type of performance in the first fight.
I think he beat Charlo. That first fight.
But that's a whole nother conversation. We'll be litigating that. I just want to stay on point with where we're at right now. I don't want because when we go through all of these guys' fights, except for Crawford, we can all say some of these guys might have lost, and New Way might have lost a fight here or there. So that'd be a whole nother topic on that.
I can sum it up.
No, yeah.
I can sum it up for him.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to replace Bud because
so I'm cool on that. Let me finish my point though, because we got into, you cut me off to say you thought Charlo lost. I want to not stray away from what I came to say when it comes to Canelo. Is a bigger guy than Errol Spence. Like he's higher than Ndongo. He's higher than Castano. A lot of people like Baker is who Inoue fought to get his undisputed. Like I'm just saying, this to beat this guy and to go up 2 weights to do it, and we can't give him pound for pound number 1. Like, cause for him to pull this off, he gonna have the best night of his life. You get what I'm saying?
Listen, Mark, I'm not going to sit here and say that your points that you're making have no validity. They do. But when I look at the total body of work, I could not put him above Bud. Now, you've made an argument in regards to Inoue because he would be 2 times undisputed. So that is a point in his favor. But again, Inoue has not had to avenge anybody. Any loss, he hasn't had any draws, and he's won in more weight classes as well.
Okay, off top of your head, can you name me the 5 guys that Inoue beat that was not named Donaire?
5 guys. I can name probably like 4. I can probably name 4.
Name 5. Name 5 real quick. Go.
Hold up. No.
Don't
the reason why I'm
Google
not. I'm working, so I can't Google it. The reason why I'm not going. The reason why I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm gonna tell you why I'm not going to do it.
Because you don't like my game right here. Somebody who love game night. You don't even want to play the game with me. But you know where I'm going with that.
Exactly, and I'm stopping it before you try to do it.
Why not try to do it? Why? And so we can at least debate who those guys are and how good those guys were. Like,
because I already know
and you
that
work around computers all the time.
I'm going to get the reason why I'm not going to do it because I'm going to give you that argument because the people that Charlo beat overall may be a better body of work than Inoue, but also we have to have an understanding that the lower weight classes in the United States and the American market not to get the same excuse me they don't get the same prime time visibility outside of Donaire. Who else and now Stephen Fulton, who else had the visibility that he fought? Really nobody.
Okay, well I can sum it up. Okay, so let's say this is a hypothetical because we're talking about what's happening in the future. So if we already know that his best fight is Donaire, then he would already have gotten a better win than Donaire because Canelo is obviously a better fighter than Donaire. So if we go down the list and say who is his second best win, other than Donaire?
Coolboy Steph.
Coolboy Steph? Okay. Yep. So what is Charlo's second best win?
That's a good question.
His 2 best wins is Harrison and Castano. Let's be real.
Okay. Who would you say is better out of Harrison and Castano?
I don't know, man. He fought. He got a couple champs. Didn't he beat Austin Trout? Beat Trout when he was a champ.
Yeah, he beat Trout.
But would you put?
Who ain't gotta like Jensen Rosario, but Jensen Rosario was a unified champ.
Would you put him above? Would you put him above those though? Would you put him?
Okay, we can use him. Is Austin Trout a better fighter than Stephen Fulton?
Different styles, but he got some good wins himself. Shit, Austin Trout beat Cotto.
If we was going to put it on a pound for pound, if we was to put them 2 on a pound for pound at their peak, which one would you pick?
And then Austin Trout beating Cotto. Like I was like,
right. So like already,
but now Stephen Fulton's a multi-division champion
but
a unified champ.
His peak win was him beating Brandon. What's his name? Brandon Figueroa, and that fight could have went either way. That was a close fight.
So your argument is that Austin Trout had the bigger victory, but my argument would be
and the way he looked in that fight when that bell rung, we knew Austin Trout won. When that bell rung for Schoolboy Steph, I was like, I don't know, man.
Ooh, it's a close fight.
Yeah,
but at the same token, so you got that argument, but the counter argument would be, well, okay, he beat the better fighter,
Hall of Famer. He beat a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he beat a Hall of Famer. But if we go look at Coolboy got more accomplishments, so that almost kind of cancel each other out.
What you mean he got more accomplishments?
Coolboy was a multi-division champion.
Okay, overall.
Yes, and he was a unified champion going into this fight with Inoue.
Okay,
I don't think
he was
ever a unified champion.
He was, but the context is important. Like, are we okay? Technically, you have fighters like Leo Santa Cruz, who's like a 3-weight division champion, right? But no one's ever going to sit here and be like Leo Santa Cruz. I mean, Tank Davis gets all the praise for beating Leo Santa Cruz, moving up 2 weight classes. That just sounds ridiculous. So when you look at fights like that, when it comes to the fighters that he did fight, they weren't bad. They weren't bad per se, but they're a lot more closer than you think when you look at Jamal Charlo and his division. The division he's fighting in, it was a lot of people that were coming and going. So there's a lot of people that couldn't hold on to any belts. So I would say it's a lot more competition because a lot of people are either moving up or losing their belt.
One of the issues behind it, though, you're talking about a Reggie belt, though.
What are you talking about?
You just mentioned about Leo Santa Cruz and Tank going to get Leo Santa Cruz having 3 divisions.
Hey.
One of those is a Reggie.
So technically they say 3, so I'll say 2, a 2-weight division champion. That's better. That's what they said. That's what they promoted it as. So he's technically a 2-weight division champion.
And for the record, not to interject, quick fact check: Cool Boy Steph is a 1-division champion. Super bantamweight.
I thought he was at. I thought he won a belt at 1. I thought he had a belt at 122 before he was at 126.
Super bantamweight. That's it.
So like it seems like Jamal Charlo.
He had an IBO at 122. Other than that, he won the WBO versus Angelo Leo. Then he unified with Figueroa. Yeah, and that was it. Yeah.
The IBO belt it's not a real belt.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm just saying. It put him in position.
I agree with you. I'm just saying, yeah.
It means something to somebody. I ain't gonna lie.
No doubt about
it. Triple G, and he's. It means something to Triple G.
Remember, Alicia Baumgartner used to run around with her IBO belt too.
Yeah.
My question.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say my question for you.
All of them.
My question for you, gentlemen, would be this though: would you consider Charlo's body of work, the way he's performed in all his fights, better than Inouye's?
No,
Inouye's been clearly dominant in every fight he's been in.
They got different fighting styles, though. Are
we gonna go by fight styles? Or are we gonna just go by their performance? Period.
No, I'm just saying
what style they have.
The style matters. The style matters.
If we're being honest,
it depends on what kind of style you like. You know what I'm saying? Some people like the guy who he's in there, he's moving, swift, he got the jab, he can pop, move, and dance around you. Inoue has multiple styles too. Like he can go get you too, you know. Charlo can go get you. Some people are like Tim Bradley, Sean Porter type guys. You know what I'm saying? They just gonna bulldoze their way in. Charlo gets like that sometimes too, and I think that's like even some of these clips that we playing right here. Like this dude is explosive, and Charlo's exciting, man. I don't know, Stephen Brimley. It seems like you got to ask the ground with Jamel Charlo. I got to put a case on you, bro.
I'm sorry. How can you say I have an extra ground with Charlo? Because I wouldn't put him above Inoue and Bud, who has no losses and who has been clearly dominant all the way through. And the fact that if he beats Canelo, I'll put him in the top 3. How can you say I have an extra ground?
Because he would at least have to be over Inoue because he'll be 2-time
undisputed. But this is opinion based.
He skipped the weight.
But for you to say that I'm having an extra ground with him is kind of disingenuous. I don't have an extra ground with him. I don't have any.
What is disingenuous about it? Why did you say that?
Because
how am I saying something? Do you know what disingenuous mean, or you just want to say a nice word?
No, this is opinion based. So you're basically saying my opinion is I'm sliding Charlo on my opinion based on something I have against Charlo and not based on what they actually did in the ring. I think
it would be a little bit biased not to put him number 1 at that point, because not only would he moved up 2 weight classes and beat a guy who was undisputed, so he would become 2-time undisputed. He beat arguably the numbered a top, let's just say a top 5 pound for pound fighter in the world. So that's insane. It's not the same as just saying that, oh, he moved up and won some more belts. Like he won literally another undisputed title. Well, I'm sorry, he got undisputed a second time. So I think that would be kind of biased to not put him in there. If you're saying like because I remember you said something about the performances. If we're going off the assumption that if he beats Canelo, then we're already implying that most of the pound for pound that we're looking at is based off accomplishments and who you beat.
Better not have no loss.
You could
Yeah.
have a loss, but it's about who's in front of you and who you're comparing to as well. I mean,
A second ago, you said you said it was.
your argument.
no,
if that loss
no.
was-
What I'm saying is the fact that he has a loss doesn't necessarily hurt him, but it hurts him only because the people that's in front of him that I consider this in front of him, because they
But-
have no loss. They
but-
have
but
no,
I'm-
they have no debatable. They have no debatable.
Only one of
They
them
have
would be.
won in
Only
multi-
one of them
they've
would be.
won in-
Wait, hold up.
They've
Only
won in
one of them
more.
would be
They've
a
won in more
two-time
weight
undisputed.
classes. They have more belts. They've won in more weight
No,
classes.
they wouldn't have. No, they wouldn't. Inoue wouldn't have more belts. And Charlo,
Hey, listen.
you act
this-
like Charlo fought
Overall in
the
their
division. Hold on,
career,
hold on.
yes.
No,
Yes.
look.
Overall in
no,
their career, and more.
no. Once
Multiple
Charlo, if
weight
Charlo,
classes.
no, listen. If Charlo gets that undisputed, bro, he's gonna be the guy. That would be 8. It would be 8 titles, bro. And I get it. He didn't. You act like he fought in 60 and didn't win no title and then chose to move up. Or when you bring up the laws, you act like the year of undisputed or who's pound for pound number 1 right now. It's the same year that he got the loss. That was years ago. All 3 of them are fighting for undisputed, and I mean, all 3 of them are fighting and getting titles in a division this year. We're talking about in the year 2023, like the year he got his loss. I get it, but you bringing up the loss from years ago
Because
when
it's about,
when we
because
talking
pound
about
for pound
pound
is
for
a body of work. Pound for pound is a body of work. That's
no,
part
pound
of
for
it.
pound changes every year or every month.
But
Yeah,
pound for pound is but okay.
Changes every
So
month.
let me clarify. For
So like
me,
I said, that loss you'll never get over it. Then by
no,
your
it's
standard,
it's not about me getting over it. It's about a body of work. Pound for pound is what you've done recently and your overall body of work. It's a combination
Here-
of both.
Can I say something real quick? I think you're talking out of like 2 sides, because you gave your criteria earlier. You was talking about how these guys are accomplished in multiple weight divisions. They are they're multi-weight champions. They have multiple titles and they have no blemish on their record. What you perceive to be a blemish, because I don't perceive that be a blemish, but now you're saying that it's all about body of work. Well, he would have a body of work if he beats Canelo. Now, if you're saying that this would be a blemish, then I don't understand why you say it would be a blemish, because he avenged both those losses. That draw he got, he avenged that and knocked the guy out. That loss
And he gets credit for that, and that's why he's in the pound for pound. But at the end of the day, he still had to avenge a loss. He still had to get a victory in a draw after having a draw. That is just those are.
But again,
let me finish. Those are facts. Now the fact is, when I look at Bud, when I look at Inoue, they have no draws. They have no losses. They have more than 1 weight class they've won in. Inoue is a 4 division weight champion. Bud is 1, 2, 3 division weight champion. Charlo will be getting his 2nd division if he beats Canelo. Now listen, the fact that it's undisputed makes it. That's why we have this argument, because him beating Canelo in an undisputed fight propels him, and it is a genuine, legitimate argument to be had. That's why we're talking about it, and that's why I validate what Mark is saying, because it is an argument. I'm not discarding the argument. I'm just saying, for me, because of those blemishes with the people that is in front of him, I couldn't just immediately skip him past the line past them, even though his body of work is comparable to them. Because if he beats Canelo, that's a great accomplishment. It's phenomenal. He will deserve to have that consideration. So I'm telling you guys, I believe he deserves to have the consideration. I'm not disregarding it in any capacity. But what I'm saying is, when I look at their total body of work, I look at Charlo's, if I look at Crawford's, and I look at Inoue's. The fact that Charlo beats Canelo is big time. It's bigger than anybody, either one of them has done. But it partially gets canceled out a little bit if I'm looking at the overall body of work, because he had to avenge a loss. He had to avenge a draw. So
we're going in a circle, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like we're going back to the beginning, because like
pound for pound of 2023. you still, like I said, you still bring up a loss that he had
because
in
your criteria,
2018,
because your criteria for
2018,
pound
right?
for pound is not the same as mine. My
No,
criteria
but
for
no,
pound for
wait, hold
pound.
up.
And that's why I
Let
said,
me my criteria for pound is what you've done lately and what you've done overall. It's both. It's not just one. Because you don't get on the pound for pound list just because of what you did this year.
but even
It's what
then
you
though,
did. It's what you
but
did
it's about
previously to
the
get you
guys
there.
you beat too, right? Because Inoue got his undisputed beat in Baker, bro, and you saw that, and Baker was like a last minute replacement, somebody who got elevated and got the undisputed. Like this guy will be skipping a weight beating Canelo, and it's like, but nah,
See,
he
one
took a
of
loss.
the things I think that I can say you have an extra grind for Inoue because you don't know all the because the opponents are not known to the American fan base, like the fighters are not any good just because we don't know who they are.
No.
Can I say something? Wait,
no, hold it. I got a call. Caller, what's your name? Where you from?
Yeah, it's Joe from New Orleans.
Joe from New Orleans. Talk to me, Joe.
What I wanted to know is, because I'm listening to y'all, so I need to ask y'all this question. Well, first I'm going to make a statement. Bud and Spence has something to lose. What does Charlo have to lose at 168 but an L on his record?
That I don't get the question.
I don't think that would really matter. If you're going up 2 weight classes, you obviously stand a chance just to lose just that fight itself. I mean, he's not going to lose any belt, but why does it?
Okay, well, we gave you a chance to ask the question. We're trying to answer the question. How about you?
You say you understand it, so I'm trying to explain it.
That wasn't me. That was somebody else. Just do your call. And leave us with the question, and we'll try to figure it out later.
Word, I got you. But I don't think that dude will replace Bud, bro, because Bud did too much in the sport, and Charlo, bro, he's just moving up 2 weight classes just to dare to be great. He don't got nothing to lose. So to try to replace him because he beat a nigga who got 2 losses and 2 draws on him, no. And Charlo not even in a pound for pound, and nobody lists where that matters. So I don't see how y'all can make him jump over 10 different other boxes. Like, come on, dog. Let's be real here, bro.
You don't have, you don't have Charlo in your top 10, Joe, from New Orleans? Joe from New Orleans.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Real quick. Roll your top 10 real quick. Roll them off real quick. Number 1 is Bud. Who's 2?
I got Devin Haney at number 2.
3.
I got Inoue at 3.
Mm-hmm.
I had Spence at 4. I had Usyk at 5.
Okay, even now, this updated, right? This is how you feel right now, as of today of this call.
Yeah, right now.
Spence at 4,
Yeah.
Usyk at 5. Go ahead.
Because I had Spence at 2.
All right, go ahead. Finish.
All right,
Roll them off
Usyk
real
at
quick.
5. I had either Tank.
Speaking definites, man. Speaking definites. Who you got at 6?
6.
Tank?
All right, I'm gonna put Tank there.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Number 7. This shouldn't take that long because there's a lot of boxes. You got your.
I know there's a lot of boxers,
but you know Charlo ain't one of them. I'm just trying to see these 10 guys you got better than Charlo. Tank at number 6. Who's number 7?
All right, you got me on the list. You got me. I'll put Charlo in there. You got me. But I'm talking about shit that matter, not subjective.
He will be a 2-time undisputed champion, sir. He would so I would have him at number 2.
Now he would, but
at least.
But I'm talking about pound for pounds that matter.
If he beat, bro,
like to the public,
Canelo,
to the whole public.
If he beats,
I'm talking about is he in a pound for pound now? To listeners that matter.
Most people, yes. ESPN, a lot of places got him at.
I just checked all them. They don't have him up there.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Well, when I was listening to y'all, I said, let me check this pound for pound list.
What month?
I checked the ring.
What month? Because this shit changes every month or so.
Bro, I'm literally looking at the page right now. This month.
Okay. For what? For ESPN, Fox, CBS. There's a lot of them. Rain Magazine. Which one you looking at?
Oh, you know he's not up in there. He said on the like him. Okay. For ESPN. So I'm just saying, bro. My basic whole thing is he did not do more than Bud. He would not be in the top. Like, he would not pass Bud as number one if he beat Canelo. It just not happening. I'm sorry, it just not. That's like saying Michael Garcia supposed to be number one if he would have beat Spence. Hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, Ring Magazine bogus as hell. I'm looking at their list right here. They bogus as hell for
That's
this.
what I'm saying.
They got Loma Chinko as number 10. And he just lost again. All right. Well, I appreciate you, Joe.
But that's all, brother. That's all, brother.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling, man.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Good shit, man. I appreciate you. I needed that one. Joe was like, y'all niggas said, y'all better get off Crawford, nigga. It's my home. Me too, Joe. Shout out to Joe from New Orleans. J Mont, you can call back, man. I only can talk to one person at a time.
I can respect his opinion. I mean, he was a respectful guy, but I don't see how you can't put Jamal Charlo as top 10 even right now. Not even including the hypothetical with Canelo. He should definitely be a top 10 fighter, at least like number top 4, top 3. Like, it's just like, I find it ridiculous because like, who else is undisputed right now? And I swear to God, if people come to me with the freaking Teofimo shit, I'm gonna explode. So bro. Like,
oh my God. Please don't.
No, I'm saying he's not. No, I'm just saying like
please don't start them up, bro.
Oh my God, like they get on my goddamn nerves
over Teofimo Lopez, man.
Right? Yeah, I wasn't trying to start him up. I was just saying like you should definitely put Jamel as a top. I'd say, but if you don't put him top 5, that's just borderline disrespectful at this point.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't call them losses blemishes. Not the way he went back in there and got at that. Like, golly, brutal too. Brutal knockouts, both of them.
Yeah, right. Like that's what I said. I don't buy the thing that is.
Bro,
it's only considered.
It's only and people don't like him.
It's only considered a blemish if I'm comparing it to the other two guys I got in front. I'm not saying it's a blemish on his career because he did what he had to do with back in and beat them, and he gets full credit. But I'm saying I'm using the word blemish in comparison to the two people I would have in front of him. And then we're making this argument for Charlo, right? But then 2 months later, let's say he does beat. So I'm gonna present a hypothetical. Let's say he does beat Canelo, right? 2 months later. What Nue gets his second undisputed. Who you put above each other? Who's first?
It'll change again, but most likely it ain't gonna move Nue too much because he ain't beating nobody really.
But he's 2 times undisputed though.
I mean he's still
undefeated 2 times. Undefeated 2 times undisputed.
I know him. I know who he is. I watch boxing. I'm telling you.
See,
you do? Man.
But that guy he's fighting. Man, I didn't know him until the day he stepped into the ring after the Fulton fight. I was like, the hell I've been missing this dude. Let me look him up.
Who is he fighting?
I forgot him already. That's why I told y'all he the guy Nue fighting. That's his name right now. I gotta find him.
Honestly, I'm not even like building like no hypotheticals and nothing like that. To some degree, I'm being biased, but I'm actually just going off what the guy has said when he was saying like it's a blemish when you compare him to them. I'm saying like, if we're going off the criteria that you actually mentioned when you're saying body of work and you're saying like, what have you done for me lately? Well, he avenged that loss. And then right after that loss, become undisputed, he went up 2 weight classes and beat Canelo. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand like why the blemish would hold him against Crawford in that sense, because I'm saying like he immediately took that rematch and then beat that guy and then immediately moved up and then beat Canelo. Of course, this is a hypothetical, but that would just be insane. If Crawford, God forbid, lost to Spence, like and then came back and beat Spence, will we all of a sudden say anyway is pound for pound because he has a blemish compared to Terence Crawford? I think people would say that was insane.
I'm saying that because the body of work is not just what have you done for me lately. It's what have you done for me lately and what have you done overall in your entire career. It's both. Not
okay,
just
let me ask you a question.
Did you have Loma? Did you ever have Loma number 1 because he had a loss early? Did you ever have Canelo number 1 because he had blemishes?
Just because you have a loss does not mean you cannot be number 1. It's about who you're comparing against.
Fair enough. You did say that. J Mont, talk to me.
What's going on, fellas? I was calling because I wanted to pose a question for the panel. Since I couldn't be on the panel. Is a win over Canelo at 168 a bigger win than a win over Errol Spence at 147?
Yes, unequivocally, without a doubt.
I have to say yes as well.
Therefore,
I don't know because Canelo been slowing down. That's the narrative with Canelo. He's been slowing down.
I think that's exactly what it sounds like.
Weight, but Errol was an undefeated champion, unified, 3 belts. They both
think
had
that's
something to lose.
I think that's exactly what it sounds like, a narrative.
Yeah, Canelo slowed down.
It's not. I don't think it's based on anything like real, because the guy he lost to, he moved up a weight class, and he's arguably one of the best in that division.
Right.
Now hold up.
The slowing down is based on his outing with John Ryder, and prior to that, his victory over Gennady Golovkin, who is one of his draws.
But who else beat y'all? But when people say that though, bro, they act like people be going out here beating up Triple G. Ain't nobody beat Triple G but Canelo.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but it's how you do it as well. It's the fashion that you do it too.
But nobody beat him. This is what beat some, and nobody dropped some, knocked them out, or made them buckle, get wobbly. None of that.
None of that. And the thing about it is,
beat him twice.
You mean 3 times? I'm just kidding.
I had him beat him.
Nah, I'm joking. It's about the draw. I'm making it.
Go ahead, caller. Let me turn the caller. Y'all a little bit louder than the caller. Let me turn them up. Say something. Check 1 2.
Mike.
Keep going. Say something.
So
there you go.
Triple G was he was the dominant force at 160 when he drew with him. And then he beat him, and then he had him come up and beat him again. Now, I don't consider Triple G to be some sort of pushover. I give Triple G all his flowers. That draw was against the dominant force at 160 pounds. And it wasn't Canelo. Canelo wasn't the dominant force at 160. That was Triple G.
Facts.
Now, my whole premise is the question I put to y'all. I believe that a victory over Canelo at 168 at his best weight class, because he's been nothing but dominant at 168. I believe a victory over him, especially if you're skipping 160 to beat him, that puts you at number 1. And Mark, you've known me for a while now. I'm a Bud fan.
Yeah,
I got Bud fan.
It's bro. It would be impressive. It would be super impressive, bro.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Just like if a Nui finds a way to become a 3-time undisputed champion, should he the number 1?
2-time.
He said if he finds a way to be 3 times. He said 3 times, not 2 times. Because we all think he's gonna get this second one. This kind of like almost a foregone conclusion. We all expect him to get the second one. This ain't even
exactly. So if he go to 126 and becomes an undisputed champion again, that's the number 1 guy on planet Earth. That's a 5-weight, 3-time undisputed champion. But I'm gonna give Jamel his flowers if he moves up to 168 and beats a dominant force in boxing in Canelo Alvarez, who is the undisputed champion at 168. If he can beat Canelo at 168, that's the man in boxing.
All right.
Because only two guys did it. One guy was at 175, and the other guy's one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. So that's my point.
Can I add something to that? Because the one thing that I'm getting from this is this. What you guys are saying is a valid argument. But to me, it seems like when you go to the other side and you talk about a new way, you're saying it's not a valid argument. See, I'm validating your guys' arguments. I think it's a valid argument to be had. But if you say a new way, it'd be a 4-division, 2-time undisputed, it's not a valid argument to have him above Charlo at all. Y'all got to go and actually tell me that.
But he didn't beat. He didn't beat a Canelo.
Listen. But see, the thing is, part of that who
he
you
is
beat.
the Canelo of those lower weights. He's the guy. Other guys got to beat him to be pound for pound, even get on the list. He's high on the list.
So, but the thing is, when we say who
it's not his
beat
fault.
all this,
it's not his fault that he don't got no competition like that.
No, it ain't. See, the thing is, it ain't that he don't have competitions. Just because we don't know who they are, don't mean these fighters are not solid fighters.
I agree with you.
They're not solid. They're just nowhere. They're not on his level, bro. And we see that every time he step in the ring. He's so many levels above these dudes. It's not. We didn't say they're not nobody. He's just so many levels above them.
But you can't say that you're saying you're not nobody, but when you're using that as the argument against him, you are saying that.
No, but they're nobody. But
can
it's
I
not
say
Canelo.
something?
And we know who Canelo is in the world, bro. Globally, he is Canelo fucking Alvarez, dog. And you skipping a weight. Inouye's not skipping a weight to go up another weight to be undisputed.
He did that to get one of his belts. He skipped the weight class.
Undisputed. You see, you split hairs. I said skipping a weight, going up and beating a top guy in the world. And everybody expect you to lose. You coming off a layoff and an injury, like just saying, bro.
I think we're really underestimating how big an accomplishment that is. Because think about this for a second. You keep I'm not going to try to fully convince you, because I can understand that this is what you feel, and you already said that this is rooted in some good arguments. It's just sometimes it's a matter of personal opinion. I can't talk. I'm sorry. But here's one thing though. If we look at just Naoya Inoue moving up from when he started until where he is now, he's moved up 4 weight classes. If you take that amount of weight and then you apply it to Jermell, and then you apply it to how him hypothetically move up to fight Canelo, he would already be moved up those 4 weight classes. I think we're really underselling how big an accomplishment that is. Most fighters don't move up and win the title at the best fighter in the division. Most fighters don't move up 2 weight classes and move and beat the best fighter in that division. What he would essentially do is say, on this stage of my career, I beat a guy, became undisputed. Not only did I do that, my very next fight, I moved up 2 weight classes and beat the number 1 guy in that division 2. And not only that, I took all his belts and became undisputed again. That's never happened before. That's like no one even close to that. Okay, let me say that back. It actually has happened before. Henry Armstrong did it. But that, you know how long ago that was? That was like 80 years ago.
And it wasn't in the 4-belt era right here neither.
It wasn't. But even then, that's still that's ridiculous.
Back then.
Hold up. So when Sugar Ray Leonard beat Hagler, that don't count as that. I thought that was.
He did not move up. He did not move up 2 weight classes.
And he already had.
You sure about that?
And he had a loss.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. I know Sugar Ray Leonard fought at 154.
There was no such thing as 154 at the time.
Are you kidding me? He definitely fought at 154. It definitely wasn't such thing as 154 at the time. Have you ever heard of Terry Norris? You don't remember when Terry Norris retired him?
Sugar Ray Leonard fought at 153, 46.
Anything above 147 is 154. 153 is just a catch weight.
I don't know if they was calling it a junior. Were they calling it junior middleweight?
Yeah, the junior welterweight was definitely a thing. It's been a thing. Like, I think people underestimate how old that division is.
You are correct. You are correct, sir. Absolutely, you are absolutely correct. I stand corrected.
Kool-Aid at 53. Yeah.
Well, regardless, man, I think that a move 68 for 54 fighting Canelo. If he beats Canelo Alvarez, I feel like Canelo Alvarez is a far I based on like you're talking about what have you done for me lately and body of work, I feel like Canelo is a far greater scout than Errol Spence. And that's coming from a Bud fan.
Yeah, cause I always knew Bud was gonna beat Spence anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I won 2,700. I'm good.
Come on now. All right. But he's entitled to his opinion though. Definitely entitled to his opinion.
I just want come in here and holler at y'all real quick. I can't get on the panel tonight, but I'm gonna head back to work, fellas. Y'all have a good night.
For sure.
You too.
Man, this dude, King Henry, I need to bring him on a boxing game show with me, man. We had to do boxing Family Feud. I'm bringing King Henry with me.
I'm only usually on there like very late night.
Give me super welterweight for 300, Jim. Terry, you King Henry, take this one right here, man. You got this one. But shit. So Brim says no. J-Mont says yes. No from Mr. Golden, and King Henry says yes. I got to give it to him. Number one, right? So what
just happened?
What was that? That was that Golden. Golden, you muted, then went unmuted. There you go.
All right here.
Name something that hardens.
What's up?
Cool.
Bro, that was weird. Turn the Family Feud off. Yo, this nigga. Yo, he said name something that's hard and when it's cool. Like yo,
you gotta save that and clip it.
Yo, nigga, that nigga sound like he's playing transcripts from the Brother Polite case. Like, yo, like, is that what he told the young lady? Yeah.
I was always listening to y'all, and I'm on the other phone, right? And it came on with Steve Harvey. The two you called my name, he was asking I got that question.
We here, nigga.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That nigga over there is screaming, hitting the table like he got the buzzer, like, asking questions. Popsicles for 300. Popsicles. Ice.
Man.
Yo, they're trying to guess the number one answer for the survey.
Yeah. Shit. I'm ahead, goddamn time. I'm about to fall asleep, but I'm just listening to y'all, man.
All right, well, shit, we ain't gonna talk you sleep, man. We don't want you dreaming about us. Let's wrap this shit up.
All right, Stephen Brimley, you go?
Nah, he right there.
Hey, man, I'm gonna tell y'all now, Earl gonna beat Bud in the rematch.
Yeah, you wanted to put some money down on it?
Huh?
He trolling you. He's trolling. Don't let him do it.
I went to a Japanese restaurant with Earl tonight. You know, before I left Atlanta. You know, I went out to eat. Earl was in Atlanta. And yeah, we set Bomac up, so Bomac ain't gonna be there.
I guess the better question is, can he do better than the first time?
No. Earl gonna lay down in the second round.
Nobody has him lasting longer, or
pause. Nah, he gonna stop him early.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, it's going around 6. 6.
Hey, man, let's keep it real. Bro, let's keep it real. He could have stopped Earl anytime he got ready. He could have stopped Earl.
I don't think so.
I don't think he cared him. He was just taking his time because he was trying to find the right opportunity to finish him off.
No, listen, fella. If I go back, listen. If I go back and look at that second round, when Bud knocked that joker down, Bud went in kill mode.
It wasn't enough time left.
I'm just saying, but he went in. If it was any more time left, he would have stopped him in the second round.
Yeah, but you say that all the time, but we can't add more clock to the time. When he called him with the shot, he called him with the shot. He didn't go in there and rush that shot early. He took his time. He started a mistake, laid the shot, went for the kill, wasn't enough time left. He didn't, and what happened in round 3? Errol came out there and jumped right on him in round 3, though. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Bud still bust his ass though.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I saw the fight. I know Bud ended up winning the fight, and Bud ended up winning.
No, I'm talking about the third round, but
but at the beginning of the round, it was.
Errol came out swinging, man.
So Errol was still strong, bro. He wasn't ready to go right then. I'm telling you, bro. If Errol went out there and showed any sign of weakness early, early in that right there, he would have got gone. But Errol came out there real strong. Terence realized he was strong, took his time. But then what happened after that, Bomac, I said, hey, look, he getting tired at the end of the round. Get on him. And Terence picked up the pace again. You know what I'm saying? Start picking up the pace.
Round four, shit. I think round 7, they should have stopped it in round 7, shit.
That's exactly when they should have stopped it, round 7.
No, it was over though. The round when he dropped him the second time, the bell rung. He had time to recover.
No, he ain't. That man ain't recover. He came out of that edge round, got a shit beat out of his ass again.
I mean, I believe in giving fighters chances because sometimes you can just get knocked down and it's just knocked down. Sometimes you can come back.
Hey,
listen,
every time Bud dropped him,
I feel you on that.
When Bud dropped him in the second, he came back strong at the beginning of the next round. When Bud dropped him twice in the 7th, at the beginning of the 8th, he came out a little strong, and then Bud just took over the round like he was doing systematically the whole fight. But the dude would come out the corner strong, bro. He would start off the round strong.
Yeah, he started low.
He started off strong, but
I don't think 7 pounds is going to make a difference.
Just stopped him at any time. I disagree with that.
No, I think so. He could have stopped early anytime.
Why he didn't stop him in the 3rd?
Because
why he didn't stop him in the first 10 seconds of the fight? If he could stop him,
listen. I'll put it as here. After the second, I think knocking down in the second, and I think Bud was just wanted to just all that shit they've been saying. They just punish that shit. You know. Now, let's keep it real. If Bud would have stopped Earl in the second round,
why would he not just say that then?
Yeah, I see you want to punish him.
I said, why would he not just say that? He's a very candid dude, as you've been hearing. He's real candid. Why he just say? Because he did say, look, at the air, it felt good, to get that off my back. After all they said, they doubted me. Why not just say, man, I could have stopped him at any time. I just wanted to punish him. Why not just say that?
Because that's not good sportsmanship. He ain't gonna say it like that. Okay. He ain't gonna say it like that. Now look, Mark, I'm asking you a question.
Say it like that, but you could have did it.
But still, then when he came out and said that shit, they're like, damn, nigga, that's some fucked up shit. But let's be hypothetically. Now, out of all the excuses we're getting now, after Bud beat his ass, right? How many got 475 excuses by now?
Stephen Brimley is the official counter. I don't know.
He got 475 by now. But let's say
it's 25. It's probably more than that, but
it's more than that. That's more than that.
25.
But listen,
care to keep going.
Let's say if Bud would have stopped his ass in the second round, how many excuses you think we would have had now?
Been way too many.
I don't know. I never thought of that.
If Bud would have finished that boy off in the second round within 2 rounds, boy, did a shit. God dang on, boy.
It probably would have sold the rematch better.
Nah, hell no.
People lucky punch. Let's say he would have knocked him out in the first round like Charlo did Lubin. People would have said, "Oh, that was just a lucky punch."
No. Well, that would be embarrassing. You know how many people would be mad? Like, we waited 5 years for this shit.
Man, shit. That's just like Eddie Murphy said he wanted one of Mike Tyson's fight. He paid all that money on that goddamn fight. He said he turned around and talked to somebody, turned back around, the fight was over. He's a god damn.
Right. That's how fights be, man.
Yeah. Shit. But I don't think the fight the fight is gonna be any different. Everybody think because he put the 7 pounds on, it's gonna make a hell of a difference. It's not gonna make no difference in that fight, man.
No, because Bud gets stronger as well.
What if Bomac is not available to train him? Do you think that'll affect the outcome of the fight?
No, it will not, because you gotta look at. Excuse me. You gotta look at. You got all the other guys that's already there. They work as a unit. You feel what I'm saying? And I feel like it's going to. They have enough knowledge and to go how, and plus Bud just Bud himself with the skills that he got. But I think if Bomac can't, I heard he already went to court, but they just detained him over there. To my understanding, they just detained him. He don't went to court, they just detained him. They hold it, but he just can't leave the country. I don't think he's still in jail. But I think he just can't leave the country. Well, if that's the case, then who said Terence can't go over there and train?
How you gonna train with him if he's in jail? He's
I
remanded.
say, well, see, it's a difference between detaining and they could just say, hey, we detain you here, you can't leave the country. He might not be in jail.
As of right now, he's in jail. He's remanded into custody.
Okay, still in custody. Okay.
Yeah, he's not. They gonna let him out till the hearing in October, bro.
Okay, October the 9th. Okay.
At best.
I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure he was. I'm quite sure they would give him a bond. Because he really didn't.
They don't do bond.
He's remanded, bro.
They don't do bond like that. They don't do bond. See, you thinking about this with an American mind. Nah, nigga, they ain't got no bill. That's why he got to sit in jail till his court date.
Well, see, I look at even here.
Hey, man. And after this, I'm gonna let you go, man.
Yeah, even here. Excuse me. Even here, your first initial bond hearing, they denied you. They would deny you, especially if you got a felony charge. Depends on what type of felony charge that you got. You're gonna go to
and that's not true neither.
No, I say it depends on what kind of felony charge that you have, because we got the thing here. We call it kangaroo court. Okay, you go when you first get in there. Let's say I got booked today. I go to court in the morning. If I got a felony charge, it's going to deny. It depends on what type of felony charge I got. It's going to deny my bond on the first initial court hearing. Okay, they're going to deny that bond because the judge, that judge, that's a misdemeanor judge, so he's not had the authority to issue a bond.
We're going way beyond the pale, man.
No, I'm just saying how they do it. Was it like I'm saying because of felony charge, but then you have to go to a higher court to get a bond. That's how they do it here.
That's America, though. Like I said, that has nothing to do with their laws over there. I know how American court work. Trust me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He just trust me. I've been there.
I've been there too. Shit.
So my point is that has nothing to do. Like I said, we can't approach this case with a UK case with an American mind, and it was at the airport. You know what I'm saying? A gun at the airport in a place where you don't even supposed to have guns at all. Somebody said, yeah, but yeah, that's it, man. Mr. Golden, but go and get some rest, man. I'll talk to you on the next one.
That nigga tell caller. I ain't no caller. Got to caller. You make them sleep. Yeah, I'm going, man. I think I'll be right back out of here by 7:30 in the morning, man.
Get some rest, Get you some rest and get ready for your back end tomorrow after work, bro.
Boy, look, I don't have that enough for the night, so I'm going to bed.
BEK.
I'm going to bed. Hey, fellas, I'm to get married, man. I'm gonna invite y'all to my wedding, man. I'm have a live on YouTube. Back in came about to retire.
Oh, okay. Well, I believe it when I see it, bro.
I do too. I believe that shit when I see it too.
All right, man. Get some rest, bro.
We don't believe you. You need more people.
So
the one thing about us.
Good night, fellas.
All right, man.
Good night, man. You Golden BEK.
Yeah, man.
Golden back end king.
All right, man. That nigga up there. I'm like, nigga, stop.
Making you sleepy, right?
Nah, it's just poor phone etiquette too, though. But shit. But at the end of the day, I forgot what I was saying. Damn, where was I at? Yeah, y'all said y'all don't think it'll make a difference though. If he's not available to train him.
Not enough it's going to affect the fight, no. Because Spence is not going to be to make those changes, all the changes he would need to make it competitive, and to even have a chance to win. I think the mountain is just it's going to be too steep of a mountain to climb. Salute to him though for being a soldier and taking the fight though. No issues with Errol Spence. Errol Spence is a G for how he moving.
Man, he getting a check, man. Y'all act like he going there fighting for free. This is big as bag. Who else he gonna fight to get the money?
Like anybody else? Anybody else?
He ain't gonna get that. He ain't gonna get that Terence Crawford rematch money.
No, but he probably would have got some good money to fight Thurman. He would have got some good money to fight that.
But he wouldn't be. But that'll go against everything he said he was.
That's true. That's true.
And so he's not gonna fight him. Take the L out of Lover. It's over.
Because it's over.
Yeah, he ain't gonna fight him. He ain't gonna fight.
Even though he probably should fight. He probably should fight him though.
Man, I thought he should have fought him too earlier, but it's too late now. I mean, I think he still should fight him or could fight him.
Well, but the
But
problem with Thurman is so irrelevant. And he keeps it because Thurman should have been the person fighting Ugas, but I'm quite certain he priced himself out for the Ugas fight because it was rumored them two was going to be fighting, and now it's not. Now it's Ugas fighting someone else, fighting Barrios, right?
Barrios,
Yeah, so
Mario
yeah,
Barrios.
and he's probably fighting Barrios because Thurman wanted more than he was probably than he was necessarily worth for that fight. That's most likely what probably happened.
Really?
I want to see Keith Thurman fight Boot so he can get his ass kicked.
He already, and you know what's so crazy? He said he said Clarissa Shields is the more important fight than if he fought her.
Yeah, he's trolling. He wants his name back in the media.
Well, you get your name back in the media by fighting. Go fight, please. If you want your name back, go do it to get your name actually in it. Fight and win.
He's not gonna do that.
Because if he lose, he become a gatekeeper.
He's already won because
he's already a gatekeeper. He's a
his
fucking
inactivities created that element for
Keith
him.
Thurman has fought 3 times since his Danny Garcia victory in 2017.
Yeah, he's a fucking
Did y'all
idiot.
know that?
I mean,
3 times in 6 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, I put a survey up on community post. I want to share the screen. I want to see what you got. Let me see if anybody voted on it. I'm sure somebody did. But I put a survey up and I asked the audience. I said, Keith Thurman. Okay. It reads as follows. Does anyone know the reason why Keith Thurman in the last 6 years has fought just 3 times since his win over Danny Garcia in 2017?
It's a bunch of reasons.
I got a couple choices. I got a couple choices here. Let me share the screen. And the choices I gave people, I should have put all of the above or the answers not listed. I think I did put answers not listed. Share the screen. There you go. Here you go. This is on the community tab. 41 votes. Hey, look, 41 votes, 7 likes. Like, damn, man. Like, damn, y'all can't click the like button. It's right here. It's right there by the whatever. Does anyone know? First choice, somebody said still riding high off the Pacquiao win and the payday, 15%. He's been frozen out for refusing to fight in the pandemic in the bubble, 2%. Waiting for a title shot versus risking loss to contenders, 27%. 39% are resounding people. 39% said asking for too much money without being a major draw. And 17% said, I don't know, or my answer is not listed. Let me see what somebody wrote right here. No, it's fine. Lisa Bell said, she said, personally, I think his body is breaking down. I think he is bigger than he is and thinks he's bigger than he is, his arrogance. She said, he's either a bullshitter. She said, she said, he's a bullshitter. He's entertaining, no doubt, in the ring. He may have been blackballed for not fighting Spence. That's when I noticed the shift. Okay. When he fought Thurman we fought Pacquiao instead of Spence. Okay. I thought it was because he didn't fight in that damn bubble. He said they wanted him to fight in an empty arena, and he was like he didn't want to do that. And Spence's manager, another thing too, people saying that guy ain't doing nothing with Spence's boxing career. He did an interview, and all he did was talk about Spence's boxing career. So, which I found that interesting, and everybody just ignored it. But what's his name? AC, right? What's his name? The guy for the Spence new management company.
Yeah, it's AC.
Okay, so he did the interview, and he was talking about the importance of fighters having control of their career, and what he said I thought reminded me of Keith Thurman. So if they want you to do something, you don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Then you getting frozen out and shit like that because you didn't fight when they told you to fight, or you didn't fight who they told you to fight. You start getting frozen out, and I was like, damn, that sounds like Keith Thurman or Gary Russell. You get what I'm saying? Because you took so much money. He said because you got paid so much money at the beginning, and now they feel like you owe them. So when they tell you to fight certain people or tell you to fight certain times you don't want to fight, you know, they start blackballing you or freeze you out. And I was like, damn, that sound like you know, Gary Russell, Keith Thurman, sound like some of those other guys on PBC. I was like, damn, what happened to him? Man? Don't even fight no more. Anyway. But what you guys think?
I mean, to try
I'll tell
to
you in a second.
Go ahead, King Henry.
I think to try to sum it up is just like one of these things are just, I mean, it wouldn't be telling the full story. It's a combination of everything. Like, if I were to like sum it up in just like I guess like 4 different points. One is that Keith was very injury prone. I think we was talking about the car. I think he had like a car accident, and then he had like an elbow injury and something like that, and that took him out of commission for like almost 2 or 3 years. I'd say the second one is just what is basically boxing politics. Basically, they run rampant at welterweight, and it's probably like one of the worst divisions because of the running politics. I don't want to say that it's not. I don't want to say it's basically the division coming for Keith Thurman and he has like a bad hand or anything. Like I think legitimately, Keith Thurman just did not want to fight that much. He wanted to get as much money as possible and fight as little as possible, and that's basically what most welterweights wanted to do because they kind of start copying each other and doing the same thing. So it's kind of a combination of that. 3, Keith Thurman is just very unmotivated. He's just very unmotivated to fight for legacy reasons, or at least he lost that after like a certain point. And 4, he's just riding the high off paydays. Like if I'm just summing up to like the top 4 reasons why Keith Thurman hasn't fought enough since Danny Garcia is those 4 reasons. Like Keith Thurman, like the boxing politics, of course, that Keith Thurman played in. Another one is that he's injury prone. Another one is that Keith Thurman is just a very unmotivated fighter, and 4, he's just riding the high of his paydays.
Interesting perspective. What do you got, Brim? Talk to me. Okay, I think he might be doing some of the job. But riding high off the paydays, you talking about the Pacquiao payday? Because that's been a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just that. It's like, okay, like I'm not saying that Keith Thurman is getting like a big, like he wasn't getting the same check that he was getting with that he got with Pacquiao, but it's still enough for people to get lazy. Like, I mean, I even Absolutely. Like, yeah, like don't get me wrong, like a lot of people, like we talk about the paydays and the purses and stuff like that, and they'd be like, oh, that's not a lot of money. Like these fighters are getting amount of money that they never experienced before. Like he's a 6-figure man, and like, okay, well technically he's fought for longer, but he's basically getting paid like thousands of dollars for every second he fights. So for him getting all that money is just like, oh my god, like what am I gonna do? Like I can go over here and play golf with Antonio Tarver and shit like that, and you know, slack off and stuff like that. That's exactly what he did.
Brim, you back? I'll come back to him. Yeah, it is more money than he's saying, but also shoot, man, you start at the fighting so long, man. You do want to enjoy the fruits of your labor. He is a husband now. He's a father. So that does take a toll. I ain't gotta tell y'all about fatherhood, man. Shoot, but it changed my life dramatically, man.
What I miss, Mark?
He was telling me why he think Keith Thurman is, you know, only fought 3 times in 6 years. What say you?
Injuries, 1. I think his promotional company's upset with him because he didn't hold them down when they needed him to during the pandemic, and Porter did. Also priced himself out of particular fights, and not willing to fight people he feel like is not on his same level or accomplishments. So it's left him in the cold.
Yo, remember when Mayweather said people turning down fights? They thought he was talking about Tank or Spence. Maybe he was talking about Thurman.
It sounds like it might be the case.
He's like,
Or he could have been talking about all of them. Because that's exactly what these fighters are doing. That's all they do. That's why. The politics run rampant at 147 and at 135. So.
Because obviously he hadn't been that injured where he only could fight 3 times in 6 years. He hasn't been that hurt. He's been hurt, but not that hurt.
That's a lot of inactivity, man. 3 times in 6 years. It's like
he's a part-time fighter, basically.
Like, what you want to do, man? Yeah, like.
Shoot, Jamal hasn't fought in like a year, almost 2 years, right?
Oh, you talking about the big bro? I mean, it's been over 2 years. He's on his 3rd year now.
Yeah, that's what. I know they say he's been struggling with something, like maybe it's like I don't want to get into about here. He's been struggling in his personal life, but I swear to God, I hated him for so long. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I hate a lot of these fighters now because they stall out fights. I mean, that's personally why I didn't pay for Crawford and Errol. I was just like, I'm just tired of the politics.
It's politics. It's a business, bro. It's politics and everything.
Yeah, but
they only win in negotiations one time. And if the fighter himself can get over them stalling him out, why you can't get over it as a fan? It don't fit your bottom line.
It does, because I'm watching the fight and I'm paying for you.
I mean, but Errol gave you title fights, though. You got good fights.
We got good fights, but we just didn't get them in a timely manner. You had me waiting so goddamn long for the fights that at a certain point I lose interest.
But he flipped the Ferrari over 18 times, bro. Like, he couldn't just jump. You wouldn't jump up out of that and fight Terence Crawford, would you?
I mean,
if they got these excuses now, what you think they would have said if he jumped right out the hospital bed and fought Terence Crawford?
I mean, even then, let's just say that for the sake of this argument that the car crash is fated to happen, right? If he would have just fought him already, why would it matter?
So what?
Let's just say that the car crash was fated to happen. It couldn't have been stopped no way. Let's say in a hypothetical scenario, the car crash was always going to happen. If he fought him already, why would it matter?
If he fought him before the car crash?
Yeah, if he fought him already, why would the car accident matter?
Well, right before the car crash, he fought Shawn Porter, and people wanted to see that fight too. Shawn Porter jumped in the ring.
But I'm saying, but hear me out. Just hear me out.
When he first was going to fight Shawn Porter, we always knew he was going to fight Shawn Porter.
Oh, okay, I get that. If we knew that from the jump, let's just say
he was going to fight Shawn Porter when Shawn Porter won the title when he jumped in the ring.
You got to finish.
Shawn Porter stalled it out a little bit, fought Ugas, then he fought Spence. Like,
okay,
when was he going to fight him before that?
He didn't have. Listen, like, just hear me out. Just I'm gonna get through it. If all this, I'm saying, if he wanted to fight everybody, and so let's just say he really wanted to fight anybody, he's like, I'm tired of wasting time. Okay, well, Shawn Porter's not available. Why not fight Keith Thurman? Oh, Keith Thurman's not available. There's Terence Crawford. Oh, okay, you don't want to fight him? Okay, fight this guy. We wouldn't be talking about the accident. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's too much politics in boxing. That's why I say it pisses me off. Like I get it. It's a part of boxing, but it's gotten too, but it's gotten too bad. It's like that. That's why I say boxing is dead. It's been dead for years.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
Bro, like, the reason why I asked you that because this is how it's always been. It's not boxing got too political. Boxing has always been political. It's always been politics in boxing. Like, that's why Aaron Pryor didn't even get a fight with those kings. You know what I'm saying? Of that era, he didn't get a fight with them because of politics. That's how it's always been.
Politics has been there, but what I said was still true. The politics has run rampant. I never said that politics wasn't part of boxing. It was. It's
always been a problem. It's always been the problem, though.
It's part of it. And that's why I disagree. I think Politics has
fact,
been a
though. It's
problem, but it is not run as rampant as it does now. Like to the point where we don't get the fights that we want. Let's put it that way. Politics never.
That's what
Politics has never.
Politics kept us from getting, like I just said, politics kept us from getting Aaron Pryor fighting any of them 4 kings.
But most of the fights we wanted, we got. Most of the fight with Aaron Pryor, we got. Most of the fights with Sugar Ray Leonard, we got. Most of the fights.
No, bro. People wanted to see him fight all. It's 4 fights that he didn't get, bro.
What 4 fights did he get?
He didn't fight Ray Leonard.
He didn't fight Ray Leonard. Okay, who's the other 3?
Did
he say he wanted to fight? Did he say he wanted to fight Roberto Duran?
Yes, this is on record.
I don't remember him saying that. I remember him saying he wanted to fight Sugar Ray Leonard. If he wanted to fight Duran and stuff like that, he definitely could have done it.
He got
but
froze out. He didn't fight none of those dudes. Even before him, you ever heard of Black Murderers Row?
Of course, I heard of him.
Okay, it's been going on since the beginning.
It's been going on, but here's the thing:
a lot of the fights.
But most of the fights we got though.
You just making up a reason for why you just didn't buy the fight, bro.
No, it's politics. No, because like you keep like I think you're stuck on this narrative like of that politics has been like holding up the fight.
No, it's not a narrative. You said it's running rampant now. We never seen this before, and I'm telling you, this has been around since the beginning of the time, sir.
I clearly acknowledge that. I said it's running rampant to the point to where it's stalling out too many fights. Most of the fights we had, most of the fights that you're talking about, as far as didn't happen back then, we've got most of the fights that we wanted. Though I know it wasn't a perfect system, but it wasn't near as bad as it was now. To the point where there's plenty of fights that are left on the table that we did not get.
I gotta disagree with that. You want to know why?
I mean, you're entitled to.
Did we get Riddick Bowe and Lennox Lewis? No, we didn't.
No, we didn't. Right.
And when Spence and Crawford fought, did they either one of them have a loss? Were they completely shows of themselves?
Bro, we got that fight when we won.
We got the fight. That's why I supported and put the money in. I put the money on that because listen.
Why should it matter when it made the most sense? Because I'm not making no money from Terence Crawford. I'm not making no money from Errol Spence. It shouldn't matter to me when it's better in their eyes because I'm paying you. I'm supplying your pockets. So it don't matter to me what's good, what looks good for you as far as making money. I don't care nothing about that. You should settle out your differences because that's what your job is to do. If you expect me to,
fight wouldn't even been big though back then though. It wouldn't even have been the biggest fight.
Here's my point.
The more was one on the line. Also, in between then, the fighters gain experience, and the belts aren't as scattered as much neither.
That's my point.
But in this situation, we had a guy that had 3 car accidents and an eye injury in between that.
3 car accidents. What was the other 2?
It was the Ferrari, the Humvee, and the kid who ran into him. Were in the red light on December the 10th.
I don't remember those other 2. I just remember the Ferrari. I remember
you don't remember. It's out there though. Look it up.
Yeah, he stated he had gotten to after the big accident. When he came back, he had gotten to another accident. He stated he had gotten to another. It just wasn't reported like that. And then he got hit the day of Crawford's fight. That's 3.
That was the kid running the red light. So somebody just rear-ended him at a stop sign. He was just sitting at the red light. Somebody just rear-ended him.
Somebody rear-ended him. That doesn't sound like the same severity as the accident the first one.
You missed the point.
The other 2 were not severe as the first one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, he didn't flip over 18 times, but somebody just rear-ended him. Like, yeah, that's
okay. Honestly, that sounds like an excuse. I think that just sounds like an excuse. No, not you. Not you. Not you. No, if you will let me finish, I'm talking about Errol. I think that just sounds like an excuse from Errol's part then, because it might have happened. I'm not saying that he's lying, but it just sounds like an excuse to me because obviously he lost the fight, and it just sounds more convenient.
Sir, we knew about this before they even had a contract signed.
Yeah,
we knew about this, like especially the first 2 because Floyd Mayweather. Hold on, it can't be an excuse for something that wasn't even about to happen. We knew about his second car accident because Floyd Mayweather put it out there. And that was before the Ugas fight. So we knew about 2 car accidents before the Ugas fight. So it can't be an excuse for the Terence Crawford fight, which will happen, which will come to happen 16 months later. So it's not an excuse for a fight that will happen 16 months in the future.
Yeah, and the third accident was
He just
before they
telling
even
his story.
agreed.
Yeah, and the third accident was literally the day of Terence Crawford fight on December the 10th. So it's not no excuse. It's just what happened. It's his story. He got in he's been in 3 car accidents.
I mean, honestly,
and
I
an eye
think
injury.
honestly, I think either way, I think it's gotten to the point where it's just too much. This fight, Crawford entered the division 5 years ago. That means we waited for this fight 5 years in the making.
That's
when
we start. No, that's when we start. That's not true. That's when we start talking about it and start having the conversations. But nobody. That fight was not on the docket. We knew that fight wasn't about to happen. We wanted the fight to happen.
I think you're speaking only on your end. There were a bunch of people that were big on Crawford before he moved up, and they said he could.
I was one of them. I've been on you. I didn't have a channel then, but I was in these spaces calling in the shows.
So was I. I was calling in the shows like Dante's Boxing Nation, Boxing Voice.
We ain't got to shout them all out. We ain't got to shout out everybody.
My bad. I'm sorry. I'm saying like there is this fight. Yeah. So like I'm saying, simply put, that this fight should have happened as soon as Crawford moved up. The whole narrative, the whole idea of saying stuff like, oh, if you want to see this fight, Terence Crawford, he got to show me something. He got to win a belt. What is the first thing he did? He went up, he got a belt. Why is this fight not happening? Okay, well, the top rank issues and shit like that, and the bullshit, and that's what kills me, because that's why I'm like, this fight should have been happened. We had to wait 5 fucking years for this fight. Think about this for a second. If you were a middle schooler, let's say you just got to middle school, do you understand that
you about to hit me with a Dante Boxing Nation narrative, right? I mean, analogies.
I mean,
like,
maybe,
but you in middle school.
Dante, he does
get the girlfriend that you wanted when you graduate at the high school reunion 10 years later. Would you still want her? Like, come on, bro.
I mean, like, hey, Dante got his thing going.
Analogy.
Terrible analogy. He does have terrible analogy.
These
but
guys
I think
are still undefeated champions. You know
but why do we have to? Okay, that's what I'm saying.
And they was with 2 different promotional companies. We already admit politics exists. They had a plan for their fighter.
I think this is just something. I think this is just something.
But that happens all the time. And by that logic, so that means you're not going to watch Teofimo and Haney, or you're not going to pay for Teofimo and Haney whenever they fight.
Nah.
You're not going to pay for Haney versus Ryan. For the most part, any fight that has a major build-up, you're not going to buy it because you like, well, they didn't give it to me when I first asked about it.
No. I mean, I understand. I understand that politics are there.
So just say I like to steal fights, man. I'm not gonna buy no fights.
Dude, you asked me a question. You gotta let me finish, man. You gotta let me get the thoughts out. So here's the thing. I understand that there's some fights that include politics, and there's some fights that just probably want to take a little longer because they want to hype it up. I watch a certain guy. I'm not gonna name drop him. I watch a certain guy, and I remember this is, I think, as far as the most inspirational story I ever heard, right? Because I love this, and it pisses me off more so when I have to look at boxing today because of how people like to run the show as far as what they want to do in the fight. He said, literally, because he was around the spaces, he grew up watching it, he knew people, he fought at a certain gym to where a bunch of big name fighters fought at in New York, or I think it was New Jersey actually. So he told me the story about how Sugar Ray Leonard was coming up through the ranks, and a lot of people wanted to see him fight Tommy Hearns. And what he did, what happened was he actually told his manager, and it's because his manager was coming to him, was like, "Yo, people want to see you fight Tommy Hearns," and he actually admitted to his manager that, "Yo, I'm actually intimidated by this guy. So if I'm going to fight this guy, I'm going to want to get paid." Like Sugar Ray Leonard was already getting paid pretty decent when he first started, but he wanted to get paid more money. So Sugar Ray Leonard's manager was like, "Okay, let me go talk to Tommy Hearns' team." So this is exactly what the trainer told me. He told me that Sugar Ray Leonard's manager went to Tommy Hearns and said, literally, when Tommy Hearns was like, yo, there's not enough money in the fight for Sugar Ray Leonard to be satisfied. So what I want you to do is knock out a couple more people, and then we can make the fight. And that's exactly what he did. So now I'm just like, why can't this be like the tape or the lesson for how you make fights now? Because people take politics and they say, oh, it's just politics. But 5 fucking years? Are you kidding me? Like, that's absurd. Like,
yeah, but
like,
it would be if he never had an accident, if he never had the eye injury, everything you're saying would have the utmost validity. But because of those things happening, I gotta give a little bit of leeway. A little bit. I mean, a little bit.
Okay, well, here's my problem. Here's my problem with that though. If they made the fight sooner, we wouldn't been talking about it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if let's just say he really wanted to clean out his division, you can still do that in a shorter amount of time and still promote it. See, that's my problem.
You can't
the idea.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let you go. I'm saying that, like, the idea that, okay, you want to take care of this fight, or you want to take care of this, or you want to promote the fight. You can still do that and do it in a timely fashion, because the example I showed you, that example I just told you, you can do that. The problem is most of these fights don't want.
But also, they was with different they were with different promotional companies, and that shorter time period, that guy, they had a plan for their fighter. That wasn't a 4-belt era that you're talking about. This is a 4-belt era, so they wanted their guy to collect the other belts. They had all the other champions on their side of the street. They had a plan for their fighter. Even the fight, that one fight that he fought that wasn't a title fight, it was Mikey Garcia. It was a big event for him, and it was an opportunity, a big plan for their fighter. And they had an obligation to Mikey Garcia to give him a big payday too. So, and he was talking about it. Yeah, we see something in Errol Spence. So it was people wanting to see if Mikey could pull it off. So they had an obligation to their fighter. And Terence Crawford had another path for him. He was on the other side of the street in a 4-belt era. So, and then you compound that with the injuries. But other than that one fight with Mikey Garcia, Errol Spence was fighting other champions.
I understand that, but you can still make the fight. Like, I listen, I don't buy the idea that it's just the promoters. It's the fighters too. They purposely stalled the fight out because they wanted more funds. They wanted more money. Like, if you really want a fight to happen, you can make it happen. I
agree with that.
That's what I'm saying. If you really want to fight a fighter, you're going to make it happen. It's just that
somebody got to pay for it though.
No,
that's fighters ain't gonna fight for free, and they want big
so cool. Going off your logic, you honestly telling me 5 years ago that Top Rank nor PBC would have funded that fight?
Would have funded it? What you mean? For what?
We're making a hypothetical scenario. We're making
funded for how much? What's the number?
No, I'm not talking about how much. I'm saying, do you think they would have funded the fight?
But when I say, like, I can't answer that without knowing how much you trying to tell me in your hypothetical scenario the fight costs. Give me a number. You think they would have funded the fight for $25 million? Hell no.
No, like, they just
I think they would have funded it for $10 million 5 years. No.
Do you think
neither one of those guys' purses was demanding $5 million guaranteed apiece? It wasn't even a $10 million fight 5 years ago.
Why don't you believe that?
Because the guys' purses with everybody else they fighting won't even $5 million 5 years ago. Crawford won't give $5 million a fight 5 years ago. Neither was Spence.
Right, but you don't think this fight would make $10 million because he would be coming off undisputed,
they won't get that money. They won't. That's what I'm just telling you, man. You ask me, that's my opinion. And that's with me putting an imaginary number on it. No.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I think it's just like maybe it's a matter of opinion. I can't stand the politics. It's just it's too much. Like, I think you can have a balance to where
Crawford had to go to purse bid just to get 6 for Shawn Porter. Yeah. Well, they was about to go to purse bid. They stopped it twice.
Bro, like this is a overarching problem with boxing itself. You have boxers that don't know how to promote, that don't want to promote, and then they tell you they're not fighting their best competition because of politics and stuff like that. No, you're not fighting your best competitions because you want more money, because you can't sell your fucking self. You have YouTubers beating you at your own game, and they only fought a dozen fights. That's my problem. You can't sell yourself, and then you're purposely stalling out fights so you can sell a fight. This fight has been 5 years in the making. Did it do more than Ryan Garcia versus fucking Tank? No, it didn't. That's a
different argument. Those guys are splitting the fan base. You got a black guy versus a Mexican. Like that's gonna sell a lot. That always sells.
And that's an indictment on us as fans as well, because we're putting more value on a name than actual skill set, and that's kind of always been the case to some degree.
But also Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia benefit from being under two Hall of Fame fighters. You know, with Oscar De La Hoya and Tank benefited from being on Mayweather undercards, no different from Canelo. Like, so his fan base was built.
Here's my thing. It wouldn't make a difference. That's why I like what he just said right there. Fighters have always done this. If you came from a fighter's gym and this fighter was very popular, you're going to get more popular. Let's say you are a Mexican fighter and you have a big fan base. Let's say you grew up fighting out of Tijuana. You're going to get more Mexican fans. It's always been this way. Leverage it. It's not in. It's like, I'm not saying it's easy, but you should know by now how to leverage your popularity to the fan base. If you don't know anything about selling yourself, then you should study fighters from the past, right?
But listen, that's not everybody's personality. Even the fighters from the past. And that's my problem. Hold up, no. It's a lot of problems, but all the successful fighters from the past wasn't talkative and had to do all of that. Alexis Aguero was very quiet, humble. Like, we don't have, like, why do black fighters always got to be loud and rambunctious?
Why you got to make it? Why you got to make it?
Because those are the ones who are like that. Like, for the most part, you know what I'm saying? Like, that people always refer to. But Oscar De La Hoya, he wasn't out there with any antics. He just smiled. Manny Pacquiao just smiled. Like, we got, I hire, hold on. I hire a promoter. What is the promoter's job? To promote. You want me to do the promotion? You went to college for this shit. You learned about marketing and advertising. You supposed to put me in the right market. You supposed to put me in certain places where my demographic will see me and know how to. That's the promoter's job. If all I needed was Instagram to be a famous fighter and get people to come to why the fuck would I hire a promoter?
If you hire somebody who is not fit for the job, whose fault is it?
Oh my God.
No, think about this for a second. Like, if I hired,
that's a whole nother comment. Bro,
not really. If I hired somebody who was a shady businessman to run my company and this company is not running very well, then whose fault is it?
But the thing is, you don't necessarily have to be shady for you to have an unsuccessful promotion.
Okay, let's just say
you can try to do the right thing and still not have a.
Let's just say he's not very competent.
You don't know until you sign to the guy.
Here's my thing. If you're going to hire somebody, if you're going to hire somebody for a job, you check their credentials and you check very thoroughly whether their credentials is very thorough, or you just watch it from someplace else. You see who they worked with before.
Bro, you just been argumentative now. You had like Bob Arum is Joe Blow Promotions from Milwaukee or something.
I've never said any of that.
No. But I'm saying he's the longest reigning promotional company in the world. So when people want to sign to somebody, they might sign the top rank. Al Heyman has been around the entertainment business for a very long time, probably longer than you've been alive. That's not a bad idea to sign with him.
So of course not.
So my point is, these people are still signing with top-notch promoters, but everybody who signed with them don't become a star. Why is that?
Because the fighters are not taking enough charge in their career.
Again, and then we go on in Groundhog's Day. Again, I hire you to promote me. You are the promoter.
You're hired. Okay.
you know, some people are promoted better than others.
Again, if they're not doing their job properly,
Just
whose
fight. That's
fault
not
is it?
bro. That you missing my point. Now, like I said, it's Groundhog's Day. You act like I signed to a promoter. I don't like the way I'm being promoted. I can just walk away. Just say like you're fired. That's not how a promotional contract works.
No, of course not. Of course not.
You can't just walk away.
Of course not. Just like you can use Terence Crawford as the best example. How the whole dispute of how he was with Top Rank. He signed with Top Rank again. And with
there you go.
It is same thing with Manny Pacquiao. Was signed to Top Rank, it went to PBC. Eventually, your contract is going to end. You should leverage the fact that you had this promoter, now you don't. What can you do now to promote yourself bigger to the audience? That your promoter before.
No.
That's what Terence Crawford just did, though.
Okay, no. And another thing too, though. You gotta know marketing. You might not even know your demographics. Most fighters, bro. You talking about fighters who most of them might not even finish high school.
Again,
who's get them to understand marketing?
Whose fault? Okay. Now,
Groundhog's Day, bro. No. It ain't no whose fault it is. I'm the talent. I hired people to do the job. These people didn't do the job well, and in fact, being with them actually decreased my value for the next promoter sometimes.
Dude, I'm not missing.
But to say like, oh, that's like, oh my God, bro, it's going to
my bad. Go ahead.
Stuff like, well, whose fault is that, bro? I hired you to build a house. The house is a bad built house. Well, whose fault is that? Okay, well, shit, I thought I hired the best builder in the country. Well, whose fault is that? All right, bro. Go on in circle. Let me go to Centos. Centos, talk to me.
Mark, you're absolutely right, my brother. Let me tell you something. If I'm a young man, well, I boxed when I was a youngster, okay? As an amateur, the god of boxing was Muhammad Ali. And who was he connected to after the Muslim promotional company they had? They went in business with Bob Arum, okay? So the next icon of boxing was Sugar Ray Leonard. He had his own thing, his management and lawyer and all that. He was doing that stuff himself, him and his attorney. However, they had to be tied to a promotional company for different fights. And most of the time it was Top Rank. Sometimes they might included King, but most of the time it's Top Rank. What you do as any business, somebody talking. What you do, anybody that goes into any type of field of work or business, if you want to be successful, you follow the successful business models. Ali and Leonard were those models that you follow. So if you trying to, even today, if you ask a young kid who's one of their idols for boxing, one of those names are going to come up, if not both, because those guys did it greatly. Now, they didn't always. Now, Sugar Ray money stayed straight. Ali money was straight, but he gave a lot of it away. So you can't fault these young men who have nothing, absolutely nothing, don't have any business knowledge for not thinking that Top Rank is where they want to be because of the facade that they put out. They do great promotions. They just keep a lot of money to themselves. So you can't blame these young men that want to follow that model. And then when they get a little bit more seasoned in the business and they get a little bit more educated, then they start taking advantage of the situation and taking care of their business themselves because they get educated. Nothing wrong with that. It happens all the time. You know that if you look at basketball or football or baseball athletes or hockey athletes, they're gonna follow the model. They're gonna look to see who the top agents are, and they're gonna go with that. Whether or not the agent's gonna do them a lousy job in the future, they don't know that. And a lot of people have been robbed that way because people start falling down on their jobs, not representing people right. Anytime you hire any kind of agency, promotion, or whatever, anybody that's supposed to do a job for you, anybody getting a percentage of your money, you hire them to do their job. If they don't do their job, that's not really your fault because you hired somebody to do the job that you weren't an expert in. Your job is to do your job, which for boxers is to train and fight. When they get a little bit more seasoned, they get a little bit more abreast and get on top of their business, then they start doing things a little bit different. But you can't blame a young man who doesn't know, or a young woman who doesn't know, that think they're doing the right thing. You can't blame them for getting tricked at the end. I mean, because in a few years, the first 4 or 5 years of their career, because they don't know. They're just trying to be great like the people before them were trying to be great.
Okay. Go ahead, King Henry. Unbiased fan.
Listen, look, I'm not in that space where I'm just being like a mean person about it, where I'm saying like every boxer who's fighting right now is an idiot. They should have known better, yada yada yada. I didn't know this stuff when I first started watching boxing. I didn't know it within the second year. I didn't know it the third. It took me a while to where I can eventually understand why certain boxers take charge in their careers and why those certain boxers end up making a shit ton of money. Ali is a great example. Mayweather is a great example. Pacquiao is a great example. When you look at these fighters, they took charge in a way that it was like, yo, I'm taking certain charge, or I'm taking certain elements of my career to where I can use it and leverage it to the point to where I'm getting so much popularity to where I'm not boggled down by the bullshit politics anymore, because I'm my own fighter. I make so much money, so I can leverage better in my situation. The thing about it, I understand why a lot of fighters sign with these promoters. I understand why when they're young, they just don't know any better. I get that. I completely understand that. Eventually, that's why I say the best thing for most young fighters to do is sign with a promoter first, because obviously you don't really know what you're doing at first. And then once at a certain point, you should sign off. I mean, you should eventually move off that promoter and then sign. I mean, you should eventually make a promotional company with the money that you made. If not, or just branch off and do your own thing because once you do that, you can make more. Of course, you're making more money. You're putting yourself in a better position to where you can promote to fans the way you want to, and it's not so relegated to the way that certain networks or certain promoters want to promote you, because at a certain point there's just certain amount of fighters that's coming up. Your time comes and time goes. Like at a certain point, like if they really want to promote you, they're going to promote you. But at the same time, you have certain fighters that are just not going to get promoted like others. Rigondeaux, perfect example. Top Rank. Did Top Rank go out of their way to sell Rigondeaux? No, they didn't. Why didn't they do it? Because they thought he was boring. They didn't think he was good for his they didn't think he was good as far as his stock value, so they didn't want to raise it anymore. Who did they have it promote? They promoted people like Triple G. They promoted people like Roman Gonzalez, Albert Machado. They promoted people like him. I get it, but it is a business, so you have to take charge in your career and be like, it's a business, so let me leverage my situation the best I can to where I don't have to be boggled down by all these bullshit ass games.
No, bro. Bro, I've been letting you cook. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. Close it out. Let me reply to that.
I'm saying simply that fighters should take more charge in their career when it comes to promotions, because you want more money, you want more leverage. Okay, you got it. Take charge in your career. You don't know this stuff when you first get in the game. I'm not expecting you to, but eventually you should learn, because I mean, how many times can somebody basically bullshit you in negotiations, bullshit you as far as for part of your career before you stop mistaking, like, okay, I know this game, I'm going to find out how to beat it.
Let me ask you a question now. How many fighters numbers do you have in your phone right now?
I don't have any fighters, like as far as professional, like the ones we know.
Pros.
Nah, I don't have any professional fighters.
What are you in a city where it's like a local gym? Like you in Vegas, like a big city where it's like a.
Yeah, I'm in a city where it's a local gym.
How often do you go to any of those?
I haven't went in a while, honestly. I think I have went like 3 months ago.
How often do you go? Was that the first time? Do you go a lot?
I mean, I used to go more frequent, but I just haven't lately. I've just been working a lot.
Okay. Just curious, because I'm just trying to I'm trying to figure out where you get this information from. Is this just something like you
It's
like came in with on your own?
On my own, yes. If I came to the conclusion on my own, it's not something anybody told me. It's not something that I'm just leeching off somebody from leeching off from somebody else that they told me. I came to the conclusion years ago. If you
leeching has a negative connotation.
Not leeching. I'm taking it from somebody else.
But I want to say this: another reason why I proposed that question to you, sir, is because pardon my vernacular, but I'm gonna be a little frank. All right, the arrogance of what you say, it just sounds so uninformed. And I don't mean to disrespect you when I say that, and I hope I'm not. I'm just being frank with you. It's popularity don't pay the bills. Popularity isn't the same as connections and relationships with the venues, the commission. Popularity doesn't give you the understanding of how to fill out the paperwork and how to set up the structure. Popularity doesn't help you with organization. Popularity, again, like I said, doesn't pay the bills. We know a lot of people that, because based on what you say, even with those names you said, why isn't Sugar Ray Leonard promotion still out here putting on big fights? I mean, he's still alive and he still talks. He's still around the business of boxing. Mike Tyson, why Mike Tyson Promotions isn't around? Roy Jones Promotions, they all try promotional companies, and why aren't those things as successful and still around right now? Because the popularity alone isn't enough. You got to have liquid capital as well. These boxers a lot of times don't have liquid capitals. I did an episode one time showing people how a guy can make $1 million for a fight and leave over $200,000 in debt. How's that possible? But it's possible. And we just broke it down and just showed you how that money just goes away. Drip, 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 and it's just all gone. And now you're in debt. And then you got to fight again. And you need an advance. You need a training bonus, things like that. And it reminds you sometimes of the music industry. It's like, damn, this shit is designed to keep the artist in debt. So, or the fighter in debt in this situation. So I just like, man, I need your email, man. I need to send you some links to some videos, man, when we interview managers, trainers, promoters, and it's not that easy, man. If it was that easy, once you get a name, like all these guys will have their promotion. Like even these guys that got these shell company promotions, when you look at the promoter of record on let's go to BoxRec, it'll just say TGB Promotions. Now we put their name on the banner. They got an LLC. We pay them under their LLC of their promotion and put it on the banner, but they're not the promoter of record. There ain't no business being signed with their name and signature on it. That's like the people don't have connections with the sponsors. People don't know how to reach out to O'Reilly's. You see O'Reilly's on the tarmac here. You see Budweiser. Budweiser might not want to deal with you. Tecate, Hennessy, the companies that's involved, we're dealing with Top Rank. We're dealing with Showtime. They might not want to deal with you if you're not on TV. Do you have a relationship with the TV company? Who's the TV guy over there? What network is going to put it on? You're just going to put it on YouTube? You're going to put it on your website? It's not just as easy as, okay, you're popular, leave them and go off and do your own thing. What does doing your own thing consist of? Who's going to run the company? You got to train and fight. You need somebody that knows what they doing to run that shit while you go out there and actually train and fight. And those people are usually working for the ops. It's just not as easy as you said, man. It just sounds uninformed just to say, yeah, you get popular, just leave. But I digress. Y'all got the floor.
Okay, let me respond to that. And I think, like I said, like, just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm jumping to one extreme to the next. I never said it was easy. I don't think I was trying to imply that it was easy. I know there's a lot of guys that will simply fail because they just don't know the business as well. There's a whole bunch of variables that go into it. There's a whole bunch of shady promotions. There's a whole bunch of shady managers. They might not have the liquid capital like you just mentioned. I know it's not easy. Everything is simple in explanation, but it's not simple in actually performing what you're doing. The problem is, I would want more fighters to take charge in their career as far as what they like to do, because, like I said, it's like you said, popularity is not really paying the bills. Well, first off, if you're popular, most fighters are going to want to see you. If you're popular, most fighters are going to want to take time out of their day to reach into their wallet and give it to the person who and give it to you because they want to see you fight. If you're popular, you're more than likely you're going to have more connections, because most people are like, hey, aren't you that guy I seen on TV? Aren't you this guy who fought this last night? Aren't you this guy who fought last month? If you have more connections, if you're more popular, obviously the connections are going to come because a lot of people know you. They know what you represent. They know you bring a lot of money. You bring a lot of people to the seat. You bring a lot of butts and seats. So obviously, popularity does bring a lot of money. Eventually, of course, if you have the right team. I'm not saying that,
bro.
I'm not saying that once a fighter is in a certain point in his career, he's going to have enough liquid capital to start his own promotional company. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he will fight 3 years for Bob Arum and then immediately he just knows exactly what to do. Start up Jamel Charlo Promotions or something like that, and then now he knows how to perfectly finesse the game. I'm not saying that. I would like to see more fighters take charge because, like I said, like it just seems most fighters are just too complacent with what they're actually getting when they could get more, and they're tired, and they themselves are tired of how the business is run on themselves because they got to eat, they want money, they have to fight, and of course they're taking the licks, so they should have more of a say so on what happens in their career. So if they want to do that, they would have to take more charge in as far as what they want to do at the business side of boxing. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy. Most fighters don't ever do it. Most fighters don't end up making even close to the amount of money that, let's say, Jamel Charlo makes. Even that's not even name people like Floyd Mayweather. Most people don't even make that type of money.
Exactly. But the guys who make that, look, let's bring it back home. So like to those examples I named, Roy Jones made a lot of money. What happened to Roy Jones Promotions? He's popular. They know him. Matter of fact, take him out of it. Of somebody who has a whole team around him. Didn't even take no punches to the head. 50 Cent, Jay-Z. They both tried to break into boxing. What happened to Rock Nation in boxing? Jay-Z got connections. He know how to. They got the liquid capital. They got the networks. They can get you on the net. What happened though? What happened to 50 Cent and his boxing promotion? He got network and he can put a TV show on. Can't keep no boxing event going because it's not a business that really brings in a lot of outsiders, man. It's really hard to break into boxing on the big level. It's very political, it's very tight. Antonio Tarver got a promotional company. A lot of these guys got promotional companies, we just don't know of them. And they put on events, they just put on small events. They don't have the TV time, they don't have the TV space, they don't have the fighters. It's not. It's like I said, you make it sound like it's so easy.
I just really highlighted
more people because you can't even name 5 successful ones that's comparable to a top rank. Can't name 5 of them. Because we always talk about the same ones. You got
talking about the networks.
Top rank, Golden Boy. TGB.
That was never the point I was trying to prove. I clearly said, you
dropped off.
I highlighted that it's not easy. I'm not trying to imply that it's easy. It's not at all. I said I would like to see fighters try more as far as what they're doing with their career and as far as how they want themselves to be promoted. If you talk about, you mentioned people like Roy Jones, Mike Tyson, and Antonio Tarver and stuff like that. Yeah, they were popular at a certain point, but now they're not. The problem comes into play with, they were popular as fighters, but can they run a promotional company? The obvious answer is no, they cannot. I love them as fighters. They just can't run a promotional company, or they just don't have a good enough team to where they can promote their fights. That, in a nutshell, it's not simply that these fighters were popular and
they're not making any money because it's just the popularity popularity doesn't matter. Popularity still matters. They just don't know how to promote their fighters. They don't know how to promote their fights. They don't know how to promote their brand.
So how should they do it then?
Honestly, if we're talking about fighters that coming up today, they should be I think they should be on social media more. It's more than just Twitter fingers. It's not, oh, I'm the best fighter in the world, I can beat this fighter and stuff like that, Tank Davis and bullshit like that. You obviously Mike Tyson is very prominent on the internet. He has fighters he talks to all the time. He talks to people like George Foreman, talks to people like Sugar Ray Leonard, talks to people like Roy Jones, stuff like that. He's commentated on a couple of occasions. He shows up to almost every fight. He shows up to almost every event. He's a very prominent figure online. And then Mike Tyson. Okay. So you take that, and then you take into account that he has his own podcast, Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson. Brings on music guests. Sometimes he brings on other boxers.
I'm familiar. I'm trying to connect the dots though.
Yeah. So me personally, the way I would promote fighters right now, I would tell them to have a YouTube channel, or have a TikTok, or have a what is that Bumble now? What is it? Rumble? Something like that?
That's popularity though. How do they pay the $4-6 million liquid that you gotta have for the video? How do you get a connection with the TV network?
Okay, so obviously if you're fighting long enough,
obviously,
I'm saying if you're fighting and you're popular, because obviously if you're popular, more people are going to see you, right?
Yeah, but that don't mean you know the executive. You don't deal with the executive just because you're the popular guy.
Of course you don't. You don't know in this. You don't know in this stuff. Yeah, you're just starting. You're fighting your way up the rank. You're not going to start at 100.
Even when you're popular, like even when you're the top guy, you don't sit down and have lunch with the executives and the CEOs of the networks all the time.
Of course not. You're not always going to completely
and
know.
Why would I help you do your own thing when you would now be a direct competitor and not with the people I was just eating with you with Bob Arum. And then you want to have a meeting with ESPN and Disney by yourself? I don't know, man. You got to talk to Bob. I don't want to I don't want to compete with him.
Okay, well,
you're an unproven entity. Why would I risk it on you? My top rank relationship.
It's simple. It's very simple. Do you stand a chance of making more money with me if I can put enough butts in the seats?
No, I don't stand a chance because you're an unproven entity. Somebody else is proven. I'm standing a chance to make more money with them long term because they have a track record of 50 years being in the business.
But here's the thing. It's dependent on how popular is this fighter.
Who's gonna name one fighter that's that popular that any network was gonna just?
We're talking about hypothetical. I'm not saying there's a fighter.
I'm saying hypothetically. Give me any fighter. Manny Pacquiao can't just go to Showtime and say fuck Al Heyman. Put on a Manny Pacquiao promotion over here, and I'm gonna throw my own event over here. They can't go to ESPN and do that.
Well, obviously he just signed with PBC not so long ago. I mean,
that's not him doing his own thing and compete and being. He partnered with them. He wasn't competing with them.
Right. I'm saying like obviously
about competing with them. He left sign with someone else when it's signed with somebody else.
You're not okay. So of course, like. Obviously, if you're talking about that scenario, like as far as like just signing with like PBC and then going over Showtime, that wouldn't really work. I mean, like just as far as making a contract in itself, and then he just like probably set up a contract with them, it just wouldn't work. Obviously, in that scenario, it would have to be a scenario where his contract or his deal with whatever promotional company he just had just ended. So. In a hypothetical scenario, let's just say he was with Top Rank and he's a free agent now. He's no longer with Top Rank. That would be the best time for him to hit up this executive or whatever the case who you name and say, "Yo, I want to start my own thing. I make enough money on the back end, and I'm willing to make use. I'm willing to give you this share cut of the profits if you help me start this company." XYZ. It's not simple. I'm not saying it is
sound
simple.
like, bro. You remind me of the guys saying all the players should get together and buy a team, the black team. Like you make so much money in the NBA, you should buy your own team. Or like you make enough money that enough players can get together and buy their own team. But man, you don't
Dude,
have to
I've heard those. I've heard those guys too. I'm not. Listen, again, I'm not saying it's simple. It may sound that way, but I'm not saying it is simple. I just would like to see more fighters take more charge in their career because
that's a 30-year. That's like a 20-year plan. What you just described right there, bro. At that point,
20-year plan. How why would it be?
I think people are confused with how much these guys really make and how much they get to take home, how much they got liquid, and also all the politics. That's how we got here too, to bring it back full circle. We got here because we was talking about the
I mean,
politics.
honestly, it just seems like it seems like a very dumb move to be a boxer anyway. If that's what we're coming down to.
Nah, I ain't gonna disrespect the fighters. What I will say, it takes a different type of individual to go in there and shit. Even play football, you put on this gear and you're gonna run as fast as you can towards this other person and crack them with your head and shoulders and their chest.
But
you know what I mean?
Usually,
ball while everybody run at you and try to break your fucking neck. I mean, like, but yes. To
listen, I love the NFL.
Look, race cars. Like, hey, look, drive this car around the track fast as you can. Floor this motherfucker 200 miles per hour and see who get over the line first. Very dangerous. I mean, but some people got to do it. Some people fly fighter jets into the eye of a hurricane just so the radars on the plane can tell us if it's a category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, you know, so it's some jobs out there.
I mean, but
many of us won't do.
It is a choice,
but I don't want to call people dumb though, because I respect these fighters.
I'm not. No. I'm not saying these fighters are dumb. Of course, they have different expectations. I'm just saying if we're looking at it from this way now, it just would be dumb to enter the fighting game, considering that you probably will get screwed at some point in your career.
But go ahead, Santos.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the brother, what do you do for a living, or what do you love to do?
I work at a warehouse job, bro.
Oh, is what you love to do?
You broke up, Santos. Ask him again.
I said, is that what you love to do?
I mean, no, not really, but
okay.
I mean, it's a
I
job.
think it would be out of line to say.
Got fish your audio, Santos. You chopping up.
Is it?
Try it again.
Give me a minute. I'll give it a minute. How it sound
You good
now?
right there. You good now.
Still
You
back?
good. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think it's a little premature and a little bit disrespectful to say that, you know, a person that loves to do something and they do it for a living, if it that is done, because first of all, high risk, high reward in most cases. Low risk, low rewards in most cases. But these guys normally get into boxing because it's a sport that they love to participate in, not because they're looking for multi-millions of dollars when they're little kids. They're becoming these athletes because they love the sport. Whether it be football, basketball, golf, hockey, boxing, whatever. They love the sport. So what's wrong with a person falling their hard to do something that they love to do and get paid very well for it? No matter if it's a few thousand or a few 100,000 or a few millions. Because the average person, yourself, working in a warehouse, you're not going to get that kind of money. So these guys are doing, and these women are doing something that they love to do. When they do that, it's not so much of a job for them until the business part of it set in later on in their career after they've been seasoned a little bit. But their job is to train and to become the best they possibly can at the sport that they love, whether it be boxing, hockey, football, volleyball, I don't care what it is, swimming. That's what they get paid to do, something that they love to do. That really isn't a job. Then when you do something you love to do, it's not so much of a job at that point. It's something that you love to do, and you get the rewards for it from it. So we don't need to choose certain work. Acting, whether it be sports, military, whether it be killing. If you love to kill people, be the best at it. Get paid. I don't own it, but I mean, some people feel like that. So we got to be conscious of what we're saying, you know, before we speak it.
Fair enough. Go ahead, King Henry.
I mean, I think you got it, bro. I mean,
King Henry, take control of your career. You should own that warehouse in a couple years. I ain't gonna say it's gonna be easy, but you should own that warehouse.
That's how the game go.
That's by that logic. Like you should be able to own that warehouse. Fuck owning it, man. You know, no. Let's keep it a buck. Even at the job you work at, right? You know, no matter how hard you work, it's some position in that company. I don't know if it's the CEO. Let's not even go to CEO, or president, home office. Like even at a warehouse, like you can be like, damn, operation manager or like senior operation manager. You like, no matter how hard I work here, I come on time every day. I work hard. I take correspondence courses. They're never gonna give me that job. They're not gonna give me that job. I'm gonna have to leave here one day. You get what I'm saying? Go back to school, get more degrees, blah, 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 and have to have a different path. But just working hard and coming to work hard and saving your money, you're never gonna get to owner of that company or be able to buy your own warehouse. Because it's designed to not pay you enough to ever own your own warehouse. You know what I mean? Am I making sense with that one? Like, it's by design. And now the way some of these contracts work, they want cuts of your ad dollars and everything. If it's advertising on your trunks, some of these contracts say I get a cut of that, or I tell you what ads come on your trunks because I'm out here generating the ad revenue for those trunks. So I'm gonna put some ads on your trunks. You're gonna get a cut. But most of these fighters don't even control the ads that's on their trunks. They just know how much they getting paid because they're so focused on one thing. Shit. If you interview and talk to enough of these fighters too, man, you'll realize some of these dudes are kind of introverted too. You know what I mean? Because, or either athletes or some people that are really music savants because they spend their whole life working to be great at one thing. Most of us would die not even being average at some things. We're not even good at some things. We're good at our job that we do every day. Might not even be the best at our job that we do every day. But some people are the top 1% in the world at what they do. And they spend so much time focusing on that. They don't even know how to talk to girls. They laugh awkward. They crack corny jokes. You know, it's kind of weird sometimes. They can be, you know, it's very rare that you meet some of these guys that are just good at everything. They got the business right. They smart, they funny, charismatic, they know how to talk, they play the piano, like they know how to work the boardroom, like, or put themselves in a position where somebody does it for them and don't rob them. Just, I need somebody around me to do all of this. I'll be the front man, but I need somebody I trust right here to do it all. And don't rob me. Chances are you're gonna get robbed. A lot of times these dudes get robbed. Even in music, other avenues out here, entertainment, especially in boxing though, because it's the Wild Wild West. It's governed like that on purpose, but I digress, man. Brim, you still there? Got King Henry and of course side nigga aka Centos.
Yeah, my bad, Mark. I thought I changed that side nigga. I think I'm gonna stop being a side nigga real soon though. But
Yeah, man, you better than that, man. You better than that.
No, Mark.
You
I was really feeling that, Mark. You know, I'm gonna turn
Nah,
my
man, you better than that, black man.
Yeah,
Nah.
I'm black man, but they got the gist of it. I feel you.
Yeah, man.
I'm still here. I didn't know I was muted. I'm still here.
All right. King Henry, I don't mean no disrespect to you, man. Yeah, sometimes we go back and forth. Sometimes go through the little ring over here. Look, they put me through it. I put y'all through it. I went through it with Brim earlier too. Sometimes we go back and forth and we challenge each other on our opinions. But your opinion is your opinion alone, and you are welcome to have your opinion. And we're not here to change your opinion. We just here to give each other a little pushback, pause, little discourse. And I think it's healthy. You know what I'm saying? A little healthy disagreement here and there is good. You know what I'm saying? As long as we keep it respectful, we come back and do it again another day. You heard?
Yeah, I don't have no problem, man. It's just, I mean, you got your ideas and you have your standpoints. It's cool. I mean, you can have yours.
Yeah, and before I pass it up, I think the biggest issue in boxing is not even the politics, like you said. I think one of the biggest issues in boxing is what we just experienced right here. This whole thing where we have fans, and I'm talking about you right now, but I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, that will spend 3 hours on a podcast talking about a fight, but won't buy a fight if it takes more than 3 days or 3 months or 3 years. But you will talk about a fight for hours and hours and hours, but we don't buy the fight, or we don't support the fight, or we think we know more about the business of boxing, and we never even seen a contract. We don't know who's the owner of the local gym. We don't know. We don't talk to the local trainers. We don't buy the pay-per-views, but we call other people casuals. We'll call somebody else casual because they can't tell you who won the heavyweight championship in 1983. So you a casual, but hold up, bro. I bought all these fights. I buy the merch. I support the fighters. I spend thousands of dollars to support this, but I'm the casual because you got a better memory than me, or you got an almanac, or you quick on your Googles. No, you're the casual because you don't even spend your money. The hardcore fan spends their money on it. Casuals don't. Casual still fights, but that's my opinion. But I'll go ahead. I'll pass the mic. Anybody? Everybody muted. All right.
Yeah, but that's another form of having love for something, Mark. When you're willing to spend your hard-earned dollars on that something that you love, whether it be a man or a woman, a child, a sport, a vehicle, a home, whatever it may be. That's when you love to do something enough, you're gonna put that extra effort into it. And that's what these fighters do. They put that extra effort in there to be the best that they possibly can be. So they focus on their trade that they're participating within. They focus on their skills and their abilities. That's their job. So the reason people in various industries hire people around them to take care of the, let's say, administrative portion of the business that they're in is so that they can focus on being the best they can be at whatever they're doing. The business I'm in, I don't have any help. So I'm not being the best that I could be. Because when you're trying to do everything, you're gonna have downfalls. It's gonna be some drop off. But when you delegate and have people doing things that you don't have time to do yourself, and it's not enough for you to do, you can concentrate on being the best at what you do. So we got to understand this. There's reasons why people hire people to do things for them. That's to help them be the best in every area, in every aspect of whatever business, sport, career, industry, whatever you want to call it, that they possibly decide to partake in. So I'm never gonna. I'm not trying to browbeat you, my man. I'm just trying to give you another perspective and another outlook on not just boxing but life in general. The way things work for us is we want to be the best at whatever it is that we feel like we're good at and that we love. But sometimes it takes more than just that individual who's participating in whatever it is they're participating in to be the best at what they're doing. Sometimes you got to have help. I know I need help. So, you know, I'm working toward that. I've always worked toward it, but sometimes I work toward it a little bit more than others. You know, I'm a greedy guy. I'm like you pretty much. I feel like I can handle it all and do it all and know the direction to go and all that kind of stuff. But if you don't have the extra hands and the extra ears and the extra eyes to help you cross every T and dot every I,
You're gonna lose money.
You're gonna lose. Man, the
You're gonna
last
lose
2
money.
months,
You're gonna leave some money on the floor.
I don't lost about at least 30,000 last 2 months, 2.5 months. I know that for a fact. Because I'm not being able to be the best that I can be because some things change and I don't have people to help. Boom, you lose. But you know, it is what it is. I mean, we can't do it all ourselves, and we're not the greatest and smartest people about everything that we want to do. That's why some people go to school for marketing. That's why some people go to school to be attorneys. That's why some people go to school to be promoters. And that's why some people go to school to be CEO, you know, great business-minded people. You know,
I got a call too, Santos.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm my bad.
No, you good. Let's go to caller 302. What it do? What's your name? Where you from, family?
My name is Rex, man. I'm from Delaware.
Rex from Delaware.
Your back is broken.
Yeah.
A vertebrae or what portion?
Spinal.
Shout out to Delaware.
I was chatting. Terrence Johnson. That was me chatting.
Okay.
The last hour or so.
Appreciate you supporting the show, man.
No problem. I think you did a great job with, you know, the whole debate because I see where the young man is coming from. I mean, it's very positive. Like, it's a very good thought. I just feel like all you were trying to get him to see was that, you know, like in the sport of boxing, you said 8 different kind of examples of why it's just not very realistic. It's not that it's a bad idea. It's a great idea, you know, to be on top of your game, to know the business and to not get shaded. But you just gave me so many examples of why it's not that realistic in the sport of boxing. You know, I just was hoping he'd just be more open to your standpoint as we work to his, because what he was saying makes all the sense. I mean, in a perfect world, that'd be great, but in the sport of boxing,
it's not practical. It's not practical, is what I was saying.
It's not practical.
It's very not
practical. It's not
practical.
It's not. It's not. That's you know, I've been saying the whole time, like, man, this guy's just like taking the information, like, you see where you're coming from. But, you know, see where Mark is coming from too. He's giving me all the jewels to see that it's a great thought, but the sport of boxing is just not very practical. And I just didn't agree with the whole. Go ahead.
Oh, no. You good. Hey, Rex. Hey, look, it's like the drug dealer thing. I'm going to go from nicks to dimes to quarters. I'm going to start selling eighths, sevens. I'm going to go to the ounces. After that, I'm going to get halves, QPs, pounds. I'm going to work my way to the key, and I'm going to be the plug. Like, bro, that's not how it's going to work. You going to jail. You going to prison.
That's not how it's going to work.
It sounds good in therapy. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have a baby mama.
Yeah, it sounds good.
You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody going to get shot. That's not how it works. You don't work your way from nicks to dimes and end up with the keys. You got to have the plug. You need a connect.
You're 100%
or
right,
you a
man.
robber, or you a D-boy and you just gonna rob somebody or to work and go to another state and try to set up shop, but it's not practical, man.
It's not that easy. I think you did a very good job of you gave different examples, you know, of why things can work that way. I just was hoping you just be more open to see that, you know. But as far as him saying, I just want to say this one part and let me get off here. As far as him saying like the boxing is dead, I think that's a bit extreme. Like, this is the best year in boxing, in my opinion, we've had in a decade since 2000. What do you mean by that? Like, we have gotten so many good fights this year. You have to appreciate this. You can't say boxing has been dead kind of sort of in 10 years, the last 10 years, because of the fucking Floyd Mayweather effect of the politics. Everybody's afraid to fight each other because everybody's afraid to lose. When finally, I think Keith Thurman was one of the pioneers and set it off and said, somebody's got to go. It could have started a little bit before that, but around that time, people started getting confidence to fight like people used to fight back in the day and not worry about the Mayweather effect and fight their own fights and don't care who loses or wins. And this year, I can't name them all, Mark, but look, we've had so many fucking good fights this year, man. We ain't had a year like this since 2013, though. Like, we got Tank and Hector Garcia started the year. We got Better Bev and Anthony Yard. We got Tim Zhu and David Harrison. We got fucking Benavidez and
Plant.
What's the boy? Caleb Plant. We got Devin Haney and Lomachenko. We got Ryan Garcia and Tank. We got Bud and Spence. We got so many good fights this year. Like it could be so much. It could be so. We got
some
Canelo and
look,
Wilder.
don't forget the ladies too. Undisputed.
Oh yeah.
I got a question.
Look at this year. Look at this year. Look at this year, man. Compared to the last 10 years, we're not even done yet. We might still get Wilder and Joshua at the end of the year. Might still get Fury and Josh. It's not over yet. We've had a great year this year. So, my man, boxing is not dead. Boxing may have been dead, but it's well alive this year. We've been treated, and you got to just smell the flowers by the hair and just appreciate it. We've got a lot of great fights this year. Fights we've been waiting on for years. We got them this year. So it's people are waking up and they're not worried about losing. They want to fight the best. I think we're in a good place, man. I think we're in a good place.
I would say this about what you said about like boxing is dead. It's almost like you started off in a place where I mostly disagreed, and then you kind of ended on a place where I mostly agreed. The whole thing was when I said boxing is mostly dead, because I was talking about in a perspective from that the ideal amount of audience that boxing wants to see is just not tuning in as much as they used to. I'm aware that this is a great year for boxing. We haven't had a year like this in a long time. You said this is probably the best year we had in 10 years. Well, I mean, even then, that should kind of be a testament of itself if fights like this are not happening in 10 years, but that's neither here nor there. I'm saying that simply that fights like this should happen more often. I am very proud that these fights are happening now. And you kind of brought up a good point. There's a lot of fighters that were really stubborn on losing their oath, so they just refused to fight the best competition. And now they're waking up from it, because before Crawford got undisputed, most people just didn't really give a shit. They tried to make all the excuses in the world about the belts and the sanctioning bodies and the fees and shit like that. Or I don't need a belt. It's all about the business. It's all about making money. Well, as soon as Crawford got a belt, now it's all about the legacy now. And that's what I'm proud of, because most fighters are woken up from that stupid fucking thing that people are saying now.
Yes, it's the best. I'm like 2013 was a big year. I can't remember all the marquee fights. We got a lot of big fights that year, and since then it's been kind of like hot and cold. But I get it. Floyd had a big influence on the whole boxing community about being undefeated, and that kind of trickled on to where people was afraid to lose, like a loss was going to end your career. You know what? The public didn't help it. If you take a loss, next thing you know, everybody's trying to throw you in the garbage because of what Floyd was doing. It wasn't just him by himself, but his influence on the people, the sport, and the fans made a big deal. I don't think that's what he meant to do, but that's how much power he had. I think that people gravitated to that, and if a person lost, they want to throw you away like you ain't no good. When Pacquiao had like 6-7 losses, and he's going to the Hall of Fame. There's a ton of there's more Hall of Famers probably with losses than without losses. You want to know? It's all about the get back.
I have a personal opinion. Go ahead. My bad. I'm cutting you off.
No, you good. Go ahead, fam. Go ahead, fam. Good.
Me personally, I don't think it's that the majority of fans are promoting the idea that if you're not a fighter with an O, that you're not somebody I want to see anymore. It was a very vocal section of the internet, because you don't really see much boxing coverage covered on TV. So mostly when it comes to boxing coverage, is going to be on the internet. There's a very vocal part of the internet that only represents a whole bunch of fighters, or they tend to overshadow. Huh?
No, I'm sorry. I just meant to say certain fighters.
Yeah, they tend to overshadow certain fighters because they have a loss on their record. And of course, that very vocal part of the internet got a lot of people thinking that, oh, well, this person has an L, so most people don't care. Did Pacquiao still make money after 7 losses? He did. I mean, did B-Hop make a lot of money even after he lost 3-4 times? He did. I mean, did AJ still make money after he lost to Andy Ruiz? He did. I think the problem is that very vocal part of the internet that was trying to convince people that if you didn't have a zero, you were not capable of selling a fight. Most people are not interested anymore. When tons of people tuned in to see
old ass Mike Tyson fight, old ass Mike Tyson fall in the ring and can't get up. Tons of people went.
Roy Jones,
old ass Roy Jones with a beer gut. Tons of people tuned in even when he got knocked out numerous times.
It was one of the biggest pay-per-views of the year. They sold over 1 million.
Right. It's
but
not.
Also, too, though, the price point was fair. They wasn't charging people $100. Fight was a little over $50 for that fight.
Right. So yeah, it's just a very vocal part of the internet that's just been overselling the idea that if you don't have an O, you, like, most people don't care about you anymore. And it was a very toxic example. It was a very toxic example that I'm glad we got rid of.
It was a toxic place we was in for a long time. Like I said, especially like from 2013 on, it wasn't until 2019 around that time where it started to phase off. The Floyd mentality started to phase off, and people started saying, you know, forget that, we're going to start making fights. Yeah, but that was the narrative, not just the.
Nice. Can't hear you.
Not my intention.
My bad, Rex. I clicked the wrong mute button over here. I'm sorry. Say that last part again. You said what year did you say it shifted?
It shifted in 2019, in my opinion. I believe that narrative, as far as like when you lose, because think about it. Let's be real here. 2013 on, if a person lost once or twice, people on the internet and the public was quick to say, "Oh, he needs to retire," or "He's a gatekeeper," or this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? And like around 2019 is when I believe it started to shift to where people just started saying, "Forget losing, we're going to start making these fights." You know what I'm saying? That's where we are now. I believe from 2013 to 19, a lot of people are acting like we all seen this. We've seen people take one loss or two losses and people just gave up on them. We saw the comments. People saying, "Oh, it's BS about him. Oh, he's not that good. He was never this, never that."
To be fair, sir, Rex, I got to give you a little discourse right here. People are saying that about Errol Spence right now, and he just lost one fight, sir. And he lost the pound for pound.
Yeah, I know, but
the best fighter in the world, a generational talent, all-time great. People are saying, Errol Spence need to retire. So it's still there.
Yeah, 100% right. But
it's still there.
Yeah, it's still there in the sense. But let me ask you this: do you not think that most people are saying that because of how bad he lost? Not because of one loss, but because of how bad he got his ass whooped. I think that's why people are saying they still wrong for even saying that shit, period. You know, Joshua got his ass whooped. Wilder got his ass whooped. They ain't telling him to retire. You know what I mean? They ain't telling him to retire. Like, you get your ass whooped. It's boxing. You know what I'm saying? So what's
people
wrong?
Telling
I don't
Chris
think it's
Eubanks
at the same height it was.
What Chris Eubanks, people saying his career was on the line too if he lost to Liam Smith. You know, so I think that's still there. You know, it's all about, like you said, hey, look, people said Lee Woods need to retire, like, because he lost a lot.
Yeah, it's still, you know what? Not to say that I agree about it. It's out there. It's not as strong as it was.
I agree with you on that. No, like nobody was saying Thurman, right? Nobody saying,
you know.
I agree. Nobody was saying
smart.
Thurman.
You know.
Yeah, nobody was saying Thurman should retire after he lost to Pacquiao.
No, he kind of started the trend. It's like, somebody got to go. I don't care. It don't define me. That's in my opinion. I think that
I said it personally.
But shit, he took 30 months to fight again after that.
Yeah, well, he should have. It sounds like he should have retired then, huh?
I mean, he didn't start. That don't mean he didn't start the trend.
Yeah, he retired basically.
Yeah, but Thurman wasn't. I get it. It sounded good. I got an ain't scared to let it go. He did fight Shawn Porter. He did fight Danny Garcia. So you got a point. Go ahead. I pass it around.
Yeah, he kind of started that trend. But if you don't mind, like, I'd like to say a little piece on Thurman. I really like Keith Thurman. You know what? Let me ask you this. I think Keith Thurman is such a good talker. Keith Thurman needs to be a goddamn commentator. He's a good talker. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he needs to be a commentator, man. I think that might be his call on After Boxing. He's a good fucking talker.
He's a great commentator. I thought he was better than Shawn and Keith Thurman. I ain't gonna lie, but he got that lisp. I don't know if the lisp is a problem. I don't know.
It's not a Tyson lisp, but
it's not a problem. I mean, they probably want.
I don't know.
Yeah, Tyson got a list too.
Is he not available?
It's not Tyson.
Does he want too much money? Does he look at? Sometimes it's all about your perspective of the job too. Do I look at me being a commentator, fans seeing me too much doing commentator, or they're gonna start looking at me like a retired fighter, and I don't want that. I don't want that look. You know, I don't know. Maybe it was the money. Who knows?
I doubt.
I agree.
Doubt Keith Thurman. I really doubt Keith Thurman wants to actually join boxing again. He just wants another payday.
Keith Thurman will make a good. What I'm saying is Keith Thurman will make a great commentator after he's done boxing. That's what I was trying to say.
I would think he'd make a better podcaster than a commentator.
I would never.
He'd be good at that too.
And the reason why I say that because I think he needs to be able to speak freely. And working at that commentator desk for a network, you're going to be under some kind of restrictions. So I think as a podcaster or having his own YouTube channel, like King Henry was talking about, I think he'd be great at that. I would, trust me. I would be watching him and Bernie the Boxer could take my money every week, because I watch those dudes every week because they're so candid, and they're very knowledgeable about the sport, and just hearing the way they talk about boxing. Like Malik Scott is another one, man. I would love to hear.
Malik Scott is good. Malik Scott is good. I agree. Malik Scott is good. He knows his boxing. He knows his boxing. He keeps it 100.
Right, and he's very candid. Like whether you like it or not, he's very candid.
He is. He is. And you know what? Believe it or not, I think Keith Thurman still got some fight left in him. I feel like he's give people like some good fights, but it's just that he's so stuck on fighting certain people for a certain amount of money. They killed his goddamn career. He's so inactive. Like, why don't you just take some fights to stay active and to make some fucking money? You ain't making no money.
It's
like,
the training camp.
Just
though,
trying to
bro.
wait for certain fights.
It's Keith Thurman. He's always been this way.
But look, it's that training camp too, though, right, King Henry? Like, it ain't easy to make 147. So if I gotta go through all of this to make this weight, I better be getting paid a lot of money. It ain't no just at this point. It ain't star.
He's not the same star. He's not the same star.
But the money he demands, people ain't gonna pay him that just to fight.
They not
a Joey, a Cody Crawley. People ain't gonna pay. They ain't gonna pay him multiple $1 million to see him fight Cody Crawley, bro.
This is one of them situations, and it's not even. It's not even just because I have a bias for Keith Thurman. If Keith Thurman actually told me that, I would, as a manager and looking at my fight, I would kind of be like, well, tough shit. If you my fighter wants a certain amount of money, and if you're not gonna bring it, you're gonna take less. The only way I would give you more is if you were more popular.
Who gonna take less?
Keith Thurman. That's the whole problem, right? He wants a certain amount of money, right?
I got a little pushback on that one.
But the opponent got to take less. And who are we to tell somebody what they worth to get punched in the face?
Because
managers are not the boss. They work for the fighter. Managers work for the fighter. So he don't need to be telling the fighter nothing like that.
I'm saying if I'm the promoter for the fighter he wants to fight, he wants to fight people like Crawford and Spence, right? Obviously, Keith Thurman is not as popular as Spence and Crawford. So you're coming to me.
I hear what you're saying about that. We gotta remember that managers and promoters and anybody else that gets a piece of the pie from any athlete or any kind of celebrity person that's in a celebrity status, anybody they're hiring these people, like you said earlier. They are going into a contract where originally the contract may appear that they're taking orders from those folks in the beginning, but in essence, those people are working for those performers. So
actually, you don't even have to get into the. You don't even have to get into the contract. The point of the matter is he has no leverage.
I hear what you're saying.
He has no leverage.
Words have meaning, and the way we state them gives a certain interpretation.
Yeah.
He has no leverage for the money he's asking, man. Let me ask all y'all something.
Even when he had leverage, he couldn't get a Mayweather fight. The politics of boxing elevated Mayweather to the super champ, the WBA super champ. So now Mayweather don't have to fight you. Like they always call the WBA regular belt. Oh, he got that Reggie belt. That Reggie belt got a mandatory. The super champ don't. The super champ can say, nah, I ain't fighting him. And don't got to fight him.
Yep. You're right. And my question is, you mean to tell me that Keith Thurman didn't price himself out for a ugas fight?
I don't know. I don't know
the
details of it.
We don't know. No, we don't know the details. What I'm saying is, talking about you guys fight. The fight didn't happen. And me knowing Thurman, us knowing Thurman, how he moves, 9 times out of 10 that fight didn't happen because we want too much fucking money.
Because of Keith Thurman.
But what is too much? Hold up. But what is too much money to say that?
I mean,
what is too much money? Give me a number. Give me a number.
Okay, who knows?
Let's say he wanted $2 million. Was that fight worth $2 million for him? Is that not fair?
I can't say that's not fair for Ugas. I mean, I can't say that's not fair. You would think for them
if it was a $2 million fight, the fight would have happened.
No, $2 million for Thurman, but let's say Ugas, I want $3 million. I just fought for the unified title. I fought my pay-per-view event did very well too. Is that fight a $6 million fight or $8 million fight? Ugas won 4, Thurman won 4. That's not an $8 million fight though for no bill, right?
Well, but again, you don't really.
Ugas want $2 million or 3.
But you don't.
Thurman was like, nah, I want more.
But you don't get no goddamn though, actually, because if we're running in a scenario back, if we're running a scenario back and saying that knowing Keith Thurman in his habits, he probably wanted too much money. If the hypothetical scenario is that Keith Thurman only wanted 2, then the fight would have happened. Because you're not.
We don't know that.
It's very hard.
Ugas might have wanted 2.5.
But again, this is the scenario that you presented. You said, "What if he just wanted 2?" If he just wanted 2,
we don't know that because Ugas might have wanted 3 or 2.5, and that fight ain't a $5 million fight.
Again, even then, we're presenting the scenario that Keith Thurman wanted too much.
Well, yeah, I would say that because that's how he's been acting.
Why would they purposely? Why would they purposely come to him from the standpoint that, yo, I know you made $2 million before, but you're not going to get it. You're going to let him get $3 million. I don't think most managers would do that. They know how stupid that would be. So either way you swing it.
I know that money is low. I know that money low compared to what he got for his last fight. For that Barrios fight was a low. That Barrios fight.
That Barrios fight, he's not getting paid for that Barrios fight.
You know how much that Barrios fight purse was? Did y'all know
how much was it?
As anybody else know?
I don't. What was it?
I say anybody else know. I'm gonna see if anybody else know. Asking around. Anybody? Hello, everybody might mute it.
How much was it?
I'm gonna get some guesses first.
I don't really keep up with purses on purpose, man. I don't like the business of boxing.
Yeah, me neither.
I heard Keith Thurman got $2 million for Barrios.
$2 million for Barrios. That's what he got.
That sounds about right.
I already got about $2 million.
You know, he is a
that's
former unified
that's
champion.
After the payouts, it was really like 1.5. So
He's a former unified champion, so that makes sense.
Yeah, but him and Barrios was both coming off a loss with no belts, and they put that on pay-per-view.
Yep.
1.5. Bet on yourself, nigga. You better go out here and sell some pay-per-views. 1.5.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
from what I heard, Barrios got 500,000. I don't think Ugas is gonna take a deal like that now. That's like, yo, you gonna get 4 times the amount I'm getting, or 3 times the amount.
I mean, honestly, I like. I think the specifics doesn't really matter. If you the top guy in the division, then you demand.
Neither one of those guys are the top guy though.
Of course, that's the problem. They don't have any leverage. So it always comes down to leverage. Are you the top guy in the division? Can you demand what you want? And if you can't do that, then you shit out of luck. So that's why we didn't really get the fights.
But a lot of these dudes don't be the top guy in the division. Like Shakur and Frank Martin ain't the top guy in the division, but they was about to go to purse bid. To top rank stepped in the last minute.
Cool. That's the reason with the purse bid. If you can't demand how much you want or demand more, obviously not get to purse bid. No, well,
we could just say we ain't paying that shit.
Well, I'll put it like this: Can you afford to ask for more money?
No,
so,
ahead, Rex. I don't know.
If you can afford to ask for more money,
Go
I
ahead,
want to
Ricky.
ask all y'all something. Can we talk about this? What y'all think about Shakur and Frank Martin? Let's talk. I want to hear what y'all got to say. What do you think about that fight?
I got you. Let him finish his thought real quick before we change the subject, though. Right. So go ahead, King
My
Henry.
fault.
You good. Finish what you about to say, King Henry.
I'm just saying it's always it's a game based on leverage, and more than likely, if you don't got the most leverage, and the fight ain't happening, it's just simple as that. I mean, I really don't like getting into specifics of like.
But that's always debatable. Who got the most leverage? But in a lot of situations, that's debatable, unless you're dealing with a clear top guy like Canelo, or like the Crawford shit was debatable. You know what I'm saying? That's why the fight wasn't happening.
Well,
because Crawford said, I deserve more. Spence and his people was like, his people was like, no. It took them two to get on the phone, and Spence was like, yeah, that sounds fair. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, you right. Yeah, that should happen too. Cool. And sometimes it takes the fighters to talk to each other. But by design, they don't want y'all to talk to each other. They want it to be your side versus our side.
Of course they do. They want to call out the fight.
My lawyer.
They get paid a shit ton of money for us to sit on these 3-hour podcasts and debate who's in the wrong, who's in the right, whose side of the street is you're on, whose side of the street you're on, who's deserving of this amount of money. Obviously, if you're the top dog, it ain't no conversation. You take this amount of money, you don't want it, fuck off. I can fight somebody else and get paid. That's just how the game goes, unfortunately. If the fight ain't happening, more than likely it's because they really lack negotiation skills or they just wasn't the top dog.
Fair enough. Rex, what's your question about Shakur Martin? After this, I'm gonna close it out.
Okay, well, before I get to that, I want to tell you a real quick story. So me and my homeboy went to Shakur's fight when he fought, what's the one guy he fought? The guy from, like a Cuban? This was in like...
what city was it in? In Jersey?
It was in Newark.
Okay, yeah, that was his last fight. He fought, I was about to say Carbajal.
No.
He didn't fight Carbajal. That Carbajal
No,
was
no.
before,
And it wasn't Yoshino.
No, it was
It wasn't Yoshino, it was the guy before him.
Conseco?
Conseco, there you go, Conseco.
That was his last fight. That was his last fight at 130.
Oh, you're talking about Shakur? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Shakur. Before we get to the debate, what I want to ask you. So I went to that fight, right? And so the next day we went to this spot in the hood, the soul food spot in the hood. Me and my homie did. So we're sitting there eating, right? And my homie is like, "Hey, yo, that's Shakur." Like driving around the block. I'm like, "No, it's not." Like, whoa. So this guy comes in. He said, "Yo, whose great car is this out front? I'll pay you $300 to move it. I'm trying to break somebody in here." And so nobody would say nothing. So he walked back out. And so my man was like, "Hey, yo, I'm telling you, like that was Shakur circling the block." I'm like, "All right, whatever." So then, like about 2 minutes later, he said, "Yo, here he come right now." I'm like, "Where?" He said, "Right here." They walked past the glass that came in the goddamn restaurant. I'm like, "Damn!" Like, and we like really in the hood. It's not like the worst neighborhood, but it ain't nice. You feel me? So nigga came in there. I'm like, "I'm gonna ask this nigga if I can take a picture with him." He was like, "All right, let's go." So I asked him. He was real cool. Snapped it up, and so he got his food and he sat over there. I looked over there. I'm like, "Yo, is that Jay Prince?" He's like, "Yeah, that's Jay Prince."
Oh, they sat
like,
down at 8. They sat in the restaurant at 8. They didn't get no.
They sat down. And look on everything. They had one dude that might have been a bodyguard. The rest of them was all fighters. You know Shushu Carrington, right?
Yeah.
You know Shushu was there, and there was 2 other fighters and one dude that probably been a bodyguard. So he's like, "Yo, that's Jay Prince." I'm like, "Oh, I've been a fan of Jay Prince since the Ghetto Boy days, but I know about the mob ties and the stories I've heard. Like, I'm not even gonna fuck with that nigga, even ask for a picture and do nothing. You feel me?" So I get my food, we go outside. There's a regular Newark nigga outside, like, selling stuff. He said, "Hey, yo, man," he said, "Tell me something. Tell me that's not fucking Jay Prince in there." I said, "Yeah, that's him." He's like, "Yo, man, I can't believe this nigga in my city, man." He's like, "Yo, I wanna, walk up to him and talk to him and get a picture, but I feel some kind of way." I said, "I can dig it. I can dig it because I didn't do it."
He's like, "Nah, because
I didn't do it neither."
Like, I didn't do it neither. He's smiling. Shakur always smiling. I'm gonna ask him. He seems safer.
Shakur always smiling, man. He was cool. I'm not fucking with Prince, dog. Like, he wasn't neither. But anyway, I just want to ask y'all before we close it out. Like, how do y'all feel about this fight? Like, what are y'all opinions about who wins and why?
Well, I'll let my guest answer first. King Henry, unbiased fan. How do y'all feel about Frank Martin and Shakur Stevenson? I'm gonna be at that fight. I'm going to that one. I have a vested interest in that fight.
Where's it gonna be at?
From what I'm hearing in Vegas. At first, I was hearing it was gonna be in Atlanta, so I was really excited about that. But it's from all accounts, my source tell me it's gonna be in Vegas in November. But I do hear they looking at that Heisman date as well. But for what I'm hearing, this might be in November, around that Formula F1 thing, around the 16th. So we'll see though. But,
okay.
But
I'm gonna try to go.
Seven on a venue.
Nah, but I do hear might be in Vegas. I
thought it was confirmed for like a couple of weeks now, hadn't it?
Nah, it ain't been confirmed.
No. It's confirmed that they agreed to terms.
They agreed to the money. They agreed to the money. They agreed to the date and location.
Yep.
They agreed to whatever they splits was gonna be. Who you got?
I really thought that fight was found already.
No, I mean, no, it's agreed that they gonna fight each other, and now
it
was gonna go to first bid, but it got
moved. The word I was looking for, like it was already like the venue was posted and.
No, they said that's not posted yet. Look, they didn't even come to terms until the 5th of September. So what was that, 2 or 3 days ago? That's when they finally just agreed on the money.
Yeah, 3 days. It was 3 days ago. 3 days ago, they agreed. They just did that.
Yeah. So who you got though?
What you think?
Henry? And why?
If I'm being completely honest,
tell us a bunch of lies and don't be completely honest. Of course, be completely honest.
The only reason I'm starting that way is because I haven't really watched much Frank Martin film. I watched a lot of Shakur's though, so I would just off rip just say Shakur just because I watched more film.
But why though?
He said because he's just more familiar with him. You see more of his work.
Wait, so you don't know about Frank Martin at all?
Not really. Like I've seen I've only seen highlights, if I'm being honest.
I appreciate your honesty, man. So you didn't see him versus Michelle Rivera, and you didn't see his Hartunian fight that he just did. Art of Hartunian. Okay. Unbiased fan, who you got? Yeah, me too. I was at the Artem Hartunian fight. Had credentials.
Oh yeah, where was that at?
The Cosmos, Las Vegas.
Okay.
At the Cosmo Hotel.
Good shit.
Yeah, shit. Beautiful hotel too. Got a drink at that little bar too. It's called I forgot what the hell that drink was, man. But shit, I met Yellow Beezy and Errol at that fight too. Derek James interviewed them.
Oh yeah.
Roy Foreman interviewed him. I got a clip when I while I was interviewing Sam Watson, Suge Knight called him on, you know what I'm saying, from prison. I got that shit on tape. Yeah. Check out the channel, man.
Did you post it?
Hell yeah. Just go to my channel, type in Sam Watson or Suge Knight. That shit'll pop up, or type in Frank Martin. You'll see my Frank Martin interviews up there. Yeah. Grinding, man. Roy Foreman. Interviewed George Foreman's brother is Roy. You know, he used to be Derek James' promoter when Derek James used to box.
Okay.
Roy Foreman, George Foreman's brother.
Yeah. Okay. Learn something new every day. That's dope.
Yeah, so he was talking to us about the fight, and I'm gonna get him on the show because I just know he's available on Thursdays and Fridays.
Okay.
So I just got to make up one. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call his ass tomorrow. See if I get him on the show. Just pull up, talk some shit. I'm gonna clown him because he had Spence winning. But
who y'all got? Who's next?
Unbiased fan. Who you got? Martin or Shakur?
Me?
No. Unbiased fan. No, unbiased fan. Bryn Reaper. He on the panel.
Okay.
Bryn Reaper. Okay, his mic muted. He at work too though, so he might have stepped away.
Okay.
But who you got, bro? You got Shakur, right?
I got Shakur, but I don't feel as though like there's no chance of Frank Martin winning. Like, we're hardcore boxing fans, so we've been watching Frank Martin. Frank Martin is nice. He's very fast. He's got power. He throws combinations. He's got a very good, left hook. He's got very good body work. I just feel like, the opponent say he's fighting, like, he's not going to be able to get that off against Shakur. He's not, but I can't say that he has no chance of winning. And I give him so much respect
for taking the fight, period, because nobody will fight Shakur. Like, you had Estock, Cruz. Yeah, so many people, like, run from the fight. Like, Shakur done got to the point to where he's showing up at people's fights, like, damn near, I don't want to say begging, but pressing people to fight him. So I give Frank Martin credit for even stepping up to fight him because nobody else want to fight. Now, I don't feel like it's impossible that Frank Martin can win that fight, but I just feel like Shakur has the edge. He's just different. I think Shakur is different. He's very smart, but he's not, he's not like perfect. And Frank Martin is fast, and that motherfucker got snacks. He got power. He's got good body work. He stopped many people to the body, and I think it's going to be a very good. I think it's going to be a very good fight. I don't got Shakur watching him or stopping him. I got Shakur winning by a close decision, maybe by 115, 113, something like that, 116, 112. But I don't have him like Shakur watching, but Shakur could watch it. But Frank Martin is not to be slept on. You can't sleep on him. He's very good. But he hasn't seen anybody like Shakur. So I think it's going to be. I can't wait to see that fight. Once it's officially done, I think it's going to be a very good fight. Frank Martin can go. He can go. He can dig deep. We saw that in the last fight, right? He can dig deep. And he's very fast, very strong, and I think that would be a very good fight. Like that's a very good fight. Like I'm looking forward to it. But if I had to pick, of course, I would pick Shakur. But I don't feel like it's impossible that Frank Martin. Anybody think it's impossible that Frank Martin can't win that fight? You're tripping. He's very talented. We just got to see. You see, Shakur's defense is very good, but has he faced anybody like Frank Martin? I don't know. Like he's fought some very good people. But I don't know if any of them was Frank Martin. He's going to come to win. So we're going to see. I think like once that fight gets past the third or fourth round, we're going to see some fucking fire. I think. I think we're going to see some fire after the third round. That's what I think.
Okay. So who you got in essence?
In essence, I got Shakur. I just don't feel like it's impossible for Frank Martin to win that fight. I don't. I respect his skills. I've seen him fight. Now, and from his last fight, we saw him dig deep and finish the show. So I don't think it's impossible. I think it's a very risky fight for both of them, but they both ready to go. So I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. And they both lefties. You know that?
Yeah.
Of course you know that. But they're both lefties. That's going to be some shit. You know what I mean? That's going to be some shit alone. I think it's going to be crazy, man. I wonder like how, Frank Martin is going to respond when Shakur starts coming towards him. How Shakur is like he plays his defense, but here lately, think about Shakur's last few fights, and he's been hearing the criticism about him like staying on his bike and moving around. He's been staying in the pocket. He's been fighting people in the middle of the ring and starts walking people down. You've been seeing it. He's hearing what people are saying, so he's not just on his bike anymore. He'll stand in there with you and just counter you. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see how Frank Martin responds when Shakur, goes that way. I'd like to see that. I'm not sure how he's going to act. But, yeah, that's pretty dope. Salute to Frank Martin for taking the fight. Say that, but won't nobody else take the goddamn fight.
Right.
But let me. You know what would be dope? Tell me if I'm lying. You know what would be dope is if they put Frank Martin and Shakur on the undercard of the rematch with Crawford and Spence. You got Spence's fighter, and you got fucking Crawford's little brother. Oh my God. Talk to me. Tell me that wouldn't be dope. Don't you lie to me. Tell me that wouldn't be dope.
It'll be dope. It'll be dope.
That'll be dope. That would help sell the fight, being that don't nobody want to buy it because, it was so one-sided. That would help sell the fight. They're going to need some help selling that shit in the first place, so that would help. Yeah, Frank Martin and Shakur on the undercard, that would help sell it. I think it would. Shit. After the way his ass got whooped, I just don't see people paying. If they did $700 the first time, I see them doing $350, $400 at the most this time. Because so many casuals is not going to buy it. They're just going to stream it. It's going to be a hard sell for the casuals. Easy sell for the hardcores. You know what I mean? Like people like me, I'll still buy it again. I want to support the sport. But it's like, it's us. We're hardcore boxing fans. We'll buy it. But when casuals buy it, no, they're going to fucking stream it. So if you had something like that, at least that will help sell the fight. You know what I'm saying? Do you watch, well, not to bring up another podcast, but...
well, don't do it then.
What's the guy's name?
Well, don't do it then.
I'm not. I'm not. What's the one guy's name? The one white dude, welterweight that fought Spence.
The white dude who was a welterweight.
That fought Spence and Pacquiao.
Van Heerden.
The Greco.
Chris Algieri.
Oh, Chris Algieri. Yeah.
Algieri. I mean, I'm gonna spit this to you. Algieri said something I feel like it was real shit. He said that if Spence were to come out and give an excuse, which not saying that he should, but if he would do that, it would probably help sell the fight, because other than that, people are not going to buy it again. If he were to come out and say that it was this or it was that, and people would like look into it, okay, well that makes sense, we'll buy it again. But if he doesn't, and people go off what they saw, a lot of them casuals they're not gonna buy that fight. Why would they? You know what I'm saying? I thought that was a good point that he made, that he brought up. I'm not saying that it was good or bad, but he's like, if this dude don't come out and say there was a reason why you got punished like that, then like why would the casuals buy it again? This is a fight that the hardcore fans are gonna have to carry as far as like pay-per-view sales. Because everybody else is gonna stream it. Why would they buy it again after what they seen? Unless there's a reason why they should buy it. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. We watched that fight, and I don't know what y'all think, but we saw Spence throughout them rounds. We saw Spence being Spence. We tired of all the excuses. This dude came out swinging and doing what he do. Like some of the wild and wide shots took that was off balance. He did the same shit against Ugas. But, Crawford ain't Ugas. Some of them wild shots he threw, he did the same shit against Ugas and he got it off. It's not going to work against that man. I don't believe none of the excuses, especially if he didn't make any of himself. That man had a better game plan, better coaching. I feel like he just trained harder, and that's why he punished you like that. Not because of no weight, not because of no access, and none of that shit. Because you done punished two top class people after the accident. That man was just too much for you, though. So that we saw it. Fighting the round after round, Spence came out firing, being him, going to the body, trying to jab and trying to do the same shit he's been doing his whole career. It just wasn't working, and people can't see that because it was so one-sided that people want to make excuses. Oh, there's no way. It probably is a way if the man trained harder. He had a better game plan and had better coaching. Then actually there is a way, but people don't see that. You see the coaching that Bo Mack gave that man in the corner, him following it to a T and it working,
right?
And Derek James not having no answer. Come on, dude. That man said after the fight that we knew Spence's jab was a problem, so we worked on that. We had to take his jab away. Who has took Spence's jab away his whole career? Who even tried it was successful? That's a big deal. He's a big fundamental. He does everything off of that jab. He took that shit away. Now what? You got to think about it. Before the fight, it's like 50-50. You're thinking, he's a big fundamental, has a better jab. He comes forward. Pressure fighter. Crawford is faster. He's slicker. Let's see if the volume will overwhelm him, or if the counterpuncher would be slicker and faster and win. Nobody knows. Once you take that fucking jab away, that's a big deal. Now,
right.
It's not 50-50 no more. It's not 50-50 no more once you took that jab away. Ain't nobody ever done it.
Facts.
If they tried, they wasn't successful.
Right. Go ahead, KP. My homeboy KP right here. What up?
Can you hear me, Mark? Am I clear?
Say it again.
Am I clear?
Yeah, you good enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got Shakur stopping Frank late. We already talked about this, Mark. Yeah, he gonna stop him late, man. He don't faint. Me and Mark talked about this the last fight. That's why he had so much trouble with the guy he fought, the tall guy. That's why Frank Martin having so much trouble. And the same thing with Earl Spence. They don't faint, man. No, if you don't faint, people get your rhythm down quick. And once they get your rhythm down, fight's over. You just seen it. You can't fight the guys at the top level without feints, slips, parries. Frank Martin has the ability because he's athletic enough to do it, but he hasn't been trained to do it. And since he hasn't been trained to do it, he's not going to do it.
Oh yeah, I agree.
You could be right.
I agree.
I don't see him faint a lot. But I do see him counter very well.
I agree with KP, except for KP. I'm gonna mute you in between because you do got some background noise. I can hear you clear, but I can hear that background noise clear too. I just disagree with him about stopping Frank. I don't see Frank Martin getting stopped. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, I would be surprised. I would be surprised.
I would be surprised.
I would be surprised.
I don't see him stop.
I see it going to a majority decision or a late or unanimous decision. But I think he got heart, got enough to, and I don't look at Shakur as like gonna go after him like that. I don't think he's gonna go after him if he hurt him or if he catch him with a good shot. I think he might let him off the hook. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Shakur got that killer in him yet, like that Crawford type shit where he just finish you, man. You're not about to make it out of here, bro.
I agree.
I think
You don't see
Shakur's
that
gonna
very well.
relish in this fight.
Think he's gonna what?
I think he's gonna relish in that opportunity for this fight, just because of all the things surrounding it between him, Crawford, Errol, and Frank. Frank talking crap to Keyshawn, da 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 da. I think he's gonna relish in it. I mean, I'm just looking at it from a position of the level of experience that Shakur Stevenson had before he even made it to the pros, by going to the Olympics and all of that. Then after he coming out of the Olympics, he's getting trained, and he's training with the best fighter in the world, and he's soaking it all up. It's not, man. It's not gonna be good. I mean, Frank is cool. You're a cool guy. That's fine. But with what they've shown me, he's not making it out of that fight. I'm telling you that. He ain't making it out of 12 rounds.
Oh, you think Shakur got that killer?
Don't just judge Frank over that last fight, man. Frank is busy.
I'm not judging. Listen, man. Watch his film. If you don't fake, I mean, just think about this. Jamel Herring was an Olympian too, guys. Did y'all forget that?
Yep. No, I didn't at all.
He did. Oh, but, let me ask you this: do you think Frank Martin has a level of skill and more heart than Jamel Herring? Ask yourself that question.
No, Jamel Herring was a lot older too. He was a little longer in the tooth.
He was older. I get that. But he was a Marine. He was a Marine.
But he's an old Marine. The Marine took some years off his career. He's slower. He's older.
Okay. Good points.
His reaction time.
Reaction time, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Frank, we about to see a dog get walked. That's what we about to see. Okay.
You know Frank ain't going out like that. He might get beat, but he's gonna put up a fight. I think he's gonna get beat. He's gonna put up a fight though. He's gonna fight. And he's a very good counterpuncher, just like Shakur. So that's gonna be interesting. And I hope it doesn't be a boring fight because of that. Because they're both really good at countering people. So I hope it's not boring. You know, both of them waiting on somebody to make a mistake. That could be the case. I really hope not. You know, Frank is very explosive. I think he can, Shakur can make him pay for that shit. So, I hope it's not boring, both of them waiting for a counter, because Frank's a good counterpuncher as well. So I hope it's not a boring fight. I don't think it will be because of Frank, being so explosive, but I think he's going to get touched, from being like that. He's better at throwing combinations, but Shakur's defense is way better. He's an overall better fighter. And he's going to throw them combinations. Shakur going to block that shit. He's going to fucking make you pay it at some point. So I give Frank all the credit just for taking this fight. Because nobody else want to fight him. I was surprised that he took it. All the people above him in the ranking system, none of them want to take it, but Frank took the fight. So when there's a draw, at least he took it.
And Frank was allowed to take it. Frank Martin don't choose that. That's man down promotion saying you're allowed to do this.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that's TGB. That's PBC, TGB, and Man Down Promotion saying, yeah, you can fight Shakur Stevenson. They let him go across the street after all of this shit. This is what King Henry was talking. Hey, King Henry, you gonna support that event? Cause that one ain't a fight that took a long time. You got Shakur Stevenson versus Frank Martin. You gonna support that one?
Yeah, I think I might.
I'm gonna see you in Vegas, man. Pull up.
I
Oh man, that's free on ESPN.
I mean, well, I'll just pay for ESPN Plus. I'm just not going to Vegas right now. I just can't.
Man.
I mean, I would like to go to Vegas, but I can't go right now.
For that event, man, you can do it. You got to November.
Yeah, man, I might, man. It depends on what I'm doing at the time. I still got
November, man.
Yeah, I still got to November.
That's a big fight. It's an important fight, and it ain't.
You sure, brother?
And it ain't gonna.
You
take
sure,
it.
brother?
What's the last fight you went to, King Henry?
This has been a while. It ain't a lot of like fight in general. Because I went to the.
God, bro! I ain't talking, bro. I'm talking boxing, man.
Goodness gracious.
We talking about that nigga was trying to think of some semantics fight in general, because I just saw two big just fighting at the Piggly Wiggly.
Nah.
Hey, look, I saw a bitch get hit in the face with a brick a couple days ago. That was a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I almost named the MMA fight. I wasn't saying that.
No, we talking.
So
boxing. What's
the last boxing fight I went to, I think, the last boxing fight I went to was the homeboys of mine, and that was like 3 months ago. It wasn't a professional, y'all.
The last fight was
What's the last pro fight you went to with somebody that we know who it is, bro?
I mean, the only pro fights I went to was the ones of like smaller name fighters.
What's the name of the fight you went to that we would know? We going in circles, King Henry. Have you been to any fight that we know who they are? If that's a no, just say no.
Nah, I haven't went there.
That's it. You never been to the pro fight yet. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. What was the MMA fight that you went to then?
It was Jorge Masvidal versus what was the guy? The African dude. I think he Haitian, maybe.
Usman? Was it Usman?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a good fight.
Yeah.
I heard them in MMA fights be like that. I ain't been to one yet, but I heard it be live. But
either. I heard
it is live, bro.
Come to the fight, man. These boxing fights is electric. It's nothing like being in the building, man. It's a beautiful thing. I'm telling you.
Hell yeah.
Come on out Vegas. Come check it out, man. It's not as expensive as you think. It kind of is in Vegas, but you got to know how to work your hand. That's all. Yeah, smart. Right. Gotta work.
I was.
Gotta work your hand.
Hey, look, I was out there hustling, bro. I was sneaking people in with my credential. I had my credential so I could get in and out, but I was sneaking people in with my ticket. I would just walk them in with my ticket. I got you in here. Find you somewhere in here to sit, nigga. Or just keep walking around. Stand up somewhere.
You heard that, King? You heard that, King? He get you in there.
Got you in there.
You got to handle your business out.
Yeah, nah, I got an ace in the hole now.
Somebody just walked downstairs. Nigga, I got niggas on the floor for $100.
Ain't no way. You got him like right there
on the floor for $100. I don't know where he sat at or where he went, but I got him on that floor level.
Hey,
right when the main event started.
If you
So
get him in on the floor, bro, hey, you ain't sitting down, bro. Just walk around, bro.
Yeah, he's
KP, your audio is terrible.
standing on the side somewhere, probably.
Yeah, he just walked around. I mean, it's time for the main event. Most people standing up anyway. He just found him an aisle or somewhere to stand at.
Right.
Come up and say, hey man, you got to move. All right, just move over a little bit.
Yeah, I thought this was the bathroom. Somebody done told me the wrong direction, man.
Shit like that. Got that nigga on the floor.
Right.
Where your ticket at? Man, my girl got the ticket over there. Where she sitting there? Where she? I don't know.
I'm gonna go get it right now. Never come back.
Hell yeah. But yeah,
you know what I was.
All I had to do was flash it. All I had to do was flash it and walk them right in. They was like, I was like, yo, I showed my wristband. Like, you good? What about him? Showed him my ticket. Nigga was like, well, just let me get the ticket. I'm like, hell no, nigga, this is a souvenir. I'm keeping this shit. I'm keeping this shit forever. So Spence Crawford,
you don't get rid of your
nigga. This shit say
you don't get rid of your tickets.
Not for that one. I'm putting that one in a little memorabilia case, man. Like
I used to do
that's
this thing.
a $4,000 ticket, man. And
yeah, so I mean, I used to do the same thing with movie tickets, but I don't do it no more.
Man, if you went to a $4,000 movie, you would keep that shit.
Oh hell yeah.
You don't keep that shit.
I mean, movies expensive though too now. They not $4,000 expensive, but they expensive.
Yeah, man.
Hey, King. Hey, King.
Hey, King. Go ahead.
Hey, King. I was on the floor. I had floor seats at the score fight when Big Baby was there, and all that shit. I got the floor seats for $300, my dude. $300. I was on the floor. I just bought them early on the floor. Like Carissa Shields walked right behind me. $300 on the floor.
Man,
on
I saw
everything.
Shakur at the
How
Heron
in
fight.
the world you finding this stuff?
Man, they're not.
Because
They're
I bought
not
them early.
Yeah, you bought them early. Sometimes it's not expensive as you think, man. But
What
yeah,
site you
man.
got on?
Buy them directly from the venue versus buying them from these third parties. These third parties be upcharging. But
Yeah, I
also
don't use
shit, man, you
Ticketmaster
do like
no
my
more.
boy Kyle. My boy Kyle get to the fights super early and just walk right down to and steal somebody's seat. But he there so early, he there so long that the security used to seeing him. They don't even say nothing. They be like, "That's his seat. You get up." Like, bitch, I got the ticket. You be like, "Oh, okay. Well, I'm in the wrong slide. I'll slide over." And he might just slide over one seat or slide back one row or two rows. But hell yeah, Kyle be right there. Nigga. Pay for a nosebleeds, get a floor seat.
Imagine a celebrity walk in and be like, I paid premium top dollar for this seat. Like, nah, bro, you gotta get you another one, bro.
Bro, they usually just slide. Believe it or not, bro, it be more open seats right there than you think, man. A seat or two here and there. It'd be a seat or two here and there, man, that you just scoot over one or two. Cause somebody was in my seat. Somebody was in my seat, but I was with Sugar Hill and Sugar Hill was just like, man, we could just slide down one or two. And I slid over. I was like, oh shit, I'm right here beside Andy Ruiz. I was like, man, look at God. You know what I'm saying?
Right next to him.
Right next to him.
Right next to him.
That interview.
Did you get a picture?
I got that interview on the channel. I asked him right before the fight. I got that clip. I was like, hey Andy, who's gonna win? And he was there with his son. He was like, I got Crawford. Blah blah blah. And I was like, all right. Then after the fight, I interviewed him and I was like, Andy, what'd you think of the fight? And he told me what he thought of the fight. And then I started asking him about him and Wilder and their negotiation. That shit on the channel. Go to type in Andy Ruiz, Mark Nash. That shit'll pop up.
I got a quick question for you. So, like, I got them floor seats. I got them off Ticketmaster. So you saying that it's better off to hit the venue and buy them off the venue, and I could have got a better price?
Well, it depends on who's the ticket, the official ticket seller. Like AXX was the official ticket seller for this fight at the T-Mobile. Usually they do all the T-Mobile joints, so it would be cheaper to get it from AXS than SeatGeeks or Ticketmaster. It's always cheaper to get it directly than getting a third party. Because third party is trying to add some cap to it. So that means they bought the ticket for $200. They selling it to you for $300 or $250. You know what I'm saying? But as the fight get closer, even those people who are doing the resales, the closer you get to the fight, those tickets drop too. Because the day of the weigh-in for Spence and Crawford, people who were selling nosebleeds for like $700 and $800 had dropped the price down to like $500 and $400 because they was just trying to make their money. You know what I'm saying? But they were still selling like $250 seats for like $300 and $400. But prior to that, though, shit was $700 and $800. They was getting people for $700 and $800. You know what I'm saying? So you just never know.
So I'm asking you, like I could have probably got the tickets cheaper at the Capital Arena website for that $300. I paid
Not the Capital Arena
cheaper,
website.
right?
It's all about who's the ticket seller of record. So Ticketmaster was the ticket seller. Ticketmaster is cheaper. If AXS is the ticket seller, they're cheaper. But Ticketmaster is gonna get some tickets anyway. But you might be cheaper. Like I said, they might be selling them third party or they got some tickets. But it's all about who's the official ticket seller. Like SeatGeeks ain't the official ticket seller, so you're always gonna pay more at SeatGeeks.
Yeah.
But at least you'll have a ticket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to soak up some games so I can save some money for these fights.
Yeah, man. Shit, I'll keep you up posted, man. Let me know the next one you're trying to go to. KP, you still there? KP, talk to me. You got the bad audio? Your audio straight? You good? Your mic muted.
You talking to me?
No, I'm talking to KP. KP from KC5. He might have stepped away though. But shit, that's pretty much it for me, man. Y'all got anything else y'all want to add to the conversation before I let you go?
One last thing. What do you think about Andrade and Benavidez?
I love that fight. Anybody else want to give me their take on it?
I have Benavidez by knockout.
You knock out Boo Boo?
No, I said I got Benavidez by knockout.
When?
Probably about the 8th.
The 8th round?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
He sound broken hearted. Okay. You broke his heart.
I'm broke. Then they keep talking.
I can tell.
8th round?
My man hit you with Santa Claus ain't real. He was like, really? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. It broke his heart.
Man, that shit hurt me, and I was vicious. He said 8th round. Ouch.
I mean, it's gonna hurt more once you see it live.
Oh man.
I mean, you could be right. Nobody knows. But Boo Boo is like that. I don't know if he can beat Benny, but he's like that. Boo Boo
I was never convinced.
You only got one fight at 168, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And I'm just talking about skills pay the bills. We know that.
Yeah, but that monster keep moving, man. That Mexican monster don't be slowing down. He weigh in at 160. Yeah. It's a reason why he stays at 168 and he ain't went to 175 yet. Motherfucker weight bully for real. He do not come in there all chill.
You don't believe?
Man, remember they made a big deal about him having abs his last fight. It was like he got abs now. That was a big deal.
You don't believe in Boo Boo's skills, Mark?
Hell yeah, he's skilled, but he get bored in the ring sometimes too. He can't have no lapse of concentration in there with David Benavidez, man. Shout out to David. I got an interview with him on the channel too. Cool motherfucker, man. But shit. I like Boo Boo. I think I don't believe in the people that be like, doo-doo. Andre be like, nah, Boo Boo's nice. Nice. Got power.
He's fucking nice.
Skill.
That's why I want nobody fighting.
He can get awkward as hell. He's crafty. Got a good jab from either stance. Like he don't even get credit for his southpaw stance or his, you know what I'm saying? But he can go southpaw, conventional, got a good jab from either stance. Like he's crafty, man. He's crafty.
That's why Canelo ducked. That's why Canelo ducked him.
Yeah, but that's a whole nother conversation. Rex. You're gonna keep me up here another hour with that.
Okay. I'll let you.
No,
y'all
good. No. You good though. Shit, I'm just saying that's a whole nother conversation. We can do a whole episode on that. But I like Boo Boo Andre. Right, he's probably one of the people I haven't interviewed or talked to yet, but I would love to talk to him. Because I got a lot of questions.
You're gonna get it.
Yeah. I ain't reached out to him yet. I just probably got to reach out. Who knows? I just ain't reach out to him yet.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
What would y'all want me to ask?
Don't seem like that person shot away from you. You know what I mean? He's not like, uppity. You know what I mean? Boo Boo.
Yeah, I just ain't tried to reach out to him. I mean, maybe I should. But
well, if you don't get him, I'm gonna go to Rhode Island and see if I can get him for you.
Ain't no real niggas love in Rhode Island, nigga. Remember that?
That's love. It's me again.
I like Andre, man. Why y'all think Andre don't get a lot of love from the fans? Like, it's like nobody likes Andre. The black fans don't like him. The Latino fans don't like him. Like, why people don't like Andre?
Because it's in part a wasted career.
He's what?
It's in part a wasted career.
That sums it up. A very wasted career.
I don't dislike Boo Boo. I just think he got a wasted career.
He's a 2-division champion.
I'll tell you,
and what has that done for him?
Hold on, Rex. You've been talking. We got somebody else talking now. We've been quiet for about an hour. Let me hear what he got to say.
and what is that? And what does that do? What has that done for him? And what does that do for him? You know, just like you mentioned names and all that. Who did he beat to win those titles?
Titles? Has he won more than one title?
Yeah, Boo Boo.
He's a 2-division champ.
Oh, okay.
He's had a title in 2 different divisions, but just like just like when he was using the new way thing when it comes to comparing it to Charlo. Well, who did Boo Boo beat then, huh? I mean, a new way definitely beat. Who a new way beat was 50 times better than who Boo Boo beat. Boo Boo didn't even. I don't even think Boo Boo has beaten a C+ fighter yet. Not even a B- fighter yet.
We don't even need to go that far. 15 years in the game and you haven't really fought nobody. That's pathetic.
No, you know what the thing is? This is the problem. You're 15 years in the game and you're more known for the fights you did not have than the fights you've had. And part of and part of it is, listen, I ain't gonna go Kate for Canelo. Part of it is Canelo went the other direction. There was a time he did go his direction, but they, the sanctioning body said, hey, no, you can't fight him. You got to fight this guy or you lose your belt. And so he went up. There was a point where they was getting ready to negotiate, but they did some other shit too. And then what the hell is this? What the fuck? I'm sorry. And then he had an opportunity to be in a position, and instead of taking that fight because he felt like he wouldn't get enough money, he turns around and ends up probably fighting someone at much lower caliber, no belt on the line, and probably made the same money that he was offered before then. Because I'm sure when he fought Nicholson, he didn't get paid no more than $100,000 or $200,000 for that fight. He didn't get paid no big money to fight Nicholson. So part of it is not his fault, but a large part of it is his, because he wasn't willing to make a sacrifice at any point in time to put himself in the position that he needed to be in. Because the position that John Ryder was in, that was his position to have.
But he had left the company though to go to PBC. They had been waving that Canelo carrot in front of his face for the last couple of years. Like, they got him over there waving that Canelo. A lot of people got that Canelo carrot waving in front of them. Why stay in that contract or re-sign with them thinking you're gonna get a Canelo fight? Versus you know what? Let me leave here and go to the PBC where I can at least fight some bigger names.
But the problem with that is the thing is
Canelo could have said fuck him again because Canelo.
What you're saying is, but I also care what Canelo was trying to make a fight on him before too. They were in position to make the fight. They were. The reports are out there that they were getting ready. They were negotiating to get ready to make a fight, but because the sanctioning body said nope, they was going to unify, and he said nope, you got to fight this guy. You got to fight your mandatory. We're going to take your belt from you. That's why Canelo went to 168. That's why he left 160 because he getting stripped for a belt. Because he had to fight. He could not fight Boo Boo to unify. I forgot what sanction body is. I have to go back and look it up. But he was being forced to fight a mandatory.
It was IBF.
There you go. Thank you. He was being forced to fight a mandatory, and if he didn't fight the mandatory, they was going to strip him.
So instead of fighting the mandatory and then fighting Boo Boo, he went to 168.
That's exactly.
He blamed that on De La Hoya. On De La Hoya not putting it together.
I don't recall that.
But
whoever got the link to that, put that in my IG or send me the email.
I'll send it to you sometime in the morning, maybe when I wake up. But check this out, though. Check this out, Mark. Let's say that didn't even happen, and Canelo just completely ducked Boo Boo. Let's go with that right there. Let's just say Boo Boo
because that's what he said.
Ducked 1,000% by Canelo. No ifs, ands, or buts. So let's say that. But what about all the other fights? What about all the other opportunities that he
Who was the other people? Who's the other people at 54?
Who was this?
Well, man, okay, so let's name names. Charlo, he went the other direction for Charlo, right?
Because they was trying. Because he was the
champion. He called Charlo out.
Because he was the champion, and they was trying to pay Charlo. They was trying to give him more money. That's business.
He called Charlo
That's business.
You know why I'm doing hard? Because the reason why I'm doing that because is everything gonna be blamed on somebody else, and is any accountability on Boo Boo?
Bro,
because listen, I got a longer list of fighters. I got a longer list of.
Give me another name. Give me another name.
Yanni Beck.
You talking about? So So you just jump from 54 to 60.
I'm naming
and then you
all
talking
the
about
fights.
60.
I'm not even going by just whatever weight class. I'm naming
Janabek was him leaving the company too. He left the company.
Bro.
He signed with PBC to get all the big name fights.
And what big name fights has he gotten so far?
He's about to fight David Benavidez. Like he had to get one fight in over there, right?
He just got
signed
there.
up.
Right.
He fought on the
He
card.
just got there. He been there for a year almost already.
He got over there and he fought one fight over there. He fought it.
PBC.
He fought in January, bro.
You know
He just
what,
got there.
guys?
This is
You know what?
Bro,
You know
he
what,
just
guys?
got there this year.
Boo-Boo made no mistakes. It's
Bro,
everybody.
no, bro,
it's the
he
business of
just
boxing
got
fault.
there.
Boo-Boo has
Bro,
Boo-Boo's not a guy
no.
saying
We don't have to be condescending. He just signed with them, fought in January, and now he's about to fight again this year. He getting 2 fights in this year. Most PBC fighters don't even fight twice a year. He couldn't have fought Benavidez before that. Benavidez had a fight with Plant coming up. Plant and Benavidez are fighting. So who you gonna fight? Gotta fight the next guy. Oh, Jamal Charlo ain't fighting. Jamal Charlo said I can't fight at 68.
And I
But
can't
fight Canelo at 68.
And I can't say Jamal Charlo was really wanting to fight him. Jamal Charlo, I don't even know if he want to fight at all.
Jamal, you mean? But Jamel is on record of saying, you know what I did? You know what we did? We said, fuck Boo Boo Andre. You can't get no money in this boxing shit. We black carded him.
Yep.
We black carded him. That's what he said.
What the man said.
Jamel Charlo, that ain't him just saying that. That's him and PBC saying that. That's him and his brother saying that. That's him and Al Heyman saying it. Can't get no money in this boxing shit with us. Then he don't left his company, he signed with him. I mean,
and also
saying, it's not hard to believe some people just don't want to fight this guy, right?
And also style.
They don't want to fight him. Man. They don't fight him.
He's a stylistic nightmare for them dudes, man. All of them. I don't care who you name. He's a stylistic nightmare.
That's why they ducked him. So you can't blame him. That's why they ducked him.
Yeah.
Triple G's on his own.
Nothing is Boo-Boo's fault. Boo-Boo didn't do nothing wrong.
Why Triple G didn't fight him?
That's a good question because he fired him. He called him out.
I'm asking Brim because Brim is indicting Boo Boo. I'm asking why.
I'm just saying that there's might have been some fighters that went the other direction, but there was opportunities that he did not take, and he plays a role in his own career.
Who the fuck is Janabek? Y'all act like Janabek like y'all
he's better than any other. He's better than any other fighter that he's better than any other fighter he's beat. But he's better than any fighter he's beat on his resume.
According to what? Did you see his last fight? Did you see his last fight? And people was like this the guy Boo Boo was ducking.
You see his last fight? You see his last fight? Janabek. That shit came later. Triple G and Canelo already ducked him when he was on his own. Stop it. I ain't saying he didn't do anything wrong, but he was on the right. He was on the network where the belts was at, and his own network couldn't make the fights happen. Okay.
He couldn't fight Billy Joe
He was
Saunders.
ducking him.
Billy Joe Saunders wouldn't fight him.
He testing positive. He'd have busted his ass too. Come on, man. It's not. I mean, I'm not saying Boo Boo don't take no fault because he took fault in not, making the Charlo fight at 154, but at 160. He called out Jamal, he called out Canelo, and Triple G. Canelo and Triple G was on the same network, and Eddie Hearn could not produce the fights. His name was no smoke. High risk, low reward. Name of the game.
He withdrew from the super middleweight title eliminator. Let's see.
What? The super middleweight? That's 168.
Yeah, the title he withdrew from the title.
Yeah, that was with the Joseph Parker fight, to where it went to purse bid. They're trying to get him motherfucker $250,000, and he didn't take it. Now that right there, that's on him. Maybe he should have took it to be greater later, but he didn't.
Yeah, because he sure didn't get no more money to fight Desmond Nicholson, and with no belt on the line.
How much you get paid for Desmond Nicholson? You don't know how much PBC paid him.
They sure didn't pay him $1 million for it.
You don't know what they paid him, but we know they didn't. We don't know what they paid him.
Okay, well, you know what?
All that emotional shit don't mean you right. because you
Nobody's
don't know, you don't
emotional.
have the answer.
Nobody's emotional.
Bro,
Nobody's emotional. Yeah, because that means I disagree with what
The
you're
Parker
saying.
fight
It's not
was-
emotional. I just disagree with what you're
those
saying.
The Parker fight,
emotions.
Parker
Right.
If you
fight
say
with the
so.
first bid. Yeah, the Parker fight with the first bid. They're gonna give Boo Boo $250,000. And motherfuckers making 2, 3, and 4 million fighting anybody on the zone. Yeah, that motherfucker is very public. I get paid very well to fight anybody over here, and they got tired of it. But that Joseph Parker fight was $250,000.
For the record,
Boo Boo
too,
fighting.
sometimes when you fight a guy like Desmond Nichols and you see, like, just to let you know, sometimes they pay you a lot and you end up fighting a guy like Desmond Nichols, and because we got to pay you so much, we can't afford to pay an expensive opponent. So we don't know what he got paid, but what we do know is that's his first fight over there with PBC. I don't think he signed up to go to PBC to get paid $200,000.
Not at all.
Nah,
Not at
I
all.
don't think he
Niggas
left
ducked
his
the fuck out
company
of niggas
to
ducked
go
the,
to
niggas
another
ducked the fuck
company.
out
to
of
get-
Andrew.
Come on, bro. Ain't nobody leaving their company to get and go across the street to unknown waters to get paid lower. Like, let's just use some deductive reasoning. And what comes with that, though, now you in position to get a guy like David Benavidez that many people don't want to fight. A lot of people don't want to fight David Benavidez, man. He got a problem like that too. When you're good, you better not give him a reason not to fight you. You better have a title or something so they have to fight you.
I don't want to hear about this. People avoiding David Benavidez. David Benavidez avoided more fighters than fighters avoided him. He had the opportunity to be the 175 mandatory. He went the other direction.
175. That's a different weight class. He got to leave
It's
his
a
weight
weight
class.
class, dog. What are you talking about?
He's a 6.
He didn't even have a belt at the time.
He don't have the belt twice. Why he can't?
He didn't have the belt at the time.
So that's
it was
before
offered
his
for him.
first title fight.
Nope,
He had
it's
the
after
belt
he got
twice.
stripped. It
He
was
had the
after he
belt
got
twice.
stripped.
The first time
It was
or the second
as-
time?
It was after he got stripped.
The first time or the second time?
I can't remember which time it was. It was after he
Okay.
got stripped.
'Cause he got
After he
stripped
got
twice.
after he got stripped.
He got
After he
stripped
got
twice.
stripped.
That
Okay,
matters,
cool.
though.
Okay, but after he got stripped, he was.
But no,
they
I'm gonna tell
offered.
you why it matters.
Can I
Why it
finish?
matters
Okay.
because
You ain't gonna let me finish.
happened,
Go ahead.
No, because I gave you ample opportunity. You just kept saying after he got
I was
stripped,
finna.
after he got
Yeah,
stripped.
because
after,
you kept
said
on
it
saying the
5
same
times.
thing, and I was about to tell you what's going because you're trying to emphasize on the two
No,
times
bro.
he got
I
stripped.
asked
Which
you. You
one?
said you didn't know. You just kept. You go ahead. Go ahead.
After he was stripped, that it was the WBC, I believe, offered him basically to be in line to fight for the title. Benavidez, he said no and went the
What
other
title?
direction. I think it was the WBC. He was offered to be the number one contender at 175, and to be in line for the title. I know he was. I don't know which was sanctioned about it, but I know for a fact that he was offered it and he went the other direction. I know that. That's part of the fact. Which sanctioned body, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know that he was offered to be the number one contender at 175 to challenge for a belt, and he went the other direction. That is already. That's
It's
a
not
fact.
going another direction. It's staying in the title contingency. Because, like I said, it's very important to know if it was the first time he got stripped or the second time. Because let's say it was after that first time he got stripped and he was like, nah, I'm going to stay here. Obviously, it was a smart move because he became champion again. You see what I mean? So it's important to know the devil is in the details when you bring those kind of examples up.
What a part of the problem, okay, was since you said the devil's in the details, well, how about the details? Then you talk junk about how you knock out Bivol. Bivol has no opponent. You don't go fight him. You talk about how you gonna knock him out, but you won't go fight him. Just don't open your mouth if you're not gonna go fight him when he has open availability.
That's just an opinion about the fight.
I mean,
Opinion that he think he can beat the guy. You can't have an opinion.
You can have one, but if you have opportunity to fight him and that's a big enough fight, go make the fight.
Errol Russell was out here talking about he gonna knock out Terence Crawford when he had a valid opponent. Nobody want to see that. And that guy don't. You act like he's in charge of his career, where he can tell Al Heyman, PBC, and everybody over there with the suits, where he got contracts with. Hey, I'm gonna go over here to Eddie Hearn and fight Bivol. That's not how boxing works, bro. He can have an opinion about the fight, but he can't just say, I want to fight Bivol, snap my fingers, and now either Bivol and his company is letting him come over here, or my company is allowing me to go over there. That's just not, it's not pragmatic, bro.
Bivol needs to fight better beer, but they don't want to make that fight happen over politics like That's the fight needs to happen.
Well,
I
that's
can't
Eddie-
wait
that's-
for it.
It was
that's
trash
Eddie
behind
Hearn.
No,
That's
that ain't
Eddie
Eddie
Hearn
Hearn's
getting
fault.
Oh, bro,
That's not Eddie Hearn's fault.
oh
That
my
man Bob
God,
Arum been
bro.
throwing cold water on that fight for 3 years. For 3 years, he's been throwing. Bob Arum threw cold water on that fight for 3 years. Way before there was any, before there was a Ukraine and Russia issue,
I ain't
he
even
was
saying
throwing
this.
cold water on
I didn't even bring up Ukraine and Usher.
But
No,
I'm bringing it up.
that last negotiation was all Eddie Hearn, and it was Eddie Hearn getting 2 bites at the apple because he had a number 1 contender, who's the number 1 for Bivol, and he was also trying to make that Bivol versus Canelo rematch. Like it was Eddie trying, but also he got a number 1 contender for Bivol. Bivol is my guy, and the guy who's Beterbiev is mandatory is my guy. So they said they couldn't come to terms because Eddie was asking too much for that step aside. Like it was like at every turn it was a problem because Eddie wanted 2 bites at the apple, and they letting Beterbiev get older. So yeah, fight your mandatory, which is also my guy, and I'm gonna do something with Bivol over here. Let him fight his man, who's also my guy. It's Eddie. Eddie was the one trying to get multiple bites at the apple. That's just the fact.
We need that fight, Mark. Mark, we need that fight, man. We need that fight. We need that Bivol better be. We need that
talking
fight.
to the
man.
wrong one.
See,
I can't make it happen. I wish
to
I could.
see who's the best. I know, but to see who's the best at 175, you know we need that fight. We got it. We need that fight, man. We got to see. You know we're gonna see, right? We're gonna see Bivol. Yeah,
hold on, you got
we ain't
Bivol
fucking
beating
Bivol,
Beterbiev?
man.
Or
Bivol.
no?
I got now Bivol. Better be if it's not gonna beat him, man. So we need to see that fight.
What you think, Bram?
Better be if it's.
Who win that shit?
Who?
Bivol and Beterbiev. If we
I
ever
don't
get to
know.
see it.
I don't know. I can't lie. I don't know.
Me neither, bro. I can't call it out.
I don't know. I can't call it like
I don't either, but I think Bivol gonna get that ass. I think Bivol's gonna get him, man. Bivol's gonna get him. This is better all-around boxer. Better be if it's the truth, but he's not beating Bivol. I don't see him beating him, man. Fucking Bivol is vicious. He could beat him. He's a better puncher. But let's see it. One thing about Better be if people think he's just like a hard puncher, he's a good boxer as well. He can box. He works behind the jab. He's a good boxer also. I just don't think he can beat Bivol. But we need to see it as boxing fans. I could be totally wrong. And Better be able to catch him with a good punch in the middle of the rounds, and it could be over. It's that serious. But we need to see that as boxing fans. I'm just tired of hearing this shit. They're talking about this, Russia shit. And like, oh, we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that. And try to make that as an excuse not to make the fight. Fuck all that. Like, make the fight. We need to see it. Who's best at 175? Better be able to got all the belts except for one. It's like Terence Crawford shit all over again. Like, fighting. And beating him if you can, I don't think you're gonna beat Bivol. I think Bivol
Especially
gonna beat him in outboxing.
And the thing what Mark is saying, it's all Eddie, it's on Eddie Hearn, but I do starkly remembering that both of them were on the same company at one point in time, and it was Better be if that left, not Bivol.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
And again, 3 years ago, Bob Arum was throwing cold water on the fight. It's not valuable. This fight is, it's no good. He threw cold water on the fight. And that's why I was like, when people was getting at me saying, hey, you always getting it PBC, you never get a top rank. I'm like, bro, I'm looking at Bob Arum like, yo, bro, what's up with this fight, bro? You've been throwing cold water on this fight for a very long time. Now, Eddie Hearn might have some culpability. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and act like Eddie Hearn perfect. Eddie Hearn probably got culpability. But, bro, I mean, seriously, it's multiple times that Bob Arum is threw cold water on the potential of that fight. And then you got trash behind WBC. I'm not a fan of WBC. They make their own rules up. They do whatever the heck they want to do. They change as they go. They have no consistency. They don't honor their own stuff. So I'm not surprised, and we seeing that right now. Oh, our data shows that women shouldn't fight 12 rounds and 3-minute rounds. Like, cut it out, man. Every other sanctioning body for Amanda Serrano is sanctioning the fight, but WBC won't because it's a 12-round fight. Give me a break.
WBC is full of crap.
WBC is what stopped the fight this time. Remember that? Remember the dude from the WBC came out and said that about the big old fight. Oh, we're not going to sanction this because of the war and this and the third. And
Yeah,
Russia.
but both fighters are Russian. That's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, ain't it?
Both fighters are Russian. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
But you ain't going to sanction that. You trying to keep all them belts on ESPN. That's what you're trying to do. You know, the over there on his own. You know. Let's be real, people. Let's be real. There's a chance the Bull bust that ass, take all them belts over there. You know the politics, man. You know the fucking vibes. You know the fucking vibes. But we need to see that fight as boxing fans. We need to see that. The voting better be if we need to see that and just see who's best. You know, and leave that at that. It can go either way. I feel like the vote will probably win. Like he's just a better all-around boxer. And Better Beard is very fucking good. He's not just a brawler. He's educated brawler. He boxes behind his jab, and he's a strong puncher, but he's smart. He moves. He seems like he's lost a step in a sense. You know, from years prior, especially after the Anthony Yarde fight. The bull is probably going to get you. He's going to outpoint you. He's not going to stop you. He's probably going to outpoint you. Most likely. Going to jab and touch you up, get your ass in combinations. I would love to see that fight. We need that for the light heavyweight division. That's the fight we need to see. Over anything. We need to see that fight. I would love to see how that plays out. I really don't know, but I do feel like, you know, chances are if I had to bet, I would bet on the bull. I just feel like he's a better all-around boxer. I've been watching his career for the last 4 years. Not from the beginning, but for the last 4 years. Better be probably about 3 or some change. Good fight. Good fight. You heard?
Yo. All right, man. I'm going to talk to y'all later, man. I got to slide, bro.
I feel you, and I'm trying to finish up the night, so you be blessed, good man.
All right, man. Hey,
Take it easy, Rex.
Look, I enjoyed the banter back and forth. Bram is always good. I guess doing these quasi-type debates with you, man, is always good. You always bring something interesting to the conversation, bro.
And just so you know, your argument for Charlo is a legitimate argument, bro. It's a legitimate argument for Charlo.
Yeah,
if you beat Canelo.
I cooked you. I know I cooked
you. Didn't cook. You didn't. You definitely didn't cook.
I cooked you, bro. I cooked you.
You know what
bro.
you know what you did? You actually
I suppose your biasness.
No, because I'm not biased. You're actually being
undefeated fighters.
No, you're being biased by not even acknowledging that it actually is a possibility that you can still put a new way above him. I actually said that your argument is warranted, and you didn't actually legitimize my legitimate argument for a new way. Because both of us
I don't reward poor behavior, sir. I'm sorry. I would not reward poor behavior.
Who's poor behavior? What poor behavior has a new way? What poor behavior has a new way had in the ring?
No.
So what are you talking about?
Okay, you asked me. I was about to tell you. If Jamel Charlo beats Canelo and becomes 2-time undisputed, he's over a new way, bro.
Okay, but you said you don't reward poor behavior. So
he is for the time being.
What poor behavior has a new way
agreeing
done?
with you just to be nice, right there.
No, you're not. See, the thing is, you're not agreeing to be nice. You're just invalidating legitimate points made about what Inoue has accomplished in his overall body of work.
He ain't 2-time undisputed. Jamel Charlo.
Yep, and Charlo's not 4 division.
Right, because he's
Charlo is not undefeated.
He would have skipped the division and would have beat pound for pound one of the best guys in the world.
And Inoue skipped the division too to move up and go get a title.
Not for undisputed.
No, but
he didn't beat a pound for pound fighter.
Again, that is correct. That's correct. But as you made a legitimate point, I make a legitimate point. But the difference is, I acknowledge your legitimate. I acknowledge your legitimate point.
No, you didn't reward bad behavior.
No, you're not. How are you
quicker?
I'm gonna tell you why you're not cooking me. I'm gonna tell you why you're not cooking me, Mark. Because you made a good point. But the thing is, you made a few good points about Charlo. There are a few good points in regards to Inoue, if this happens. You're not actually acknowledging those good points. I acknowledge
he's undefeated, bro.
No, it's not about just being undefeated. He is 4 divisions. 4 divisions, not 2.
before.
He wouldn't be undisputed.
He has not
times,
had
though.
to. He has not had any adversity to where he might potentially lose. He does not look lackluster in any way. And again, pound for pound is what have you done lately and your overall
Looked
body
a
of
little
work.
lackluster in that first Nonito fight. That shit
Well, I
was a
mean, he
little
did
rough, right?
get his eye busted in the second round and still won the fight.
Yeah.
Not too many fighters can do that. You got to be pretty damn good to do that, to get your eye busted and still win the fight. So what I'm saying is this: you're saying you're cooking me, but the problem behind you saying you're cooking, no, I'm gonna tell you why you're not cooking. I'm gonna tell you why your cooking is invalid and it's still raw, and you need to turn the stove back on. The reason why is because I acknowledge your good points. You did not acknowledge the good points for Inoue. You make it seem like Inoue has no case to remain number 2 above Charlo if he beats Canelo, which he does have a case. And the fact that you're not even acknowledging those kills your "you cook me" theory, because you are not even acknowledging the truths of the actual debate. Because I'm acknowledging it actually is a legitimate debate and you have a legitimate argument. So I'm validating your points because there are real legitimate points. My real legitimate points, you're not validating. You're only looking to kill those, even though they're legitimate points, which takes away from your body bag that you're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
I
guess the victim always gonna see it their way.
It's not a victim. You're funny. You're funny. Victim. Well, you know what? It ain't gonna matter because Charlo's not gonna win. So who gives a shit?
What?
I think he got a chance, but he's gonna.
When it comes down to where y'all made the big point earlier, that nobody knows his opponents in the States. So we don't know like who he fought.
That's what I really cooked right
That's
there. He
why,
was like, I can name
know
4.
what?
He said I can name 4. I was like, well, name them.
I didn't do it on purpose because
no,
I'm gonna tell you why. Let me explain why he didn't. Let me explain to you why he didn't cook. The reason why he did not cook. It's a known fact that the American fan base does not value the lower weight classes. So just because you don't know who the fighter's name is in the big profile does not mean the fighter was not a quality opponent, because we know as the American American fan base from anything lower than 135, most of the American fan base does not tune in to the same degree, and it's a fact. You can't even say stop. You can't say stop it when you've acknowledged this in past conversations. We acknowledged this with Rachel on the phone with Nonito. Come on, bro.
Shakur Stevenson a star right now, bro.
There's always exceptions to the rules. There's always exceptions to the rules.
A star, man.
But we had a conversation before with Rachel on the phone, and you acknowledged this is a fact, and now you're turning back on it just so you can be right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I figured you didn't want to know. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I talk to Rachel all the time, bro.
We were having a conversation on the panel about how the lower weight classes don't get the same respect in the United States in regards to their pay, recognition, and all that. And Rachel said that was correct, and we were talking about it, and you agreed with that when we were having that conversation about it.
That don't mean there's not enough names out there for a guy to be a 4-division champ where he ain't beating nobody.
And it doesn't mean.
How can you beat nobody if everybody you beat, you're taking the belts from them? How can they beat nobody if you're beating them and taking the belts from them?
I didn't say that. I'm saying according to your argument.
No. My argument is based on with the fact that you're saying that Inoue beat nobody, and the thing is you're calling them nobodies because a lot of people don't pay attention to the lower weight classes. But you're using that as your argument.
They don't.
No, again, I'm not saying they're not nobodies. I'm just saying the guys he beat, he ain't beat nobody like of a Canelo stature. He is that guy.
And that's why I acknowledge the point that you made, because of that I gave the acknowledgement of the fact that if Charlo beats Canelo, it is a valid argument to be had. So I give you that. See, the thing is, the points that you made are solid. I give them to you. Any point that I made that was solid, you didn't give it to me. Oh, see, you're so goofy as hell. You're goofy as hell. Because if I was on the other side, I would have argued those same points. That's why I agree with him, because I understood from the beginning of the conversation. I understood Charlo had an argument for it because that type of win and the magnitude of that win. But when you look at the entire body of work, that's where that thinks that's when it gets dicey and the argument is real. So you're not even acknowledging the actual argument, that it actually is truly an argument, and that's why you don't get the body back. Because you're not acknowledging the actual facts of truth just to be right. And that's the whole thing about debating. People debate and don't want to actually acknowledge the truths on the other side just so they can be right.
Sorry, I'm gonna tell you where you're super wrong. I brought the conversation to the table because I thought it was worthy of a debate and a conversation. And I figured, so I understood going into it when I made the title and the topic and the thumbnail for the night, it would be a point of contingency where some people gonna agree, some people not. Hey, look, keep it a buck. Nobody ever asked me what I thought. I don't know how I became the de facto the person that took the Charlo position.
Because you came at me about me saying that I think Charlo is worth consideration, but because of these points is why I would put him at 3. That's where it started. So that's baloney.
I think we worked you up to 3.
No, you didn't work me up to 3. I said that from the jump. I just said, I said you didn't work me anywhere. I said if he beats Canelo,
it's working you all night, bro.
You ain't been working shit. You actually you off tonight. You just happen to be around, but you're not working. I started from the very beginning saying that if he beats Charlo, off the bat he's gonna be no less than 3. Listen. I'm used to this. I'm used to being wrong in the initial conversations for the masses, but then I'm always proven right when time reveals itself, and that's cool with that. I can take that. I can handle that. Yes, it's happened multiple times where I quote unquote was wrong or quote unquote was this, and then as time went by, I was proven right multiple times, and this will probably be no different. Okay. So again, when I first stated it, I stated if he beats Canelo, I could not put him no lower than 3. I just couldn't put them above them 2 because their body of work and overall accomplishments is just one step above him. Just because
it has to be 2. How was Newey did more than him? If Canelo beats him, Newey higher than him.
See, but here's the problem. Here's the problem behind it. See, the thing is, if we ask around the United States, people will say Charlo. You ask around the world, there's going to be a debate because the American audience does not give the credence and the respect to the lower weight classes overall as a fan base to the sport of boxing.
People going to say a new way if you go around the world in East Asia countries. That's when they're going to start saying a new way.
Bull crap.
Charlo going there and beat Canelo. That means he really got to beat Canelo. To beat Canelo, you really won that fight.
He's number 2. If you beat Canelo,
and to do that, skipping a division.
Listen, if he beats Canelo, you can make the argument for him to be number 2. He deserves to have that argument.
Of pound for pound. That means no matter what you put me in, I can do it, and he's 2-time undisputed.
All great points and great arguments for him to be potentially number 2. But again, there is arguments on the other side, and you're not acknowledging them, and that's why you don't get no body bag, because you're not even acknowledging the actual facts and truth of the matter. I acknowledge those facts and truth, and that's why I consider it. But listen, in 2 months after that fight, Inouye might be undisputed twice again as well. So now he'll be a 4-division champion with 2 undisputed titles and undefeated and all that included.
He might be number 1 after that. He might get his number 1, might get his number 2 spot back.
That sounds cool. That's cool. But the fact that I acknowledge it's an argument, you're not acknowledging it actually is a legitimate argument.
I literally just said if he gets 2-time undisputed.
Bro, it's an argument if he didn't have the 2 times undisputed.
See, now you just move the goalpost back again.
I'm not moving the goalpost, but that's you saying I'm moving the goalpost because it's based on what you believe.
No, I believe it's not the same. I went with the scenario you gave me in 2 months, and then you said no, take away the 2 months. So you moved it back without the 2-time undisputed. He going there and get his ass kicked.
Because for me, I feel that. Unless, like, now, if Charlo goes in and knocks out Canelo in 4 rounds, then yeah, I might just have to put him at 2. But if he wins a tough unanimous decision, he gets to win. He's gonna be considered. I'm gonna consider it. That's the thing. I acknowledge the consideration, but you're not even acknowledging the consideration that Inouye deserves to potentially keep his spot, and that's where I think it's disingenuous because there are points for him to be to keep his spot, but there are points for Charlo to be able to take that spot. And that's the thing about when we all
How did
across the
two-time
whole
undisputed-
YouTube community, when we debate, sometimes when we debate, we get so caught up in just trying to be right that we don't acknowledge the actual facts and the truths from the other side and the other side of the arguments just to be right.
But I
And
am
I'm
right,
not
though.
gonna do, and I'm not gonna do that just to try to win a
But I am
debate.
right.
I'm actually going. No, you're not. That's your opinion. But all this is opinions. All this is opinion based. Mark, cut it out. Get some scissors and cut it out.
I know two is better than one.
But
One
he is
guy is
right.
two-time undisputed. One guy is a one-time undisputed.
And,
Even
and
take
guess
the
what?
name.
I know, and I know 4 divisions is better. And I know 4 divisions is better than 2. I know no losses and no draws is better than 1 loss and 1 draw. So
He is
see,
right.
there's an argument for each side. That's why I said it's an argument for both sides. But you might have posed the question like it's an argument.
If
But your
Jamel
actual
beats him,
stance is no argument.
there's no argument. If Jamel beats him, there's no argument there.
And I don't
Yeah,
agree with
right.
that. I disagree
There's
with
no
that.
argument.
I disagree with it. I believe it's a solid argument for both of them to be number 2. It's an argument both ways. And that's why I don't think you get the win, because I acknowledge those truths for Charlo. You don't acknowledge those truths for acknowledge those truths for a new way.
Even with Castaño is a better win than Baker. Where both of them got their first undisputed. Castaño's a better win than Baker.
Yeah, but it took him 2 tries to get it.
He got it. He didn't lose.
He got it, but he took him 2 tries to get it. But he didn't win the first time. But he didn't
He's
win
a
the
better
first time.
fighter. Baker didn't even throw any punches. Baker still was a punching bag, and he was a last-minute replacement that got upgraded to champion. It's not the same. That's somebody who went in there and earned his belt. And if he get his second undisputed, he would get it over Canelo. Your guy getting his second undisputed is over who? You don't even know his name. For this hypothetical second undisputed, like you don't even know the guy he's gonna fight for his second undisputed. Come on, bro. But yeah, if he gets it, I'll give him some credit. I'll give him credit now. But yeah, he would be.
Because
He
the
would,
first
but,
2 belts he got was against an opponent that's better than anybody Charlo beat.
But this
overall
undisputed
until he
right
gets
here
unless he beats Canelo.
means more because he would have 2 undisputeds. He skipped the division, like to get it, and we know who this guy is. Even you,
Again,
who all of a sudden now is an aficionado in East Asian boxing. Come on, man. You know these guys.
See the thing again. This is the disingenuous nonsense right now that I'm hearing, bro. Disingenuous nonsense.
What do you mean by that?
Because you're not acknowledging.
If Jamel beats Canelo, then he's going straight to number 2. straight. He's going straight to number. If Jamel goes up there and beats him, he's going straight to number 2. He's undisputed with Bud. It's gonna be hard to. I mean, you can argue it all you want. You can put, Usyk and different people from him, but he's 2 times undisputed. He's gonna skip the fucking line, man. I'm sorry, man. He's gonna skip it. If he goes up 2 weight classes and beat Canelo, he's gonna skip the fucking line.
Imagine what he got to do to beat Canelo. Like and look, even what he said. He said if he blow him out and knock him out early, I would give him a lot of credit. But if it's a close fight and he get the decision, I might have him. Hey, look, if it's a close fight and go decision, people gonna say Canelo got robbed, or if he knock him out early, people gonna say, oh, Canelo slept. Can't win for losing.
I'm not.
He can't win for losing.
I'm not people, so I'm not gonna judge. I don't judge him on that scale. I'm not people. I'm just gonna be me.
You're a person, though. You're a person.
Yeah, that was funny.
I'm quick, man.
That was funny. I
told y'all I'm sharp.
That was funny.
I'm like Floyd Mayweather. I'm still sharp. I'm sharp. I'm very sharp.
He's sharp. He's ready.
Did you hear what I just said? That was funny. And the thing is funny. What's funny is that you keep on talking about, I don't know who the fighter is. I just don't want to have that type of argument. I know who the guys is, but it don't matter. That doesn't matter. You don't have
time to Google him now, Brim. So I'm sure you know him.
I don't have time. I'm not even in my desk.
When it mattered, you declined to say any other name, sir.
Because it's a waste of an argument, because the whole point of that argument you're using is already deflected by the fact that I said American fans do not actually watch the lower weight classes. So me mentioning the name is not going to add. So me adding that name is not going to add any value.
So you stereotype and generalize, so it makes you not even have the conversation.
See, this is cap right now, maximum cap. Listen, bro. The only reason why I did not entertain it because my argument before you even did that was that the American fan base is not acknowledging the lower weight class fighters, and there are a lot of quality fighters that don't have a name recognition. Name recognition doesn't always equal skill, obviously. Because look at Ryan Garcia, he has maximum name recognition, but does his skill match up to that name recognition? No, it doesn't. So it doesn't. Name recognition does not always equal skill. And skill doesn't equal name recognition.
He named Ryan Garcia, but he ain't named them other guys when I asked him. You see that?
Ah, boy, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Nonsense.
You named Cool when you wanted to. You brought up Janabek for like you brought up other places. You brought up Janabek for Andre. Like you brought up names when you chose to. That's why I cooked you.
No, the reason why I didn't do those names because it was based on the premise.
Because you knew you would lose that argument.
No, it was a wasted argument because it was based. Because I based it off
has a better resume.
No, because I based it off of the premise of the popularity of the fighter. We know for a fact that most American fan bases does not acknowledge the lower weight class fighters on the same level as a lot of the fighters is in the higher weight class. So me naming those names does not do.
But you act like we don't know who Lomachenko was, Rigondeaux, Inoue, Pacquiao, Floyd. Like we could just keep naming.
We don't know names. Don't Brandon
Figueroa. Like I can name a whole bunch. Like Leo Santa Cruz. Carl Frampton, like all of these people are a lot of those people I'm naming, one ain't from America, but American fan base know, and they are under 135. You said under 135, we don't know them. These guys was fighting at 126, 122. Shakur's coming up to 135, getting his first fight up there, but people are already crowning him one of the kings.
Wait, hold on. Who did you? I'm thinking of some of the names you just mentioned because I guarantee you 95% of the American fans and 50% of the boxing fans don't even know some of those names that you named. Yeah. You
just made that stat up in your mind. And you saying like you just Googled it and put it on the screen.
I didn't Google it. Okay.
90%.
So you know what?
Because you said 90%, that means it's a fact. And you saying like you won something. No, you lost.
Go back and name those names again. Name the names that you just named again. Name the names again.
Freestyling, man. I didn't Google this. I didn't write them down. I don't know.
I'm not Googling either. I'm not Googling either, bro. It's just that why would I argue?
Didn't Tank Davis fight? Didn't Leo Santa Cruz? You don't think people know Leo Santa Cruz?
Some hardcore.
Shakur Stevenson, Lomachenko.
Those are the upper echelons, but you got good quality fighters. God,
now you splitting hairs, bro. You told me to name them. I'm naming them.
You name a few names. You only naming the top of the top of the top of the top.
And like I said, but it still defeats your argument because people know who these people are and they follow them. You said American fans don't follow guys under 135. That's false. I got to put a case on you.
You can put a case. They don't. Okay. When we look at
108. When we fighting at 108, they probably don't know the guys fighting at 108.
When we look at the totality of the divisions and
from the
top 10
Jr.
of the
fight at small weight,
and nobody hardly knows him. He has no fan base, and most people don't know who they are.
Bro, Lomachenko made his name off of beating him
because
people knew him. And Gary Russell was bigger than that. Gary Russell was one of the longest reigning champions. People know him.
Not like that. No, people know him in boxing circles, hardcore fans.
So now people got to be a global. Look, to be fair, ain't none of these people. To be fair, ain't none of these motherfuckers global icons and stars.
I'm not even saying them be global icons. I'm just be known. When you go outside of the core boxing circles, ain't nobody gonna know those names.
Most people don't know nobody name outside of core boxing circles.
Bull crap. I go back. I guarantee you, if I come up with a list, and let's say I list 10.
I know 10 core boxing fans who I know, bro. I know people who are outside of core boxing fans who don't know a lot of these people, bro. They don't know fucking Usyk. Outside of core boxing fans, they don't know Usyk, bro.
American fans, right?
Yeah. Outside of core American fans, outside of hardcore fans, they don't know Usyk.
You're starting
You
to
got
prove my
to
point
be a
on the
hard.
low. You're starting to prove my point on the low by accident. That's
No,
okay.
no, your point was the lower weights. And you start bringing up name recognition.
But now you're talking about foreign fighters as well. So this is another caveat and part of that. So
I
you're
can name some
piling on.
American fighters that people don't know. People don't know Tony Harrison, and he beat Charlo. And he ain't no little weight guy. People just don't. Boxing ain't the biggest sport over here. Shit, I know motherfuckers who didn't know who Terence Crawford was before this fight. They didn't know who Errol Spence was. They don't know these
It's
people
gonna
like
be
that.
people that don't. It's gonna be people that don't know. But I'm talking about they're borderline obscure. These guys are not in obscurity. They're just not as well known as they should be based on their skill set. But we're talking about if you look at the majority of the fighters from 108, 112, 118, 122, and 126, the majority. If you took the top 10 out of each one of those divisions, and then you compare it to the top 10 of the next 3 divisions above that, the name recognition for the American fight fans is completely diminished. And some of these fighters are excellent quality fighters. It's just that their name recognition is not there because the American fight fan does not pay attention to the lower weight classes to the same degree.
Bro, outside the American fight fan don't know most of these motherfuckers at 147. Outside of hold up, I'm just saying, just in general, most people only know the top guys.
Good morning.
Like a lot of these people don't.
I just said the top. I said only the top 10.
No. But you said if you compare it to the next top 10, 3 up, they're gonna know more guys. Man, these folks don't know these dudes at 147. All they know is Boots Ennis, Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, Terence Crawford. That's it. They don't know. You motherfuckers don't know about Cody Crawley.
Core boxing fans do. That's my point. I'm talking about core boxing fans.
You keep going from core boxing fans to American boxing fans. Then you said globally. Like you keep moving it around.
Because it's all of the above, bro. It ain't just one thing. I'm not moving the goalposts.
American fans, global fans, or hardcore boxing fans.
Are we talking about casuals? All the above, bro. Okay. All the above. The lower weight classes don't get the same respect and recognition as those, and even the fighters is on the same level.
Some people at those next level, people don't know them neither.
There's some, but if you look at the totality, if you put a list of the top,
at the smaller weights too, like I just said.
If you go to the top 5, matter of fact, let me make it even smaller. The top 5, you're going to see a clear difference of recognition between those lower weight classes and those higher weight classes because of the American viewers' viewpoint in regards to weight classes.
Also, and the fact being on TV too, bro. You got to be on TV.
But why? But see, now
you ain't flying to Japan and flying to the Philippines and Mexico to see the people fight.
They didn't fight in the United States. You know what? Talk to Rachel about it. You already talk to Rachel about it. Ask her if I'm right about this or not, and she's gonna tell you I'm right about this. I know I'm right about this.
Okay.
But you cooked me. Congratulations. You're the champion of all champions, sir.
I am.
I am him. Guess what though? All this ain't gonna matter because Charlo will even win. Charlo will even win.
I hope you win just to smile on your face.
All right, let's I want him to win though, but I don't think he's going to.
Yeah, I don't think so neither, bro.
I want him to win though, because I mean it's time for a new guard. I think if he wins, it shakes things up. I like shake up sometimes.
Me too, bro. I like to see an underdog come in and shake up the shit, bro.
And if he wins, it shakes it up tremendously.
Hell yeah, we can table it there. I appreciate you, bro.
No doubt, I appreciate you too, man. You know what? But you didn't cook a good meal. You might have cooked me so per se, but it was nasty. It didn't taste good. It was horrible.
It not to you, but the audience loved it, and they agreed.
Yeah, I mean, but listen, if my name was somebody else other than mine, I don't know if it would be the same thing.
Yeah. Too many times you was like, you know what? You're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're right. Okay, you might not be right, but you're not wrong neither. That's cooking. That's you just don't want to get in that pot.
No, it's because you're not. But the thing is, the difference is again, you're talking about the same thing that I'm saying. I acknowledged your valid points, and you did not acknowledge my valid points. But I was right about some of my points. How can you say I'm wrong? How can you say I'm wrong? A new way have 4 divisions is more than 2. That's right.
But how can you say
the division has not lost?
But it's null and void when the other guys
skipped the division too, even though it was undisputed. But he skipped the division and won the title.
Groundhog's Day.
So he gets a little bit more value for that undisputed.
Get on the plate, Brim. Get on the plate.
Is it the fact that a new way has never lost and never had a draw and never had to avenge a fight?
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
That's a fact, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So you're acknowledging that as a fact. So that is that's a fact in a new way's favor. That's a new way. It's a fact in a new way's favor.
You're wrong again. See, I agree with one of your points, and you said I never did. See, you wrong again.
Okay. Oh, beat it! You just now agreed. Now you was arguing me down when I was making this point to give me an opposite point.
Actually, I didn't. I was like, so based off what your logic, he can never be number one, long as there's somebody in front of him who's undefeated. No matter what he do, that loss gonna stay with him forever. Even though he avenged both of those losses with brutal KOs. Checkmate.
No checkmate, because guess what? No vengeance needed if you don't ever lose. No vengeance needed, right? You don't have to avenge anything if you never lose.
Or you can
There's
get
nothing
robbed.
to avenge.
Well, you got robbed. Supposed to won both of those fights. You got robbed.
Who got robbed?
It ain't like he went in there and got knocked out. It's possible. He
Definitely didn't go in and knocked out. That's another good point. He did not go in and get knocked out. He went in and had close fights. They were close fights. No doubt about it. Those were close fights. But the draw, though, I thought he lost 7-5. But, you know, it was a draw. It's cool. But I thought he lost 7-5, unfortunately. And I wanted him to win, but I thought he lost the fight. Just like I wanted Haney to win, but I thought he lost the fight against Loma, but he got the win, so it is what it is. Huh?
Hater 2 times. You're a 2-time hater.
How am I a hater, though? How does that make me a hater, bro?
Man, Brum, I don't mean none of this shit, man. I'm just fucking with you, getting the rise out of you, bro. And
bro, I'm gonna take a cigarette and burn you with it, man. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just getting the rise out of you. I can tell you getting passionate. I'm like, I'm supposed to be.
I mean, it ain't that deep, but yeah, I'm getting a little passionate about it because you were busting my damn chops with the nonsense, bro.
Yeah.
Cappery, bro. Mark with the cap. Mark Cap, not Mark Nash. Mark Cap.
Yeah, Mark Cash. Mark Cash.
Mark Cash. Mark Cash. That's the good one. Yeah, you get some bets on that. Get some. If you're gonna get Spence bets, you're gonna have to probably bet him by what round he get knocked out. If he don't get knocked out by this round, that's the only way you're gonna get a Spence bet.
You're right about that, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get that bread. But
what round you gonna go with?
Under 7.
Okay. There's gonna be people.
I'm gonna do 1 through 3. 4 through 6, and I'm gonna put another bet on 7. I'm gonna place 3 bets on it, 3 separate bets. I'm betting at the casino. I ain't betting with none of these bum ass niggas out here who don't pay bets.
Well, see, I didn't bet anybody in the YouTube community. I offered bets, but all my people that I knew paid me my bets, and then because I won 300 on the on DraftKings, and I won 300 amongst like 5 different people. So yeah. But I know you're trying to wrap it up. I'm running my mouth. You know, I'm still at work, so you know, I'm trying to hold you hostage.
I'm over here. I gotta get up early, man.
Oh,
hey, look, I did the live stream because I couldn't sleep, and now I'm sleepy. So I appreciate y'all helping me get through this insomnia shit.
And I appreciate you getting me through my work night. So God bless you.
Look, let's do it again soon, bro.
For sure, though.
All right, peace. Hey, look, shout out to my guy Brent Reaper. Y'all know I had to fuck with him, man. I didn't cook him, man. This was a spirited debate, back and forth, disagreements. Usually I don't even like debates because a lot of times
number 2.
right. I don't like debates a lot of times because people shut off a part of their brain for deductive reasoning, rational thoughts. Yeah, it's just all about the win, like Brim said. So this was just a spoof, man. I don't really mean that shit. I didn't cook them, man. But if you feel like I cooked them, leave me a comment after this video drop. It's your man Martin Nash breaking beats. I'll see you on the next one. And we gone and run the outro.